Chapter 1 A Man in the Apocalypse, Streaming Live. 3 Foxes chasing to live stream. Brother, don't speak, just kiss me, entering the Livestrium. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center hasten to live stream. At this moment, Yesaya are subtly indifferent to the system panel top flickety beside him he was consumed by his own melancholy. The winds blew coldly, the river of you was frigid on sea hero departs, Henniver returns. In this moment and setting, Yesaya felt the tree turning was implying possible. Just a moment ago, her heart seemed you there clear and bright, clutching echo forterashis under the rooftop of his dilapidated apartment to eritute. Baskin gently Helena against the rooftop wall, intending to take a brief nap. How would have I imagined that to been working, the ski was unrecognizable, and the ground was attained not the same. Thescube of Irmena Davis expansy off blue, these uneven somewhat scorching, its rays piercing his sky like needles. He still stowed you upon a rooftop, but it was no longer the 6th floor of his rented apartment instead, it was a towering structure of Overton streets. Surrounded biscuit scrapers, yet a check around, noticingly only appeared intact. Large swathes of peeling paint, numerous hot-red windows, and most strikingly, a mass of verdant foliage that clung to and enveloped much of the building like a demony charmed. The thick stems and leaves, in stark contrast of the building, present head a scale that bewildered Yesaya Samili Veswari Elithisize of Apison. As far as the could see, there was no sign of human activity. The streets lay in utter disarray, vehicles abandoned androjuicy touristing husks the pavement resembled a battlefield, cracked like spiderwebs with broken layers rendering it impassable. Moreover, massive, unidentified plant branches sprawled across the roads and among the derelict buildings. 3 Foxes, what is this, a movie, the special effects are impressive. Brother, don't speak, just kiss me what's the title of his live stream, A Man in the Apocalypse, is this a gimmick? Mental Health Rehabilitation Centers there are no host. The commence flickety beside him, and Yesaya silently raised his hand, in brithery. Indeed, there isn't a hard crossed over was duetto this damned apocalypse live streaming system. In Thestrium, a tall figure appeared, clad in a hoodie and sweatpants, sporting a pair of sneakers, with a buscutan strikingly handsome features typical of a young man in his 20s. Little 6 wow, the host is quite handsome you have got at the BOT section. Har, what good is being handsome now? Yesaya felt a mix of despair and humor he shouldn't have him clip to his ancestors last night, wishing for his streaming career to take off. Yes, Yesaya Samano content create her own image streaming platform in Huagwar, and how Manor wash, today, he hard just stretched a 3-digit follower count for the first time. One a moment off aboard unexpected light thrust him into thise apocalypse what a powerful turn of events. Yet, now that the washer, according to the system, there was no turning back, and thy soon yielding live stream washes in like connection to you old he and senu. Fortunately, the streaming system had some semblance of decency reaching a certain number of followers are receiving donations wogen towards. Yesaya took a deep breath and foreseed as Mila that was more pineful tan tears, har, welcome everyone to Mila Vestream, as you can see, in the apocalypse. Hegas to dramatically to showcase his surroundings, then cover at his face, yes, in the apocalypse, boo-hoo. The party's wild TSK, the Shusties wilder than I'm, the streaming script sorry jetting Maria absurd birthday. The happy ball off through woman this green screen is quite too old. Second master is here what's with thighs apocalypse egamic, if you have it the guts, show me a zombie. Liang Shan's Karadaria just going to stand there, go eat Plori Abbott instead of drinking the Northwest Twinton's rooftop. Nidan is not mild is the host really in the apocalypse, the scenery looks surrealistic. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center har, someone need your lie believes city upstairs, haraya and comikek into my facility. Liang just me where eat so many people in the live stream today, where is the host? Yesaya stared at the flurry of comments, feeling somewhat stunned usually, it wasted their him performing as a loctor just only orto view chatting. Today, Samarni people hard suddenly appeared, and haffled out of his depth. I'm not leaning to you in the apocalypse, but I don't know exactly where. Just as she finished speaking, Yesaya shuddered the furrowed his brow and stepped closer to Thule, peering at the building across from him. Wait, it seems there's a money over there. In the opposite building, a figure resto with window, vigorously with injured Sams, seemingly beckoning him. 3 Foxes there are even extras. Sumioni was sexual lithery. A flicker of joy crossed Yesaya's face he shivered back energetically. At the window of the opposite building stood a figure that appeared to be woman, her hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a grey t-shirt. He was just about to speak when Hezen seed something ways off. At this distance, Hesh would be below her hair if she shouted, yet she was merely flailing her arms, pointing frantically in his direction, her expression only of great urgency. Russell. What's that sound? Yesaya furrowed his brow in confusion the noise imito emanated from the building. Curiously, Helena Dover Thualto peered down. Gulp. A massive E, the CZO for car headlight, wires really 2 meters away locking gazes within behind 30 weighs an insect-like texture and a colossal body. Gulp. Thedig spot within they ten omasses in me to quiver, as if it were resm kind of warning, prompting Isaiah to instinctively ducky sheet and thender toward Hester will doten meet us away. Yezir ran lekefuant, heedless of everything, while if you a synthi live estream were still bewildered. Nidanis not mild what hell is that, a grasshopper. Second master is here is she an idiot, where would such a giant grasshopper come from, its glilla special effects. However, before the view a synthi live estream could go further, the camera should enlipen Jabur to reveal a colossal, mutated creature resembling a grasshopper, rapidly scaling theatre wall of the building. I'd merge a dark edge off the rooftop, its massive form dwarfing Yisio, being at least 3 to mesh size. With powerful hind legs, it leapt forward, its red and green body lunging toward Yisio. The creature moved with astonishing speed, and just as it weighs about to reach Yisio, he burst through Hester while Doran dashed inside. He swiftly shut there and Doran slammed at the bolt, Alanona fluid motion. Bang! The impact made there under shudder, and a noticeable dent appeared in its centre. Yisio dared not linger in place and hurriedly made his way down, very hard no do what awaited him below, so as stood in timidly of stairwell, his gaze fixed on there under off the rooftop above. Finally, after several loud bongs, Thyrander fell silent. Phew! Leaning against Jewel behind him, Yisio slid down to the floor. The stairwell was filled with mouldy, peeling walls that meted a odor. Chapter 2 Captain of the Ship, Real or Fake. Current view synthi live estream for 92. The sudden announcement from the system's Yisio's attention had turned to Glenseat the side epine alaf the live estream, where the comments were scrolling rapidly. Secret Agent 009 wait, what's happening, damn, in early hard day hat attack when I entered the stream. From Ceto Immortal what was had just now, special effects, was had a grasshopper, what a grotesque creature, utterly revolting. Milkegg is not mild good heavens, the host can't really been an apocalypse, Sanher. Electro-cannon nonsense, an apocalypse, that's a ridiculous monster, clearly man-made. Liang just me you just starved, ho let Shia climb up from outside the building. 3 Foxes host, don't may I rely on an apocalypse. Yisio finally gained his composure and, with a hint of resignation, addressed a barrage of comments. Why will Delia Toyu, I was brought her without warning, I avata stream in Thai's apocalypse, and there is no way back. Hito took a deep breath, realizing that his immediate concern was not about streaming but rather about surviving in this perilous environment. Yisio reached into his pocket, Asatovkas and mobile phone la quiet live for him thiso rs and live possessions at the moment. He turned it on the phone, mindful of the live estream and host was destined to fail in this line of work, even if the stream had no viewers, he needed to keep the atmosphere lively. The phone has only 70 battery left, in this desolate-city, Hanosha useful it will. Well, it's better than nothing at least it can provide light in a critical moment. Yisio didn't forget to kick his phone settings, saying, this place looks incredibly dangerous, for safety's sake, I'll mute the sounds. After adjusting the settings, he took the phone back into his pocket. At that moment, a view made not worth a comment. Milkegg is not mild by the way, I believe every host is really in an apocalypse after, the perspective of his live stream is quite terrifying. 3 Foxes a map programmer, and this gold is a live video editing with voiceovers. Hidden cotton in laughter exactly, unless the host shows us meops. Yisio felt a twitch and hazy, imma that kind of stream will change at the subject. Liang Smith and a 10 plus helps. Spotting that comment, Yisio replied, all right, as Liang suggested, I'll do 10 plus helps. He quickly dropped down and executed push-ups with impressive speed and form. 3 Foxes wait, I really can comprehend this, shouldn't to be a camera switch. Liang just me up clearly unbelievably the host is doing it, and yo still don't believe him. Second master is here Kana diets really goon line now, thighs is clearly fake it's unbearable to watch. Second master is here the host is foolish, and so are the fans. Just as she completed 6 push-ups, a sudden loud bang interrupted Yizio's rhythm. He sprang up, grabbing the kiss from the floor. Yisio fixed his gaze in there under Abov, gritting his teeth, damn it, that thing hasn't left. Heglan see that the kiss in his and beside to say Fuma Torquis, there was also a Swiss army knife. However, the small blade within this multi-tool was no larger than our finger, hardly suitably so weapon. Bang! Another impact essentials for Yisio spawns a waste to measure and this place was no longer safe. Without hesitation, he cautiously made his way down the staircase. Just then, a command court eyes at Tian. Liang Shan's coward host, go fight it, if you kill it, I'll make you captain. Yisio halted in his tracks, wait, captain, real or fake? Upon hearing Yishao's remark, the live stream erupted with activity. Liang Shan's coward if I real it, I'll make you captain. 3 Foxes everyone who I saw witness if it's real, I'll contribute to, Anio Nudo isn't a coward. Second master is here there just dream tofu Liao and Tope coming captain, a bunch of fools. Fanachi want to see it elevate. The little boat capsized its too dangerously advisor against dark and risks. Shionger's bitter teeth the host is courting death it's probably fake. These system require the nations to unlock the marketplace, undelt how to live stream audience had reached 635, only a couple of smolgov Shabinjavan insufficient to activate the marketplace. Moreover, minus were not allowed to donating the stream, so Samana became a captain, unlocking the marketplace would be ascertained. Currently, he hard nothing these systemic place wash ice and lie up. Yzairo took a deep breath, a glint half determination flashing in his. Fine, let's do this, you will better keep your word. But I don't the we open any top repair, I hope het hathing do est. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from above. Yzairo Jakita Shijuptasi grotesque, twisted figure hurtling down the staircase, its bloated body swelling, mouth parts moving as itemitted a strange, shrill cry. The sound was reminiscent of tux, gritty and piercing. Damn! Yzairo hastily leaped downwards, and Dasha landed, his gaze immediately locked onto an upper apartment to an up for away. Asa graduato physical education Yzairo harder pangshang for fitness, and his physical condition was quite commendable. With a power full push, ha propelled himself forward. Yzairo rushed into Theban Donidar apartment, where it appeared through an oindia Tedinger everything was long neglected, with surfaces covered in mould. The wooden furniture weighs in a statue of decay, and the appliance were ancient, while at fabric so faint the living room had nearly disintegrated, leaving gone large skeletal frame. The metal security door seemed broken, unable talak. Bang! A tremendous force slammed against a door from behind. Yzairo barely hard to meter reacts before he was knocking back severe meters down the hallway. The security door burst open, and the grasshopper creature weighs insistent lie trying to squeeze its massive ebodite through a narrow doorway. Its bizarre mouth parts emitted a near shriek, with twisted red tendrils protruding from within, and the green body was covered in swollen red patches. At that moment, Yzairo finally realized a totosaur not merely patches of color but bulging regimus protruding grotesquely, extending to 4 meat and tackless that were usually repulsive. Those tumas right that ace of desperately trying to force the creature's body through a narrow door frame. Yzairo dared not delay he turned and sprinted toward where it appeared to be the kitchen. Upon entering, a pungent odor assaulted him, and the sinews in the future Yzairo, with everything nearly rotten. A stainless steel kitchen iffy and thrack beresly trust but still appeared usable. Her seized the sharp knife jester sa commissioner up to behind him the grasshopper heard wretched hacky chendorori. Fortunately, the angle was tight and the creature cold barely fight each cheat thruff. Without a moment's hesitation, Yzairo charged forward, gripping Penifef firm line decisively plunging giant into the creature's eye. A sharpness erupted, and Yzairo yonked technofiat, then stabbed down again at the creature's head. With a loud crack, then if you unexpected lie snapped at the handle, breaking into woe. What hell, I said scold at her. Yzairo exclaimed, scanning floor for fallen broom hack quickly piqued top, stepping on the bristly sand forcefully yanking the stainless steel handle free. Raising the handle, he lunged forward, aiming directly at the grasshopper's eye. Chapter 3, A Captain, opening the shop a grotesque, dark green liquid erupted from the head of the grasshopper, its rear body thrashing violently, the sound of tearing muscles sent an involuntary shiver down Ysairo's spine. To his disbelief, the struggling grasshopper managed to tear its own head off. He gazed incredulously at the still-moving body behind him, where bizarre tentacles began to extend from severed neck. My goodness! Yzairo exclaimed, his scalp prickling. Without hesitation, he flung the grasshopper's head off the steel pipe and brandished it like a weapon, plunging it towards the retreating body. With a sickening squelch, the steel pipe pierced effortlessly through the gaping wound, eliciting a gut-wrenching shriek from the creature. The tendrils on the red, fleshy tumor writhed frantically as adrenaline surged through Yzairo, compelling him to thrust the pipe deeper, repeatedly stabbing until nearly the entire stainless steel rod was embedded within the grasshopper's grotesque form. After several violent convulsions, the green limbs finally succumbed and collapsed with a resounding thud. A pool of viscous liquid spread across the ground, a bizarre blend of green and a dark crimson, exuding an uncanny stench. Yzairo gasped for breath, staggering back a few steps, his gaze drawn to the live-streaming panel that had appeared beside him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he declared, "Board the ship. Night and bu dan. Wow, night snack brother is amazing. Liang Liang Ju Wo, 666666, if I weren't underage, I'd definitely board a ship. Jianzu Pian Feng, wait, what's going on, where's the host, and what is that disgusting creature? Nyola Ji Nyo. Is the host really in the apocalypse? Yuan Fen Shen Kong, wow, what is that, a monster? Yuan Chi Ji, wow, this is exhilarating, it can't be special effects, I believe it. Suo Ji Liu Mai. I just came in and saw Chang Wei fighting Lai Fu. 6. The barrage of comments revealed a mix of disbelief and excitement among the viewers, some convinced they were witnessing an apocalyptic scenario, while others merely joined in the frenzy, spamming 666. Yet, at that moment, Yzairo paid little heed to the chat. What was that about boarding the ship? Liang Shan cowered, get on board, he called out, but the live stream fell silent. Moments later, the comments erupted in mockery. Naidan Bu Dan, as expected, a coward, he can't keep his word. Get on board. Lian Shan coward, it's not real. Do you think I'm foolish enough to board a ship? Luo Hai Cheng's yarn, aren't you just broke and can't afford to charge here? All talk, no action, trash. Hey. Yi Xiao chuckled in irritation, it doesn't matter, as long as I'm not a coward. Internally cursing his unreliable situation, he realized that if these viewers failed to come through, the system wouldn't provide him with much assistance. It seemed he could not overly rely on the system. Sanhu, it feels real, the host is brave, I keep my word. Sanhu has become your captain. You have obtained 100 points, the system shop is now open. The system shop has opened. Yi Xiao's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly thanked Sanhu. Thank you, Captain Sanhu, thank you, boss, thank you. By the way, everyone, don't forget to hit that follow button. According to the system's prompt, he needed 1,000 new followers to unlock relevant rewards, and he was still far from that number. Luo Hai Chengxian sent you a heartfelt blind box, which contained a heart pillow. You have gained 10 points. Thank you for the heartfelt pillow, Luo Hai Chengxian, thank you. Yi Xiao immediately opened the system shop to take a look. The items available for purchase were highlighted, while those he couldn't afford were grayed out. The shop was divided into 3 categories: weapons, recipes, and blueprints. The weapons were ready-to-use items that could be purchased directly, while the recipes included culinary and medicinal concoctions, and the blueprints pertained to mechanical constructions. Sanhu. What is this, a shop? Luo Hai Chengxian, system shop, what does it mean, what is it for? Yi Xiao hadn't anticipated that the audience in the live stream could also see the shop, so he explained, thanks to Captain Sanhu's support, I now have points to exchange for items in the system shop, though there aren't many options available. Currently, with just over 100 points, he could only unlock a few ordinary weapons. To be honest, after his recent encounter with the knife, he found little interest in those available. Knives seemed to hold little utility in this context, at least not the ordinary ones. Kitchen knives, hammers, sickles, shovels, crowbars. Yi Xiao inquired of the viewers in the chat, these are the only options, I can't afford anything else right now, what should I exchange for? Any suggestions? Naidan Bu Dan, the host is so pitiful, he can only exchange for this junk. Yi Lila, the truth is out, he just wants to trick everyone into sending gifts, and here he is with a system shop. It's laughable. Yi Lila, purely scripted, anyone who falls for it is a fool. Yi Lila might as well just promote products directly, I'm just here to watch you perform. Yi Xiao dismissed the comments from the user, Yi Lila, but as a result, the live stream saw a surge in viewers. However, perhaps due to the short viewing time, few had sent gifts, merely tossing in small tokens that barely contributed to his points. With limited options available, he recognized the crowbar as a powerful tool. It's a long-handled weapon, sturdy and durable, with considerable lethality, and capable of breaking barriers. Without hesitation, he spent 100 points to exchange for a crowbar. The viewers in the live stream watched as Yi Xiao tapped the panel before him, and suddenly, he was holding a crowbar in his hand. The audience erupted in astonishment, exclaiming what the heck repeatedly. Ari Kaiju Chu, what the heck, I didn't even blink. Sanhu, nice, a crowbar is a good item. Feng Guangxing Chi Sai. What, this is real. Bu Kaixiang Cai, why choose such junk, a knife would be better. Naidan Bu Dan, you don't understand, the crowbar is a legendary item. Yi Lila. Can't you see it's just a magic trick, what a bunch of fools. Current followers, 898, reaching 1,000 followers will unlock the live stream fan teleportation feature. The fan teleportation feature. Yi Xiao's eyes widened in excitement, a grin spreading across his face. Wonderful, indeed, this system is designed to ensnare everyone together. One particular individual has a strong presence, there will be quite a show soon. Yi Xiao, thrilled, waved the crowbar in the air. Hey, this feels pretty good. He glanced at the protruding handle, reaching to pull the steel rod from the monster's carcass. The viscous liquid, a mix of dark green and crimson, trickled down the stainless steel pipe. We're short on weapons right now, this long one can serve as a backup. Suddenly, a red, seed-like object slipped out from the steel pipe, sliding down the sticky liquid toward Yi Xiao's feet. What is this? Yi Xiao picked up the object, which was about the size of 2 fists. It felt neither particularly hard nor soft, tapering at both ends while plump in the middle, resembling a seed. However, it was transparent, filled with a thick red liquid. Though unsure of its purpose, Yi Xiao had an inkling that this object would prove useful, perhaps even significantly so. He tucked it into the pocket of his hoodie, gripping the stainless steel rod as he maneuvered over the monster's corpse to exit. Upon leaving the apartment, Yi Xiao had no intention of scavenging the nearby area. He simply headed downstairs, yet just then, a sudden noise from below made him freeze, and he hurriedly ducked into the adjacent room. The chat was abuzz with speculation, and Yi Xiao raised his hand to signal silence, whispering, "Someone's coming." Chapter 4. This group of people actually has guns. Shantalia, what game is the host playing? A real-life escape room. Second master is here, acting again, how boring. Elegant genre go. Isn't someone just right to ask about the situation? San Hu, are you stupid? Who dares to ask, not knowing if the other party is friend or foe? Yi Xiao merely cast a cursory glance at the barrage of comments before redirecting his attention. This apartment building had seen better days, and the footsteps from below were drawing nearer, soon reaching the floor he occupied. "Hey, there's a scent over here." A somewhat sharp male voice rang out, and several footsteps moved towards the room he had just entered next door. From the sound of those footsteps, it seemed there were 4 individuals, 2 light-footed and 2 heavy-footed, leaning cautiously against the doorframe. Yi Xiao strained to listen to the commotion next door. "Hey, over here. The mutated locust is dead, the seed core is gone, that kid is somewhat formidable. Liang San, how many do you think there are?" A hoarse voice slowly replied, "There should only be 1. Otherwise, they wouldn't have led us here to resolve this. Damn bitch. R. An angry curse was followed by a woman's pained scream, and then came the sound of dragging. "How dare you say there's no one here? How dare you deceive me? It seems I haven't disciplined you enough. Tell me, where is the person?" A quivering voice responded, "I truly don't know, I only caught a glimpse, and then the person vanished." Yi Xiao's heart sank. Was this the woman who had just warned him? Were these individuals searching for him? What could they possibly want? No, regardless of their intentions, it was clear they did not harbor friendly intentions. He needed to leave immediately. Yi Xiao cautiously peeked around the corner and, seeing that no one was at the entrance, swiftly dashed towards the stairwell, leaping down several flights of stairs, landing directly on the half floor. Hearing the commotion, the group immediately gave chase. "Damn it, that kid slipped away, quick, pursue him." A cacophony of footsteps thundered down from above, and Yi Xiao dared not pause, opting to leap rather than tread lightly on the stairs. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the rusty iron railing clanged, sending shards of metal flying in all directions, causing Yi Xiao to instinctively duck his head and shield it with his arms. Damn, this group actually has guns. Yi Xiao felt an urgent need to flee without delay, bursting out of the apartment building. Before him lay a yard of approximately 200 square meters, with a rusted iron gate collapsed on one side. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted out, the narrow alleyway shrouded in darkness, with massive plants clinging to the corners. Recklessly, he dashed around several corners, finally reaching the main street. Countless abandoned vehicles choked the roadway, the ground cracked by rampant tree roots and vines, resembling a web of green ghostly hands gripping the walls and ground. The air was thick with the stench of decay, yet it also carried the fresh scent of grass, even a hint of sweetness. Though the scene before him was one of desolation, the abundance of greenery nonetheless hinted at a peculiar vitality. In an instant of shock, Yi Xiao propelled himself towards the opposite side of the street. Uncertain of the current situation, he dared not run aimlessly. Once he was confident he had distanced himself from the group, he slipped into a dilapidated building, perhaps due to the presence of security bars. This building was devoid of the encroaching plants that plagued the previous apartment. The decay within was not as severe. Aside from a thick layer of dust, a genuine leather sofa surprisingly retained its former appearance. Breathless, Yi Xiao dragged his weary legs over, casually brushed the dust off the sofa, and slumped down onto it. Yi Xiao exhaled deeply, and the barrage of comments on the side was bustling with activity. "Ching Kong, wow, this is really the apocalypse, exhilarating. Handsome young master, look at what treasure I discovered. Naidan Bu Dan. Who just claimed it was fake, is this still fake? Hanjiang Shui, I can't believe it, those people have guns." Fortunately, the host ran fast. "Second master is here, just a setup, mere acting, and yet some really believe it. San Hu. Don't mind the contrarians, in the whole world, he is the most awake and intelligent. Xianyu Bu Hui Fanshan, why doesn't he the host save anyone?" Yi Xiao perused the incessantly scrolling comments, exasperatedly saying, "Am I out of my mind? They have guns, why would I play the hero? This isn't a performance, risking my life to be a hero would be sheer folly." After venting his frustration, Yi Xiao reclined back against the sofa. A layer of gloom settled on his face. Now that he had relaxed, he became acutely aware of a grave issue. This apocalypse was far more perilous than he had anticipated. There were people here, but they were not friendly. No, wasn't he the same in the world before? Yi Xiao seemed to recall something, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. He sighed, saying, "This place is more dangerous than I imagined. The environment is exceedingly harsh, the city is practically in decay, and there are mutated monsters. The people here seem quite unfriendly. Damn it, I'm a bit hungry." Yi Xiao rubbed his stomach. The system shop did not offer food, so he had to fend for himself. Rising to his feet, he turned to survey his surroundings and sighed, where on earth can I find something to eat in a place like this? What if I encounter someone outside? Cautiously, Yi Xiao approached the window, peering through the gaps in the stainless steel bars at the scene outside, which remained as grotesque as ever. Shadows flitted across the ground, and figures emerged from a distant street corner. Yi Xiao quickly sidestepped to hide against the wall, cautiously peeking out to observe. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed like vagabonds, their clothes in tatters, exuding a post-apocalyptic vibe. Their skin was sunburned and darkened. The 3 men were laden with various items that clinked as they moved. One was bald and tall, his biceps bulging, with an ordinary face. Another was short, with straw-colored hair topped by sunglasses, a silver chain hanging from his chest, and pockmarked skin riddled with bumps. The last was of medium height, lean, with a haggard face and dark circles under his eyes, giving him a particularly sinister appearance. In his hand was a weapon that resembled a gun, though it was unlike any Yi Xiao recognized. It was gun-like in nature but bore some differences, likely modified. The woman wore a tattered tank top, her exposed skin marred by bruises and welts, her face and around her eyes similarly marked, suggesting she had endured inhumane treatment. Around her neck was a collar, secured with a chain, held tightly in the hand of the brooding man, as if she were a mere pet on a leash. Chapter 5. Selecting the fortunate audience, Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, quietly observing the movements of a group of individuals at the street corner. They halted before a peculiar building, beneath which grew an odd plant, its verdant vines sprawling across the structure, adorned with white fruits resembling basketballs. As they approached, they raised their firearms, pulling the triggers towards the enormous flower but that hung overhead. A strange, shrill cry erupted from within the bud, followed by a rapid succession of gunfire, reducing several massive buds to mere pulp. The bald man then advanced, unsheathing a machete strapped to his leg, and struck down a few of the white fruits, tossing them to the others behind him. The 2 individuals at the back caught the fruits, and the brooding man sliced off a piece with his knife, hurling it towards the woman. She hurriedly caught it, devouring it ravenously. The 4 of them, clutching the fruits, turned the corner of the street, consuming as they went. Can this be eaten? Yi Xiao's heart leapt with joy. He waited by the window for a few minutes, and when the outside fell into silence, he cautiously descended the stairs. Peering out from the building, he confirmed the absence of immediate danger and swiftly dashed to the vine bearing the white fruits. With a crowbar, he knocked down several of the fruits, cradling the hefty white orbs before making a hasty retreat back into the building. Once inside the small structure, Yi Xiao settled onto the sofa, using the crowbar to pierce a hole in the fruit. The outer skin was brittle, tasting akin to a sweet melon. However, the interior was peculiar, veined with red, its flesh resembling raw meat. It had a delightful chewiness, imbued with sweetness and a rich aroma. Though the nature of this fruit remained a mystery, its edibility sufficed. Nestled within the small building, Yi Xiao refrained from venturing outside as the sky quickly darkened. The room, devoid of illumination, became increasingly somber, while the barrage of comments in the live stream chat erupted with viewers clamoring for him to embark on an adventure. Hongqian Yi Jian. What is going on? It's pitch black, can't see anything. Mango milkshake, is this the apocalypse? Are there zombies? I want to see some zombie slaying. Mickey S. Funhouse. Is the streamer just going to sit there? How cowardly. Second Master is here, what is wrong? Out of script, not performing anymore. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at the comments, a crowd that neither gifted nor showed support, only urging him towards peril. And that a Second Master is here, why was he always seeking attention? Right. He must have hit 1,000 fans by now. Yi Xiao quickly checked his follow account. Here, fans were genuine additions to the live stream's viewership. His stream likely hadn't garnered any recommendations, so those who stumbled upon it were indeed fortunate. He originally had no fans, with followers barely reaching double digits, not even surpassing 40. To gain 1,000 fans today was quite an achievement. Current follow account, 1123. Follow account has surpassed 1,000. Player teleportation feature has been activated. According to system evaluation, a comprehensive selection will be conducted based on argumentative tendencies, interaction levels, and viewing duration. Our fortunate audience will be randomly selected from the livestream, teleporting to the apocalypse to experience it alongside the streamer. As soon as the system completed its announcement, Yi Xiao beheld a slot machine materialize in midair. The chat instantly erupted. Sanhu, what on earth is this? A lottery machine. Nidan Bu Dan, holy crap, is the streamer actually doing a lottery? Hope I get picked. Luo Hai Cheng's yarn. Win-win. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow in exasperation. Are you certain this isn't my doing? It's the Apocalypse livestream system's mechanism, automatically selecting the unlucky soul chosen will be teleported here to suffer alongside me. Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, he smirked. I wonder who the unfortunate one will be. Sanhu. Seriously. Hanjian Shui, damn, I'm sweating bullets, brothers. Nidan Bu Dan, I take back what I just said. Luo Hai Chengxian, I was foolish, I was wrong. Yang Kai Lang. The streamer must be joking. Second master is here, keep spinning your tails, let us see if you can get me picked. At that moment, the lever of the slot machine pulled down automatically, and the 3 spinning reels began to whirl, showcasing the avatars and names of the viewers in the live stream. After a rapid succession of rotations, the reels gradually slowed, finally revealing a single avatar. An ordinary system avatar, ID, Second Master is here. Ye Xiao, sitting on the sofa, straightened up as a grin spread across his face, which only widened as he addressed the audience. Har har har, let us congratulate Second Master is here. Bang. A figure suddenly materialized 2 meters in front of the sofa, the man landing unceremoniously on the ground. He sat there, dazed, his phone still aglow, casting light on his somewhat plump yet bewildered face. Clad in a long-sleeved checked shirt, jeans, and ordinary sneakers, he stood just over 1.70 meters, his face marked with acne scars, presenting as an exceedingly average man in his 20s. Currently, he sat there, utterly perplexed, surveying his surroundings as if still processing his newfound situation. Oh, hello there, you must be Second Master is here. Ye Xiao, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, rested his chin on his hand, leisurely observing the man as if he were a mere spectacle. The chat had erupted into chaos, inundated with repetitive characters, filled with exclamations and a holy crap, as the viewers seemed rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Where is this? The bewildered man, as expected, uttered the question, prompting Ye Xiao to shrug and gesture with his hands. A dude, really? Weren't you just leaving comments in my livestream, didn't you see it all unfold? The grin that split Ye Xiao's face did not convey warmth to the man on the ground. Rather, it instilled a hint of terror. The system selects a fortunate audience member, teleporting them to the apocalypse to share this experience with me. Ye Xiao retrieved his phone from his pocket, illuminating his face with its glow, cheerfully exclaiming, "What's the matter? Have you forgotten so soon?" The man on the ground, still in shock, opened his mouth to speak. "Iwayu. You're that streamer, Ye Xiao?" Ye Xiao nodded. "Exactly, that's me." The man abruptly turned his head to survey the chaotic room, filled with a decaying atmosphere, before he slowly stood up, his steps unsteady as he approached the window. Chapter 6. What's the noise? Do you want to die? A colossal moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery veil of moonlight over the abandoned city, illuminating the desolate scenery with startling clarity. As he caught sight of the dilapidated, overgrown streets, the individual seemed to finally grasp the truth, murmuring with trembling lips, "No, it can't be. Mango milkshake, wow, wow, is that a living transformation? Cold river snow. Is that the Second Master arriving? The host is serious. 3 foxes, this contrarian is terrified, har har har. Sea of fallen leaves, har har har, congratulations on the Second Master's arrival. Sheep eating wolves. Congratulations on the Second Master's arrival. Egg milk not mild, don't you love to raise the bar? Keep it up. I want to go back, I want to go back." Suddenly, the person by the window seized Ye Xiao's clothing, his voice rising in terror as he cried out, "I want to go back, let me go back." The unexpected outburst startled Ye Xiao, who abruptly yanked the person closer, gripping his collar with a powerful hand, forcefully pinning the Second Master against the wall. With one hand firmly covering the other's mouth, the moonlight illuminated Ye Xiao's fierce gaze. He lowered his voice, teeth clenched, and hissed, "Oh, what's all this noise? Do you wish to die?" This place is swish, swish, swish. A series of eerie footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the window, freezing the 2 men against the wall, their bodies tensing involuntarily. Ye Xiao shot a warning glare at the Second Master. The latter's face, more grotesque than a cry, was filled with fear as he nodded vigorously. Swish, swish, swish. The strange footfalls quickened, accompanied by a series of sharp sounds, as if something was leaping, and it was alarmingly close to the window. No, it was right at the window. Ye Xiao's heart raced. He swiftly pulled the person beside him down, crouching below the window ledge. Outside the window, a security grille was in place, with 1 shard of glass missing, leaving only 1 pane intact. With a thud, something landed on the security grille outside, and a shadow slowly emerged from the side of the window frame. The dark figure clung to the grille, inching forward, obscuring much of the moonlight. It was a humanoid silhouette, its excessively long arms and emaciated body reminiscent of a desiccated corpse, with visible ribs. However, the head, no, it could hardly be described as a head, had completely shriveled, resembling a dehydrated fruit, hanging limply from the neck, which was fissured, revealing red, fleshy tumors from which countless writhing tendrils protruded. Among those tendrils, there seemed to be an organ that resembled a mouth. The creature was mere inches away, crouched outside the window, barely a meter from Ye Xiao and the other man below the ledge. Ye Xiao instinctively held his breath and cautiously peeked out, only to discover that the entity outside appeared oblivious to their presence. Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was this thing blind? Crack! A sharp sound emanated from beside him, as the second master attempted to crawl away on all fours, the sound originating from the glass shards beneath him. A piercing shriek erupted against the window, as the creature outside seemed to have suddenly found its target, frantically stretching its arms inward, its head's tendrils writhing through the gaps, causing the security grille to rattle violently. Arr! The individual in front of Yi Xiao kicked his legs frantically, scrambling to his feet and bolting toward the door in a panic. Idiot, don't run around, Yi Xiao cursed inwardly, hastily rising to pursue him. Bang, the door was suddenly slammed against, startling the man who had just reached it, causing him to fall back onto the ground, speechless, only to have a hand clamped firmly over his mouth. Don't make a sound. Yi Xiao's hushed voice whispered near his ear, just as another bang resounded. The already weak door was forcefully shoved open, sending dust and peeling wall plaster cascading to the floor, gurgling. The grotesque sounds of slithering filled the air as a humanoid monster appeared at the threshold, staggering into the room. Its skeletal frame was unmistakably once human, the emaciated body, resembling a desiccated corpse, had limbs that were unnaturally elongated, devoid of any fat, with skin tightly stretched over the distorted bones, giving it a bluish hue. Its exterior seemed to be enveloped in a thin, waxy layer, while two writhing tendrils protruded from the empty eye sockets, squirming outside. Its jaw and upper jaw were completely separated, from which several writhing tendrils emerged, dancing eerily in the air. The gaunt legs trembled as they took hesitant steps closer to Yi Xiao and the other man. The two crouched against the wall, paralyzed with fear, the man in the shirt trembling violently, reduced to a quivering quail beneath Yi Xiao's hand that covered his mouth. As the swaying figure drew nearer, both instinctively held their breath. Yi Xiao's gaze suddenly fell upon a broken television cabinet nearby, where a vase rested precariously. He cautiously extended his hand toward the vase, lifting it gently before tossing it into the distance. The vase arced through the air, shattering with a resounding crash in the corner of the living room. In an instant, the monster emitted a shriek and leaped toward the direction of the shattered vase. Yi Xiao subtly nudged the second master, exchanging a knowing glance and gesturing toward the door. They both sprang to their feet, legs coiling with tension, as Yi Xiao held up his finger, silently counting down. When the countdown reached 0, they surged forward, Yi Xiao shoving the second master out ahead of him, both racing down the stairs in a frenzy. Just as they reached the second floor, a shriek erupted from below. Their second master, running ahead, had no time to stop and collided directly with the creature on the stairs. As he opened his mouth to scream, a powerful pull from behind yanked him back, halting his momentum. The second master fell back onto the stairs, and just then, a whooshing sound echoed above. A metal crowbar swung down from above, crashing against the creature on the stairs with a resounding thud, sending it tumbling down. As the creature rolled down the steps and attempted to rise, Yi Xiao, in hot pursuit, delivered another blow. Without a second thought, he dashed down the stairs, shouting, "Run!" The shrill cries followed them, as they bolted from the small building, racing toward the street corner. Behind them, a cacophony erupted, with more than one eerie shriek echoing through the air, as mutated beings occasionally leaped out from the shadows of the street. Just as they rounded the corner, spotting the strange figures moving slowly down the street, Yi Xiao abruptly halted, pushing the second master into a nearby alleyway. He pressed his hand firmly over the other's mouth, their bodies pressed tightly against the wall. Chapter 7 captured. The two men huddled tightly in the alley, not daring to breathe, as several peculiar mutated beings rushed past them on the street. Phew! They both exhaled in relief, but the man in the plaid shirt suddenly buckled at the knees, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, cautiously peering out towards the street before nudging the person beside him, signaling him to move further into the alley. "The second master is here," he whispered, and the other, now hesitant to act recklessly, silently followed Yi Xiao deeper into the shadows. They treaded lightly, with Yi Xiao illuminating the way with his phone's flashlight, carefully assessing the situation in the alley. Just as they turned a corner, three figures abruptly emerged ahead, blocking their path. Homemade modified gun barrels revealed dark, gaping muzzles, aimed directly at Yi Xiao and his companion. The flashlight's beam illuminated the three men across from them, a bald man, a short one, and a slender fellow, those same individuals from earlier in the day. Yi Xiao silently raised his hands, and the gaunt man in the tattered short-sleeved shirt sneered, "Finally caught you, oh, and look, there are two of you." Their second master beside Yi Xiao wore a face of sheer joy, as if he had found a savior. Resembling a pitiful dog wagging its tail, he dashed towards the three men. "Great! Finally, someone is here. Fantastic, a bang!" The bald man responded without hesitation, striking the fellow with the butt of his gun right on the forehead, knocking him unconscious. Observing the crumpled figure, Yi Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation and muttered, "A fool." "Har!" The slender man spat derisively, casting a knowing glance at the bald man. Aware that the others were armed, Yi Xiao understood that escape was futile. He opted to remain compliant, recognizing that such discretion might spare him further suffering. Most crucially, judging by the demeanor of these men, it appeared they had no intention of killing them. Perhaps he could glean some information about their surroundings. The bald man stepped forward, snatching the crowbar and phone from Yi Xiao's grasp. He then shoved Yi Xiao along, trailing behind the other two into a building. The men wielded flashlights, leading them into an apartment complex. Instead of ascending, they descended along the emergency staircase to the basement. The pitch-black corridor was lined with iron doors, revealing it to be a storage area. After walking for a while, Yi Xiao was pushed through a door. In one corner of the room sat a peculiar lamp resembling a portable light, looking rather strange and seemingly non-electric. The lamp's glow illuminated the spacious area, which measured about 30 to 40 square meters, cluttered with various items, broken tables and chairs strewn haphazardly across more than half the space. In the corner lay a tattered mattress, upon which sat the woman from earlier, her neck and limbs bound with iron collars, chained together. The second master, dragged in like a lifeless dog, was shoved into the corner, while Yi Xiao was similarly escorted by the bald man. The two were securely tied to two large paint buckets, separated from the mattress by a heap of debris. The iron door was locked, reinforced with an additional barrier. The gaunt man approached, holding Yi Xiao's phone, and squatted down half a meter in front of him, perusing its contents. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao discreetly scrutinized the three men. Their skin was notably dark, and aside from their unappealing features, they bore no striking resemblance to one another. The only oddity was the dark purple veins that crept along their arms and necks, exuding an ominous aura. The gaunt man raised his gaze to meet Yi Xiao's. In this day and age, a smartphone still exists. How intriguing. He grasped Yi Xiao's chin, tilting his face side to side for inspection. Who would have thought we'd encounter someone from beyond the high wall? Looks like our trio has struck it lucky. Excitement flickered in the man's eyes as the short one gestured towards the still unconscious second master. Not just him, both of these two are. The bald man scrutinized Yi Xiao, a hint of suspicion evident in his gaze. How did these two manage to escape the high wall? How did those people even let them out? The gaunt man scoffed. Who cares, as long as we bring them back? What do we have to worry about regarding the drugs? He lifted the gun barrel, pressing it against Yi Xiao's face, the cold metal sending a shiver down his spine. Kid, if you behave, you'll suffer less on this journey. I'd rather not have to kill you prematurely. The three men rummaged through Yi Xiao's belongings, issuing warnings before turning away, navigating past the clutter towards the mattress in the corner. A murmur of conversation ensued. We've hit the jackpot this time. Who would have expected to encounter two from the high wall? However, it's just the three of us. Bringing these two along might complicate things, don't you think? Perhaps we could use the radio to contact the Free Fire people for extraction. I'm just worried that the message might get intercepted, leading to trouble. Let us see how it goes. We'll cross this city first. Yi Xiao listened intently, recognizing that they mentioned the high wall, which seemed to refer to a specific location, and a group called Free Fire. The men believed they were also from the high wall, likely due to some shared characteristics. Most importantly, they spoke of drugs. Yi Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. Why would bringing them along result in access to drugs? Did they intend to use them as bargaining chips, or did those from the high wall hold some peculiar value? At that moment, a commotion erupted from the corner, filled with the foul curses of men and the cries of women, sending chills down Yi Xiao's spine. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the woman. Such a tragic fate. It was only then that Yi Xiao had the opportunity to check the live stream's comments. 3 foxes. Their host is in dire straits, captured once again. Sheep eats wolf. What is that sound? Is there something we can't see? Cold river snow. What about the second master? Yi Xiao glanced towards their second master, nudging his leg with his foot. Before long, the man groggily awoke, bewildered as he realized he was tightly bound. His gaze flicked to Yi Xiao, who was similarly restrained, and he began to squirm, attempting to break free. Yi Xiao shot him a glare, whispering, "Don't waste your energy, fool." Their second master slumped his shoulders, hopelessly surveying the surroundings, his face a mask of anxiety and fear. The online audience in the live stream had surpassed 2,000, with new followers exceeding the same number. A system notification indicated the possibility of selecting a lucky viewer, but Yi Xiao grimaced at the thought. Given the current predicament, it was best to let that opportunity pass. Chapter 8. The arrival of second master. At this moment, in the live streaming room, the barrage of comments surged. Sat smiley milk egg not light. Why isn't second master being called anymore? Keep calling him. See falling into immortality. Why has the nitpicker stopped nitpicking? Aladdin's lamp. Hee not hee. Their path is a bit wild. This idiot's actions are truly blinding. Liang is me, seriously dragging behind. If the host weren't here, this fool would have already perished. Puppet man. This guy actually approached someone. I am truly impressed. Crimson Knight, what on earth is going on? Is there really a system? Incredible. I love you strong. Har. He's so miserable. I'm so delighted. Salted fish won't turn over. This can't be a joke, can it? Shouldn't we call the police? Coffee bean not bitter. The police have already been called. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes and muttered, if calling the police were effective, would I still be here? The others were engrossed in some sort of group activity and would certainly not pay them any mind. Stretching his long legs, he kicked Second Master, who seemed to have lost his soul. Hey, what's your name? The person across from him slowly lifted his head, his despondent eyes completely devoid of spark, presenting a pitiful visage. He opened his mouth, speaking weakly, Zhu Chirui. Yi Xiao smirked slightly, why the long face, weren't you just boasting about being chosen? Isn't this what you wished for, why aren't you happy? Zhu Chirui pressed his lips together, watching Yi Xiao's eyes gradually redden, his lips quivering slightly. I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked back. I won't do it again, please, send me back, I beg you. Zhu Chirui sniffled, his voice tinged with sobs. Yi Xiao abruptly kicked the man's leg, frowning as he glared at him, lowering his voice, why shout so loudly? Are you afraid they won't notice? Upon hearing Yi Xiao, Zhu Chirui immediately clamped his mouth shut, his ordinary face now a portrait of despair, devoid of the earlier bravado displayed in the live stream. He hung his head, anxiously glancing around, then suddenly shot a fierce glare at Yi Xiao, gritting his teeth. You brought me here, you have to take me back, you are responsible. Zhu Chirui glared at Yi Xiao, his teeth clenched, as if he wished to tear Yi Xiao apart. Yi Xiao regarded him with a frosty glare, surprised that this fellow still had the audacity to threaten him. Understand this, it wasn't me who brought you here, but the live stream system. I was dragged here myself. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at Zhu Chirui, if you wish to die, go ahead, if not, behave yourself. To those people, we are merely commodities, don't be naive enough to think they will assist us. Yi Xiao leaned back lazily, if you truly wish to end it all, then go ahead. I won't intervene. He listened to the clamour from the corner and quietly warned Zhu Chirui, at least I have a system on my side. As long as you follow me obediently, surviving won't be too difficult. Yi Xiao's words roused Zhu Chirui from his despair. A flicker of hope returned to his countenance. Zhu Chirui eagerly nodded, immediately pledging his loyalty to Yi Xiao. I will obey, I'll do whatever you say, brother, I will follow your lead. The man across wore an obsequious expression, and Yi Xiao squinted his eyes, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. Let us hope you can keep your word. Don't act foolishly like before, otherwise, I will decisively abandon you. Hearing Yi Xiao's warning, Zhu Chirui nodded silently, lowering his head and shrinking his neck. Yi Xiao glanced at the live stream comments. I love milk tea, I hope he doesn't drag us down. Coke chicken wings, I wonder if certain individuals have any self-awareness. Invincible Monkey King, I really don't understand why we're bringing this burden along. Truly a saint. Shadow Poet, didn't the host bring him here? Shouldn't they be responsible? Isn't this illegal? Three Foxes, the host doesn't have that kind of power. It's already generous of them to help this guy. Salted fish won't turn over, I've already called the police, but they don't believe me. Black Currant. Their host is now captured, isn't he running away? Yi Xiao hadn't anticipated that someone had indeed reported to the police, however, he was acutely aware that if calling the police were effective, he wouldn't be in this predicament. As for escaping, he shook his head, lowering his voice, this place is sealed off, escaping isn't easy, and they have firearms. We must wait for the right moment. Yi Xiao, currently banned, was relieved that the live stream system was controlled through consciousness. He accessed the marketplace, during which many fans had sent gifts, and the system was quite intelligent, thanking them automatically. Thank you all for the gifts. His points had accumulated to 268, but the items available for exchange were still rather meager. Aside from a dagger and a machete, nothing particularly formidable had been unlocked, given the current circumstances. Lacking a firearm provided no sense of security. Even with a gun, he might not be able to handle the three adversaries. The most basic handgun costs 1,000 points. Please, everyone, lend a hand, friends who like me, support me with a ship. Yi Xiao shamelessly solicited gifts from the fans in the live stream. After all, his equipment and points relied heavily on the fans. As long as these patrons were pleased, his days here would be considerably smoother. Since they had been captured, it was not a moment to escape, and with nightfall upon them, the number of viewers in the live stream drastically decreased, and the barrage of comments gradually faded. To conserve enough strength to find an opportunity to escape the following day, Yi Xiao closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. The next morning, while sleeping soundly with his mouth agape, Yi Xiao was abruptly jolted awake by a powerful shove. Groggily, he opened his eyes, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Damn, this kid sleeps pretty well, get up. Yi Xiao shook his head, only to be lifted by the bald man, who bound both him and Zhu Chirui's hands together with a thick nylon rope. The short fellow strung them, along with the woman, onto the same rope and dragged them out of the apartment building. Yi Xiao was pulled out of the dilapidated unit, greeted by the brisk chill of the morning. It was then that he carefully surveyed his surroundings. The plants were not all oversized. Although the vegetation on both sides was lush, it remained relatively normal. However, some flora seemed to have grown excessively, as if they had consumed growth hormones, sprawling like monsters. A layer of dew coated the surrounding foliage, and several lizards sluggishly crawled along the branches. Clearly, some of the plants and animals in this world had undergone some form of mutation. Damn it, out of energy. The short man in front suddenly cursed, fiddling with a peculiar homemade gun. The body of the gun resembled a shotgun, but atop where the ammunition should be loaded was an odd device, containing a red liquid that seemed nearly depleted. At the barrel's end, a sharp blade was affixed. Upon hearing the short man's complaint, the bald man grasping the rope suddenly remarked, "It's time to scavenge for some seeds." Chapter 9, Seed Core. Having eavesdropped on the conversation between the two individuals, Yi Xiao's heart stirred at the mention of this term, which reminded him of the green liquid contained in the gun's reservoir. This inevitably led him to recall the mutated giant grasshopper he had slain previously, from which something had fallen. Could it be that what he had encountered was indeed the seed core these individuals spoke of? It appeared that this object could potentially serve as some form of ammunition. There was undoubtedly technology here that he was unaware of. However, Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, recalling a pressing matter. What about the red seed core? He distinctly remembered placing it in his pocket, and it seemed those individuals had not discovered it during their search. Suddenly, the livestream system store interface appeared unexpectedly, startling Yi Xiao. He glanced around to ensure that no one else could see it before he exhaled in relief. Bewildered, he stared at the interface that had suddenly materialized. It was not the store interface he had anticipated, but rather an item inventory, which currently contained 10 slots. To his astonishment, the seed core lay nestled within the inventory. Wait, there's an item inventory. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Yi Xiao felt a wave of exasperation. Had he known, he would have placed the crowbar in the inventory. But wait, why did the seed core automatically enter the inventory while the crowbar did not? As if to elucidate this for Yi Xiao, the system automatically displayed an explanation for the item inventory. The items in the store originated from the previous world and could not be placed in the inventory. Conversely, the inventory could only hold items from this world, which could then be transported back to the previous world. In other words, the item inventory also functioned as a transportable backpack, allowing only items from this world to be stored. Once back in the previous world, one could only retrieve items but could not privately carry any resources from that world, which could only be obtained through the livestream system. Return to the previous world. Yi Xiao's heart raced with joy. Could it be that he could indeed go back? Yet, the conditions for such a return were not elucidated. Just as Yi Xiao pondered this, the individuals in front abruptly halted and turned to look at him. As their gazes fell upon him, the panel before Yi Xiao vanished in an instant. The emaciated man glanced at the bald individual and inquired, "Hey, didn't this kid acquire a seed core yesterday? Wasn't it found during the search?" The bald man shook his head, replying, "No, he doesn't have a seed core on him." The emaciated man clearly did not believe this, striding toward Yi Xiao with a predatory glint in his eye, while he signaled to the shorter man. The shorter man quickly approached, probing Yi Xiao's person once more, only to shake his head in defeat. "Kid, what happened to the seed core you got yesterday?" The emaciated man fixed his intense gaze upon Yi Xiao, exuding an oppressive aura. At that moment, Yi Xiao's heart raced. He had not anticipated this confrontation. However, he remained unfazed, knowing that these individuals could not possibly uncover the truth. Yet, if he feigned ignorance, they would undoubtedly remain skeptical. Thus, Yi Xiao concocted a plausible excuse. "Well, I don't know. I placed it in my pants pocket, but it might have fallen out when I fled last night." "Damn it, you truly are worthless." The emaciated man cursed, yanking on the rope with surprising force. The sudden tug caught Yi Xiao and the others off guard, causing them to stumble forward. While Yi Xiao managed to steady himself, but the woman in front was not so fortunate. Her already tattered clothing and worn jeans had been further damaged, resulting in a scraped knee. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the trio seemed to accept his explanation without much suspicion. The emaciated man cast a disdainful glance in his direction, muttering under his breath, but did not press further. The shorter man turned to the emaciated man and suggested quietly, "We don't have much stock left. Let us prepare some seed cores before we set off." The emaciated man nodded in agreement, stating, "We'll pick a spot shortly and set a trap." He cast a casual glance back at Yi Xiao and the others, adding, "These guys should come in handy too." Yi Xiao and his companions were dragged along as they followed the trio onward. Yi Xiao walked in the middle, with Zhu Churui behind him and the woman ahead. The woman was filthy, exuding a foul odor akin to that of the three men, and it was unclear how long it had been since she had bathed. She wore a ragged tank top, her body marred with bruises. The deep welts on her neck and wrists suggested she had been restrained for quite some time. Like Zhu Churui, she kept her head down, mechanically trailing forward, seemingly oblivious to her scraped knee. Yet, Yi Xiao exhibited no signs of despair. After all, Succumbing to despondency was not an option if he wished to survive. He remained vigilant, observing his surroundings and the movements of the three men, recognizing this as a valuable opportunity to learn. During the day, it appeared that the mutated beings that roamed at night were nowhere to be seen, and the trio's path seemed meticulously chosen. In areas devoid of towering flora, they walked closely along the edges of buildings. Even when the roads were spacious, they remained pressed against the structures. Moreover, the moment they entered a more open area, they became notably silent. When encountering massive roots or vine-like plants, they would scrutinize them closely, seemingly ensuring that no strange creatures resided above. Upon spotting colossal flowering plants from a distance, they would opt to steer clear, even taking alternate routes. The day had fully dawned, and the blinding sunlight swiftly illuminated the abandoned city, casting an intricate tapestry of light and shadow. The once sparsely populated live stream room saw a sudden influx of viewers, likely due to the morning commute. Kohler chicken wings, good morning, streamer. Nidan Bu Dan, just woke up, checked right away if the streamer was here. Feng Hoa Shui Yu. Is the streamer still alive? Sanhu Oh, is the day of the captive starting? Blackcurrant, is the streamer planning to escape today? The viewer count surged rapidly, and several comments caught Yi Xiao's attention. Fuer Mo Sa. Is this a movie? Luo Hai Chengxian, no, the streamer is live streaming in the apocalypse. Senhoer, if it's a live stream, why isn't he speaking? Sanhu. Dude, didn't you see that the streamer and his group were captured? How can he talk? Qingkao Di, are they filming a show? Blackcurrant, the newcomers probably don't know. The streamer is live streaming in the apocalypse, it's really in the apocalyptic world. Yi Xiao silently observed the barrage of comments. It was evident that a significant number of new viewers had entered the live stream. Currently, he was unable to speak, but it seemed the live stream system did not allow for moderators. That's right, the streamer should be able to send comments. With a thought, Yi Xiao replied in the comments. Streamer, Yi Xiao, I'm traversing the apocalypse with a live stream system, currently captured and unable to interact with everyone. If anyone is wealthy, please support the captain with gifts, so I can exchange for weapons in the system store. Streamer, Yi Xiao. These individuals may soon use us as bait, we must find a way to escape. Senhoer, this is quite believable. Chapter 10, Why aren't we running? It was evident that some of the newcomers were just as skeptical as the previous audience, adamantly insisting that they were merely. After all, Yi Xiao was hesitant to engage with them, and the silence indeed resembled a cinematic experience. The gun required 1,000 points to redeem, and accumulating such a sum felt a distant prospect. However, Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon the weapons strapped to the backs of the three individuals. These armaments likely belonged to this world and might be stowed in the inventory. Yet, the notion of stealing a gun from them was nearly impossible. A voice from ahead, belonging to the bald man, broke the silence. It seems there are no signs of activity from anyone else nearby. They look pristine. How could they have been easily released from the high walls? The short one suddenly interjected. By the way, wasn't there a vehicle that circled around the outskirts a few days? Could they be a part of a lost convoy? The gaunt man furrowed his brows, seemingly contemplating. They are holding high-end smartphones, so they must be young masters from within the high walls. The bald man sniffed. Those two phones alone could fetch a high price. If we pull this off, we'll be set for life. The gaunt man frowned deeply and spat. Who cares? Let us push further in. If those folks come looking, it'll be troublesome. We need to move quickly. Once we deliver the goods, we can enjoy ourselves in the Black Iron district. The short one pouted in frustration. If only we had a vehicle. Listening to their conversation, Zhu Chirui suddenly reached out and nudged Yi Xiao's back. Yi Xiao turned to look at him, only to see Zhu Chirui mouthing, "Aren't we running?" Yi Xiao rolled his eyes in response. Did he really think they could flee right under the noses of these people? What if he got shot? Moreover, Zhu Chirui, in Yi Xiao's eyes, was merely a burden. While he could abandon him and escape, he was uncertain how the audience in the live stream would react. Having just started the broadcast, losing someone right after bringing them in would deter future participants from entering the stream. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream was rife with impatience. Niu Mar Sher Wo. Why aren't we running? Han Jiang Shuer, wait, what is the host waiting for? Still not running? Senhoer, given the current situation, I advise the host against taking rash actions. Those with money should board the ship. Let the host exchange for weapons. How can we run without weapons? Qingkao Di, why aren't we running? The host is too timid. Xiao Shueji. The host is truly a coward, can't he run? Night and Bu Dan, oh my, I have an elective class soon, when is the host planning to flee? Suddenly, the three ahead halted their steps, and Yu Xiao felt the rope around his hand tighten. They were swiftly pulled into the corner of a wall. The trio held their guns tightly. Peering around the corner, they engaged in hushed conversation. The gaunt man said, "We're quite close to the deep zone here. Shall we execute a job?" The short one inspected the gun in his hand, craning his neck to glance down the street. "Fine, let us finish this job, and then we'll continue circling the outskirts." The gaunt man nudged the bald one and pointed to a tall building across the street. "Let us head to the rooftop." After their exchange, the bald man cast a warning glance back at Yu Xiao and Zhu Chirui. "Keep your mouths shut and stay close." Yu Xiao and Zhu Chirui were bewildered as they were yanked forward by the force of the rope, emerging from the corner. The gaunt man led the way, crouching low as they jogged across the wide street toward the building. As Yu Xiao was pulled around the corner, he glanced back at the direction the trio had been observing, and his eyes widened in shock. Unlike the previously overgrown ruins, the area across the street was largely bereft of vegetation, possibly due to its proximity to the city center, which lacked green spaces. Only a few thick roots clung to the buildings. Consequently, the dilapidation of these structures appeared less severe. However, what stood out were the grotesque fleshy tumas adorning their exteriors. Enormous red growths hung like cysts from the corners of the buildings. A colossal crow, its body twisted with tentacles, perched atop one of the structures, scanning its surroundings with a bobbing head. Suddenly, one of the thick roots shifted, and the massive crow swooped down, the rush of air from its flapping wings palpable even to Yu Xiao and his companions at the street's edge. The gigantic bird dove glided and then returned to its perch, its beak now clenching a half-meter-long insect. With just a fleeting glance, Yu Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. The street before him was undeniably hellish. The tugging of the rope compelled Yu Xiao and his companions into the building. It was an office tower, with most of the glass shattered. The interior was long abandoned, the once luxurious decor now peeling and weathered. Upon entering the building, an unpleasant odor overwhelmed their senses, reminiscent of dried, decaying flesh, with a foul, briny scent. This stench seemed to emanate from the black, viscous substances in the corners of the floors, akin to ruptured cysts that might have once housed something that had since hatched. The gaunt man approached the black matter, prodding it with his foot. The dried, accumulated substance crumbled under the pressure. He sighed in relief and stated, "It's been a long time, there shouldn't be any issues. Let us head to the rooftop." Yu Xiao and his companions were pushed forward, with the short one guarding the rear with his gun. There was no escape for Yu Xiao and Zhu Chirui. Ascending through the safety passage to the top floor, the gaunt man cautiously pushed open the iron door to the rooftop. After confirming it was safe, he turned to the short one, saying, "You keep an eye on them here. We'll go take a look." With that, he and the bald man stepped onto the terrace. The short one, revealing a set of yellow teeth, kicked at Yu Xiao and his companions, ordering them to huddle in the corner. He settled himself on the steps ahead, one hand clutching his gun while the other delved into his pocket, retrieving Yu Xiao's phone. The short one, brimming with pride, examined the phone in his hand, the screen illuminating with a prompt for a password. He clicked his tongue and glanced at Yu Xiao, nodding towards him. "Hey, kid, what is the password?" Yu Xiao briefly surveyed the iron door to the terrace and then the individuals across from him before responding, 920301. The short one lowered his head to input the password, and at that moment, while the attention of those around him was fixated on the phone, a shopping interface unexpectedly materialized before Yu Xiao. Current points, 389. Yu Xiao's gaze remained fixated on the gun held in the short one's right hand. At that moment, the short one's focus was entirely absorbed by the phone. While Yu Xiao exchanged glances with Zhu Chirui and the woman, both of whom appeared bewildered, seemingly not grasping his intent. Yu Xiao's eyes locked onto the gun's barrel. As he noticed it slightly shift, he suddenly exerted force through his legs, propelling his bound hands toward the weapon in a desperate lunge. Chapter 11, The Broadcaster Commits Murder. Yu Xiao's sudden lunge startled the short man, causing him to instinctively pull the trigger. However, to his dismay, the weapon he had been holding had mysteriously vanished. "What?" the short man gasped, only to be pinned to the ground by Yu Xiao's momentum. A nearby woman, witnessing the commotion, hurried forward to assist, yet, unexpectedly, the short man exhibited surprising strength, making it difficult for Yu Xiao to maintain his weight atop him. In a swift motion, the short man drew a machete from his thigh and swung it menacingly at Yu Xiao. A chilling aura, laced with the scent of blood, emanated from the blade, causing Yu Xiao's hair to stand on end. Instinctively, he leaned back, the sudden movement tautening the rope that bound him, allowing the sharp edge of the blade to slice through the taut rope, severing it in two. Due to the inertia, Yu Xiao tumbled to the ground, while the short man, with incredible speed, pivoted and raised the machete high, preparing to strike. In that critical moment, Yu Xiao expended 235 points to redeem a survival knife from the marketplace. The 28 centimeters blade materialized in his restrained hands just as the short man's body lunged toward the knife's tip. Everything transpired too rapidly for Yi Xiao to fully comprehend. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh. The short man halted mid-lunge, staring blankly at his chest, where the knife had penetrated precisely at the heart's location, embedding itself deep within. Crimson blood began to ooze from the wound, quickly blossoming into a gruesome flower across the man's chest. Yi Xiao, taken aback by the horrific scene, hastily shoved the lifeless body aside. The short man lay there, eyes wide open, devoid of breath. Suddenly, a deafening crash jolted Yi Xiao back to reality. He turned sharply to see Zhu Chirui and the woman still tethered together by ropes, desperately clinging to the door handle, their faces a mix of alarm and panic. "Hurry, we can't hold on much longer." Zhu Chirui's voice trembled as they exerted every ounce of strength, bracing themselves against the ground. Yi Xiao snapped back to attention, swiftly retrieving the knife from the side of the corpse and racing toward the iron door. He joined the effort to brace the door, using the knife to sever the ropes binding their wrists. The iron door swung outward, thick and sturdy, requiring immense force from the outside to pry it open. "Damn it, open the door. You're all dead." The shouts from outside seeped through the cracks, but it was evident that the assailants were reluctant to raise their voices, fearing detection. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. Having dispatched one of their attackers, he knew that if these two were captured, they would face dire consequences, possibly even brutal retaliation. They had to escape. His gaze fell upon a mobile phone lying on the staircase, and an idea struck him. He hurriedly descended a few steps, snatching the phone from the ground, activating the music player, and blasting an energetic dance track at maximum volume. He then placed the phone at the bottom of the door, directing the sound toward the gap. The pulsating music erupted, filling the balcony with its vibrant beats. Behind the door, the two assailants could be heard cursing in frustration. "Damn it, cursed." Just then, a strange call echoed from outside, drawing nearer. Baldy came the frantic shout from the gaunt man, followed by the thunderous crack of gunfire. The roar of anger mingled with the monstrous howls, and Yi Xiao realized that their attackers were now preoccupied with the chaos outside. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly untied Zhu Chirui and the woman, then used the rope to secure the door handle to a nearby railing. He shouted to them. He grabbed the machete and the backpack, quickly. Zhu Chirui glanced at the lifeless short man before hastily picking up the fallen machete, while the woman seized the backpack. Having secured the rope, Yi Xiao snatched the backpack from the woman's grasp, urging both of them to flee. "Run, hurry." The trio dashed down the staircase, the music gradually fading as they burst out of the building. Surprisingly, the woman displayed commendable stamina, sprinting swiftly, while Zhu Chirui appeared pale and breathless, his lips devoid of color by the time they reached the ground floor. Wait, I can't run anymore," Zhu Chirui gasped weakly, his feet trembling as he called out to Yi Xiao. Why Yi Xiao paid him no heed, retorting, "If you can't run, you might as well wait to die." Hearing this, Zhu Chirui dared not protest further, gritting his teeth and mustering every ounce of strength to keep pace with Yi Xiao. The rooftop above was in disarray, with colossal figures converging upon the building. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from above, startling the trio as something crashed into the adjacent structure. The woman pointed in a direction, "Run toward the outskirts." Without hesitation, they followed her lead, sprinting down the street. After traversing several blocks, exhaustion set in, compelling them to seek refuge in an abandoned apartment building. Their minds, deprived of adequate blood flow, felt dizzy as they collapsed onto the ground within a room. Zhu Chirui sprawled on the floor like a defeated dog, gasping for breath. The ordeal had undoubtedly equated to a year's worth of exertion. The woman slid down against the wall, relief washing over her in the aftermath of their narrow escape. Yi Xiao dropped the backpack from his shoulders, propping himself up as he breathed heavily. After a prolonged moment, they began to regain their composure. Meanwhile, the live stream's comments flooded the screen with fervor. "Three Foxes, awesome, the broadcaster is incredible. Morning Fire, thrilling, damn, so exhilarating, what a treasure of a live stream. Senhoer, that knife earlier wasn't a prop, it was a genuine murder. Milk Egg not mild. I almost screamed in my elective class, damn, that was intense. Big Cousin, the broadcaster has committed murder, and you're still here calling it thrilling. Handsome Boy Soldier, are you still considering calling the police? Are you an idiot? This is the apocalypse. Failed Men, is there still anyone unaware that the broadcaster is in the apocalypse? If you don't fight back, are you just waiting to be slaughtered? Funny, are you insane? This is clearly a movie, how can you be so foolish? Chapter 12, The Beginner's Gift Package. The barrage of comments flooded the screen incessantly, accompanied by a continuous stream of gift notifications. Yi Xiao cast a glance and was taken aback to discover that there were already 10 captains. Suddenly, a live stream panel appeared before him. The number of viewers has reached 10,000, and a beginner's gift package has been awarded. A gift package. Yi Xiao's expression brightened, and he glanced at the woman beside him before rising to his feet, saying, I need to use the restroom. With that, he made his way toward the bathroom within the room. Yi Xiao hurried into the restroom, gently closing the peeling plastic door behind him. He then spoke in a hushed tone. Hello everyone, I apologize for not interacting earlier due to the circumstances. As you can see, I have been transported to the apocalypse. Funny mask. No way, is this for real? Initially, the audience, who had thought they were merely watching a film, began to flood the chat with comments. Clearly, Yi Xiao's sudden interaction shattered their skepticism. Little fish sauce. Didn't I say that earlier? Some people just refuse to believe. Ganstar, the host is amazing, I support him on the ship. Big brother, you still support the host after he kills someone. Is there any humanity left? Yi Xiao took a deep breath, recalling the lifeless face that had stared at him with wide eyes, and the chest stained crimson. He exhaled sharply, his hand trembling slightly, and shook his head vigorously to steady his thoughts. In that situation, if I hadn't resisted, it would have been my demise. Those individuals wouldn't have lectured us on the rule of law. Merely surviving is an achievement. 3 foxes, exactly, the host's primary objective is to survive. Who has the luxury to be a saint in the apocalypse? Hip-hop monster, not running when you had the chance was foolish. You should have fled earlier. No name, elementary students shouldn't act like experts. You would have been scared out of your wits. Hip-hop monster, this is hilarious. What's there to fear? It was inevitable, you should have fled with a weapon. Naidan Bu Dan, oh, you're so impressive, can you outrun a bullet? Hip-hop monster, can't you even hide in the neighboring house? Truly foolish, a bunch of useless people. Falling into the sea and becoming an immortal, I just laugh and say nothing, everyone understands. Little boat capsized, you're a bit cunning, aren't you? Liang is me. We all get it, we all get it. Falling into the sea and becoming an immortal sent a sly emoji, and the fans who had been present the previous day chimed in. They had all witnessed how Second Master arrived, had met his demise, and now some were fanning the flames in the comments. Yi Xiao shook his head in exasperation. This group truly thrived on chaos. Currently, Yi Xiao had amassed 878 points, and the tally continued to rise as more individuals joined the ship. The number of viewers in the live stream had reached 13,563. By the way, there's also the gift package. Yi Xiao suddenly recalled and exclaimed, right, since the viewer count has surpassed 10,000, the system has awarded a gift package. He hurriedly opened the beginner's gift package before him. I wonder what treasures await. No sooner had he spoken than, with a loud thud, a wilderness survival backpack materialized in midair and landed on the ground. Many new viewers were startled by the sudden appearance of the backpack. Cola bottle, what the heck, what's happening? Kapor itches, is the host performing magic? Naidan Bu Dan. Our basic skills, don't be too flashy. Awesome cow, you'll get used to it if you watch more. Suck on a sweet plum, hurry and see what good stuff is in the backpack. Spurred on by the barrage of comments, Yi Xiao began to inspect the backpack. It appears to be a wilderness survival backpack. The backpack was quite large, with a straight knife hanging from its exterior. Yi Xiao, having followed numerous wilderness survival and tactical vloggers, recognized the knife. It resembled Cold Steel's Bushman, being lightweight and slim, complete with a fire starter. Most notably, the knife's handle was hollow in the center, allowing it to be affixed to the end of a stick, transforming it into a spear. The backpack had ample storage space, and it was filled to the brim with various items: 1 sleeping bag, 1 rain tarp, 1 thermos, 3 bottles of water, 6 compressed biscuits, 6 high-calorie chocolates, 2 windproof lighters, 2 fire starters, 1 portable camping pot, 1 folding stove, 1 headlamp, 1 powerful flashlight, 10 batteries, 1 first aid kit, along with gloves, paracord, and tape, among other essentials. In addition to the backpack, there was a small chest bag containing essential emergency tools, such as a multi-tool, a small flashlight, fire starters, a water purifier, 26 water purification tablets, a small knife, paracord, and a warm mask. In summary, this gift package arrived just in time, ensuring he wouldn't be left defenseless in this apocalyptic world. After thoroughly inspecting the contents, Yi Xiao slung the backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside. Zhu Chirui cast a glance at the backpack in his hand, easily deducing it was a gift from the Livestream system. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Xiao's back, but she refrained from asking further questions. Having witnessed the knife materializing in Yi Xiao's hand moments ago, she was already profoundly curious, but those who had survived in the apocalypse understood one fundamental principle: mind your own business, and avoid asking unnecessary questions. Yi Xiao set the backpack aside and then reached for the backpack he had borrowed from the short man. Unzipping it, he found a disarray of various items within, and from one side, he extracted a stainless steel water bottle, shaking it lightly. Hearing the sound of water sloshing inside, Zhu Chirui's eyes lit up. Yi Xiao twisted off the cap and tilted his head back to take a sip. The bottle contained only half a flask of water. Although there was water in the gift package, in such a desolate place, it seemed unlikely to find a reliable source of water, so he had to be frugal. Yi Xiao passed the water bottle to Zhu Chirui, firmly instructing, take small sips, just one mouthful each. Zhu Chirui eagerly accepted the water bottle and drank deeply before reluctantly licking his lips and passing it to the woman beside him. The woman obediently took a sip and then returned it to Yi Xiao. Thank you, she said gratefully, offering a smile. The woman appeared to be quite young, likely in her early 20s, similar to Zhu Chirui. Her hair was somewhat unkempt and tied messily at the back, her skin was slightly tanned, but her features were not unattractive, marred only by a scar on her cheek that detracted from her beauty. However, in such a dire place, who cared about appearances, surviving was the most important thing. Yi Xiao inquired, what is your name? The woman smiled shyly, you can call me a Fei. Yi Xiao nodded and gestured towards himself, I am Yi Xiao, and this is Zhu Chirui. The woman nodded to both of them, her curiosity piqued as she asked, are you from the High Walls? Which district are you from? Chapter 13, please, take me with you to the High Walls. Yi Xiao furrowed her brows slightly, yet she could discern an air of confusion and folly in Zhu Chirui's expression. Witnessing his reaction, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. Fortunately, our Fei seemed oblivious to Zhu Chirui's demeanor. Yi Xiao was reluctant to expose their ignorance of this place, as it could potentially lead to trouble. Noticing Yi Xiao's silence, the woman spoke in a somewhat anxious tone, I beg you, could you possibly take me with you? I would do anything just to enter the High Walls. From her words, it appeared that the High Walls were indeed a desirable location. Given their unfamiliarity with this area, it might be worthwhile to explore there. However, one question lingered in Yi Xiao's mind, why did this woman and the previous 3 individuals firmly believe that she and Zhu Chirui hailed from the High Walls? Was it possible that people like them only existed within those walls? Yi Xiao nodded, we can, but we are lost and unfamiliar with the outside world, we have no idea how to return. A glimmer of hope flickered across the woman's face. That's all right, they have a map. She exclaimed, hurriedly rummaging through a nearby backpack. Our Fei sifted through the contents and soon extracted a notebook. The notebook, leather-bound and secured with a clasp, bore signs of frequent handling, its exterior marred with dirt and age, appearing quite worn and bulging with contents. With eager anticipation, our Fei opened the notebook, saying, I often see them consult this book. As she flipped it open, the thick pages revealed a yellowed interior filled with various records. Our Fei fished out several maps from the central pages, spreading one across the ground. This should be it. Yi Xiao and Zhu Chirui leaned over the map, which was replete with unfamiliar cities and terrains marked with various symbols. The map featured 4 distinct markings, triangles, small squares, circles, and crosses. Although the significance of these symbols eluded her, Yi Xiao felt a surge of excitement. These must be crucial intelligence and information recorded by the trio. Pointing at the symbols, she inquired of our Fei, do you know what these mean? Our Fei nodded, I've overheard them discussing some of it. The crosses seemed to indicate restricted zones, very perilous. They mentioned that those areas are off-limits. Venturing there is tantamount to a one-way trip. Her gaze fell on the square marking. The triangles signify strongholds, the larger ones are major hubs, while the smaller ones are minor. The circles represent cities or regions they have visited. This small square denotes a possible road entry. Yi Xiao nodded in understanding and began to sift through the other maps, which appeared to delineate various provinces. Indeed, she soon discovered a new symbol on another map. What do these small solid triangles signify? Our Fei looked up in the direction Yi Xiao indicated and replied, oh, those are entrances to the underground black market. Yi Xiao expressed her confusion, underground black market. Our Fei nodded as if it were self-evident. You may not have heard of it in the High Walls. It is an underground city constructed using the subway system. It is said to be a hub for black market activities, where rare goods from various districts converge. You can find anything you wish to purchase there. Moreover, it serves as a central junction for several districts, frequented by wanderers and expedition teams seeking supplies or entertainment. Our Fei glanced at Yi Xiao and Zhu Chirui, her expression tinged with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, you'd best avoid going there. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, why so? Our Fei pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on Yi Xiao, as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. Finally, she said, in any case, if you High Wall dwellers are discovered outside, you risk being sold as commodities. In a place like the black market, once you enter, you may never return. Yi Xiao's brows knitted together, and she nodded solemnly. Our Fei's words piqued her concern even further. What was it about the so-called High Wall dwellers that rendered them so distinct? Were they merely ordinary people? Did their inherent differences bestow upon them a value that could lead to their commodification? Yet, the question remained, what precisely differentiated them? Yi Xiao glanced at our Fei, sensing that inquiring directly might reveal their own peculiarities. Resolving to steer the conversation elsewhere, she asked, by the way, where is the nearest High Wall district? It could be quite a distance from our current location. Returning on our own would certainly be unsafe. Our Fae pondered for a moment before locating their position on the map. They were in a place called Yang City, and the nearest high wall district was estimated to be over 400 kilometers away, an arduous journey that would take 5 to 6 hours by car. Goodness, that's exceedingly far. Ju Chirui, who had remained silent until now, exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Given the current situation outside, how are we supposed to get there? Where will we find a vehicle? Yi Xiao scrutinized the map, noting that this area spanned multiple provinces. Furthermore, the lower half of the map had no markings aside from the major triangle, indicating that the trio had never ventured into those neighboring regions. The routes were uncertain, and the question of acquiring a vehicle loomed large. Considering vehicles, Yi Xiao couldn't resist accessing the marketplace interface. Surely, vehicles counted as supplies, but she wondered if any were available. As she scrolled through the weaponry section, her eyes widened in astonishment at the array of extraordinary items. Not only were there vehicles, but armored tanks as well. The sheer number of zeros accompanying the prices was enough to make anyone's scalp prickle. The marketplace indeed offered vehicles, yet even the most basic three-wheeled motorbike cost several thousand points, while a fuel-powered car demanded no less than 10,000. The barrage of comments in the chat was filled with incredulity as a chorus of voices urged Yi Xiao to exchange points for a tank. Were it not for our Fae's presence, she would have been tempted to roll her eyes at their unrealistic expectations. With her meager points, the notion of acquiring a tank was nothing short of a whimsical daydream. Yi Xiao pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration, closing the dizzying marketplace interface. Yet, at that moment, our Fae wore a smile and remarked, there's no need for such complications. She pointed towards the latter half of the journey. We merely need to reach Yufeng first, then navigate down via the waterways through Lingjiang. That would ensure a safer passage. Upon hearing that a water route was available, Yi Xiao's expression brightened. That certainly sounds worth exploring. Chapter 14. The missing broadcaster. Yi Xiao cast a sidelong glance at a Fae, who stood nearby. Although this woman had survived alone in this apocalyptic world, she was still just a solitary female. Her desperation to accompany them to their high walls was palpable and urgent. Yi Xiao's expression hardened, his gaze turning cold as he adopted a serious demeanor. We may consider taking you with us, but you ought to understand that it is not an easy place to access. A Fae nodded vigorously. I understand. As long as you are willing to help me, I will heed your every word. Satisfied, Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Warning, then you should be well aware of what is appropriate to say and what is not. As long as you can ensure your lips remain sealed, and keep everything you see about us confidential, then I assure you, we shall not impose any undue hardship upon you during this journey. Observing the cold glint in Yi Xiao's narrowed eyes and the underlying warning in his words, a Fae enthusiastically nodded, nearly shaking loose a ponytail in her fervor. I understand. I truly do. Rest assured, I am very discreet and will not speak out of turn. Seeing a Fae's earnestness, Yi Xiao nodded. Very well then, let us set forth in that direction. A rumbling sound interrupted Yi Xiao's words, as Ju Chirui awkwardly rubbed his stomach, his face contorted in discomfort. Brother, shall we find something to eat? I am famished. Yi Xiao shot him a glare. I am not familiar with the outside. Where do you expect me to procure food for you? Yi Xiao's words were directed at a Fae, and indeed, she promptly replied, in the ruins of this city, there are places where canned goods can be found, although locating them can be troublesome. However, many of the fruits from the plants are edible. As long as we avoid consuming any mutated varieties, we shall be fine. Mutated varieties, could they refer to those altered animals? Yi Xiao chose not to dwell on it, stating, let us venture out to gather some food. It will also allow us to make progress towards the outskirts of the city. Most of the doors to these apartment buildings had been pried open, revealing a scene of utter disarray, a clear indication that they had been thoroughly ransacked. Yi Xiao harbored little hope of finding anything of value here. He stowed away the map and notebook back into his backpack before passing it to Ju Chirui. Compared to a Fae, he naturally placed more trust in Ju Chirui, even if the latter appeared somewhat dim-witted. At least they hailed from the same region. Ju Chirui accepted the backpack without complaint, for he possessed no supplies on him, and in such a place, that was a source of significant insecurity. Yi Xiao lamented the loss of the crowbar they had exchanged for yesterday, taken by the bald man. He glanced at the machete in Ju Chirui's hand. You may keep that. Ju Chirui nodded. Yi Xiao then looked at a Fae, who was unarmed. He cast a glance at the combat knife in his own hand, reluctant to part with it, for it appeared exceptionally sharp, featuring blood grooves and serrations. Yi Xiao glanced down at the attachments on his survival pack and said to a Fae, wait here. He then entered the building and, after rummaging around for a moment, returned with a spear in hand. The spear was fashioned from a mop handle, slightly cracked but still serviceable, with a cloth-wrapped knife affixed to one end, thus serving its purpose as a spear. Yi Xiao handed the spear to a Fae. You can use this for now. Afe accepted it with a smile, and the trio then exited the apartment building. However, just as they stepped out and crossed the street, unbeknownst to them, a thin figure in a short-sleeved shirt, battered and bruised, staggered into view from the far end of the street. In the live broadcast, Yi Xiao, Zhu Chirui, and Afe tread cautiously out of the apartment building, making their way toward the street opposite. A vehicle came to a slow halt, and those watching the live stream momentarily diverted their attention from the screen. In the driver's seat, a middle-aged man clad in a police uniform turned to the young officer in the passenger seat, who was still fixated on his phone. Xiao Zhang, have we arrived? Is he still live streaming? The young officer, with a fair complexion, nodded vigorously and hurriedly exited the vehicle. The blue and white police car bore the prominent characters for public security, parked right at the entrance of a residential building. This apartment building had seen better days, yet the surrounding environment was quite pleasant. Aside from its age, it held no major flaws. Most notably, it was inhabited by many elderly residents, making it a quiet and affordable place to live. Standing before the car, the middle-aged officer lit a cigarette and gazed up at the 6-story building before him. According to the information, that kid should be residing on the 4th floor, room 402. He cast a weary glance at Xiao Zhang. You really trust the words of the person who reported this? It sounds utterly ridiculous. Xiao Zhang, with a serious demeanor, approached the middle-aged officer's side. Sir, you are not familiar with live streaming. I believe this situation is far from simple. I have been observing this live stream for several hours. It is said that this person has been broadcasting since yesterday, and many have witnessed it. They believe it to be true. With a swift motion, the middle-aged officer smacked the back of Xiao Zhang's head, scolding, no one believes. They are not foolish enough to fall for it. Is there really such a thing as fraud in this world? I think you've read too many novels and played too many games, and now you are under some kind of delusion. I know all about this. It is just AI video editing, isn't it? I'm only accompanying you on this trip to let you learn a lesson. Stop making assumptions without evidence. As he spoke, the middle-aged officer strode purposefully toward the staircase, muttering, by the way, what do they call your kind of thinking online? CHNR. Exactly. CHNR. Xiao Zhang's face flushed as he scratched his head, following his superior up to the 4th floor, where they stopped in front of room 402. The middle-aged officer signaled to Xiao Zhang, who stepped forward and knocked on the door. The old-fashioned security door produced a resounding thud with each knock. Moments later, a voice emanated from within. Who is it? The door swung open to reveal a young man, visibly taken aback at the sight of the two officers. Hello, comrade, may I ask if Yi Xiao resides here? The young man nodded, still in shock. Yes. I am his roommate. Xiao Zhang inquired further, is he home now? The young man shook his head. No, he mentioned going upstairs to dry some blankets yesterday, and I haven't seen him since. Didn't he return last night? Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up, urgently asking, which room does he stay in? The young man stepped aside and led them inside, traversing the living room. The door stood ajar, revealing a clean and tidy space, albeit with somewhat old furniture. The bed was neatly made with fresh linens, and a pile of blankets lay atop it. The walls were adorned with posters of sports stars and a few anime characters. A desk was cluttered with books on one side and a gaming computer on the other. The roommate pointed at the blankets on the bed. Those are the ones I brought back from upstairs after I got off work yesterday. I called him several times yesterday, but the calls wouldn't go through. It said he was out of service range. Chapter 15, Brother, are you serious? The middle-aged police officer, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, now wore an unusual expression, his brow furrowed as he stood silently in the room, surveying the details within. Young Zhang hastily pressed on, are you aware that Yi Xiao is live streaming? The individual nodded, yes, he mentioned that during this period of unemployment, he intends to stream, spending his days holed up in his room playing games. He gestured towards the computer on the desk. That's the very computer he's using for the stream. Young Zhang glanced at his mentor, who bore a serious countenance, nodding slightly in encouragement for him to continue. Thus, Young Zhang proceeded to inquire of Yi Xiao's roommate, do you know his streaming channel? Have you watched him stream in the past couple of days? The roommate appeared perplexed. I know of it, but he hasn't been around all day. There hasn't been any streaming. Upon hearing this, Young Zhang took out his phone, opened Yi Xiao's streaming channel, and presented it to the roommate. The stream was functioning normally, however, unlike the Young Zhang, standing to the side, queried, is he wearing the same outfit as yesterday? The roommate focused intently on his phone, nodding in affirmation, yes, yes. Subsequently, he hurriedly began typing in the chat. The king comes to patrol the mountains. Wow, buddy, where are you? The king comes to patrol the mountains. Is this an apocalyptic stream? Are you serious? A familiar ID popped up in the chat interface, and Yi Xiao, astonished, glanced toward the screen while walking along the outskirts of the city. He cast a quick look at a Fae who trailed 3 meters behind him, before whispering, "Hey, brother, I've been transported to the apocalypse. Remember to collect the blankets I left on the rooftop. The king comes to patrol the mountains." "I've already collected them. I told you. Where have you gone? The police are looking for you." "Police?" Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows in disbelief, contemplating whether someone had reported him, thus drawing the attention of law enforcement. To his surprise, it seemed that within just one day, the police had indeed taken his fan's words seriously, even tracing him to his residence. Quite the sense of responsibility, he mused. 3 foxes. So has the police uncle joined the stream. I want 3 sugars in my milk tea. They are here to search for missing persons. Becoming a celestial after falling into the sea. Does that mean the stream is about to end? Savoring a slippery plum, no, please, don't let this treasure of a stream vanish. I don't want to be mild. It won't end. Haven't you noticed? Even during a murder, the stream remains active. Yi Xiao softly remarked, if the stream won't disappear, and the arrival of the police is futile. There's no need for effort. I'm in the apocalypse and can't return for now. You all cannot assist me. Wait. Yi Xiao suddenly paused, a grin spreading across his face. You can help me by showering me with gifts and boosting me to captain. The greater the support, the higher our chances of survival. As for the fans being transported here, that's beyond my control. It's a mechanism of the streaming system. Please don't hold it against me. I too am a victim. He felt it necessary to clarify this point, as he certainly did not wish to be mistaken for a human trafficker. If given the choice, he would not have ended up in this desolate place devoid of life. Initially, he had intended to stream for profit, not to struggle for survival in this grim reality. Nevertheless, given that this was a streaming system, it stood to reason that it would eventually offer some form of recompense, right? Yi Xiao glanced at the number of followers displayed above. It had climbed to 12, 5 for 7. In just one day, his followers had surged by over 10,000. A notification below read, "Sad smiley, the number of new followers has reached 10,000. Fan transportation can now be initiated, allowing for the transport of 2 fans. Upon reaching 20,000 new followers, fan transportation will be forcibly activated. Minimum survival duration for fans is 30 days. After 30 days, 1 transportation slot can be consumed to return fans to their original world." Yi Xiao felt a sense of surprise. The number of fans eligible for transportation had indeed increased. According to the mechanics of this streaming system, as the follower count grew, there existed a requirement to transport fans over a certain time frame. Furthermore, each individual must remain for a minimum of 30 days, and upon completion of this period, one of his transportation slots would be necessary to send them back. Yi Xiao could not help but marvel at the cleverness of this streaming system. The trio had traversed for a significant portion of the day, and with the Fae's prior experience in surviving the apocalypse, both Yi Xiao and Zhu Chirui were spared considerable trouble. They cautiously navigated their way closer to the city outskirts. Here, the buildings became noticeably sparser. They now found themselves beside a national highway encircling the city. The road was wide yet choked with various abandoned vehicles, remnants of what appeared to be a catastrophic accident, with many cars reduced to charred husks. The greenery flanking the roadside flourished abundantly, with verdant grass spilling onto the pavement, enveloping the nearby structures. One small building had partially collapsed under the weight of a sprawling tree canopy, exposing enormous, pumpkin-like red fruits within. These fruits, numerous and precariously hanging, swayed dangerously amidst the lush treetops. After a considerable time walking, the water from their backpacks had run dry, and the trio's stomachs began to grumble. A Fae glanced at the dimming sky and remarked, "It's almost dark. Nighttime is perilous, as the night dwellers will emerge. During the day, they tend to hide underground or in shadowy buildings, but come nightfall, they venture out to hunt." Yi Xiao nodded, having witnessed this firsthand the previous night. He scanned the surroundings, recalling the secure, soundproof environment where the 3 had sheltered the night before. Yi Xiao promptly decided, it appears there are no basements nearby. Let us seek a place with good fortification. The trio approached the half-collapsed building, where numerous large fruits had fallen outside. Noticing a Fae bending to gather some, Yi Xiao and Zhu Chirui each picked one up as well. They pried open the thick skin of the fruit and began to consume the flesh within. These fruits were primarily water-rich, providing high caloric content yet failing to satiate their hunger adequately. The outskirts of the city lacked towering structures, most buildings standing at only 4 or 5 stories high. At this moment, Zhu Chirui pointed toward a dilapidated motel with rusted signage, inquiring, "Shall we head there?" A Fae followed his finger and shook her head. "No, that place has excellent light-blocking properties. It would surely attract a multitude of night dwellers. Without strong weapons, clearing out those night dwellers would be far too perilous." With no other options as twilight encroached, the trio reluctantly settled on a self-built house. Chapter 16, the seed gun nestled inconspicuously between towering buildings, the house appeared rather unremarkable. It stood for stories tall, adorned with security bars, and the ground floor was secured by a heavy silver anti-theft door. The windows and doors were tightly sealed, exuding an air of impenetrability. The three individuals circled around to the rear of the house. The back entrance was also fortified with an anti-theft door, and as they approached, a sudden series of ominous hissing sounds emanated from the upper windows, as if some monstrous creature were howling within. The surrounding structures were gradually enveloped in a golden veil, which would soon dissipate, leaving nothing but gloom in its wake. Yi Xiao, unwilling to squander time, retrieved the gun he had previously seized from the diminutive figure from his inventory and inquired of Fei, "How does one operate this device?" Fei gazed at the gun that had seemingly materialized in Yi Xiao's grasp, her expression momentarily stunned. Clearly, she was taken aback by his unexpected display. "This is a modified firearm crafted by wanderers," she explained, gesturing towards the left side of the weapon where a metallic cylindrical container protruded, revealing a small glass section at its center, with remnants of crimson liquid at the bottom. Inside, it holds seed cores, serving as the energy source. She then pointed to the metallic box atop the gun. "Ammunition is stored here." Ammunition. Yi Xiao opened the box above the loading chamber and peered inside, discovering a collection of scrap metal fragments and nails. "These are the projectiles." Fei nodded, "Indeed. Utilizing seed cores as a power source, even these objects can unleash the force of bullets, and the noise is minimal." Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization. This was likely the crux of their endeavor. He produced the red seed core from his inventory, noticing a circular indentation at the front of the left container. Fei indicated the recess. "Simply press one end of the seed core into that." Following Fei's guidance, Yi Xiao pressed the seed core into the indentation, and a sharp spike immediately protruded from within, piercing the seed core. Subsequently, the crimson liquid seeped into the container, quickly filling it to capacity. With a formidable weapon now in hand, Yi Xiao felt a surge of confidence. To further ensure their safety, he spent 1,000 points in the marketplace to acquire a handgun, along with an additional 200 points for a magazine. After loading the handgun, he handed it to Zhu Chirui. Upon receiving the weapon, Zhu Chirui's face broke into a wide grin. He eagerly accepted it. Despite its somewhat outdated design, it was undoubtedly preferable to a mere knife, especially for ranged attacks. With the firearm in hand, he felt considerably more secure. "Thanks, boss." Zhu Chirui beamed, his excitement palpable as he examined the handgun with fervor. Yi Xiao, feeling a sense of unease at his exuberance, cautioned, "Be careful not to accidentally discharge it." He then rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a small metal box which he presented to Fei. Upon opening the box, she revealed a set of lock-picking tools. In her words, after the cataclysm, the ability to pick locks became an essential skill for those who wandered the desolate world. Fei deftly inserted the tools into the lock, manipulating them with practiced ease, and within moments, the anti-theft door swung open. Yi Xiao couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Impressive. Fei rose, a hint of shyness breaking through her demeanor. As the single anti-theft door creaked open, they were greeted by a staircase leading upwards. Yi Xiao, gun at the ready, took the lead, his gaze swiftly scanning the open door to the right. The ground floor appeared to be a small grocery store, with a glass counter and shelves that had been thoroughly ransacked, remnants of spoiled food scattered across the floor. Suddenly, a shriek echoed from above, prompting Yi Xiao to direct his firearm towards the staircase. As he cautiously ascended, rounding the corner midway, he was met by the sight of a long-decayed skeleton sprawled at the second-floor landing. Almost immediately, a gargantuan creature burst forth from the shadows, crashing down the stairs and pulverizing the skeletal remains beneath its massive bulk. This abomination resembled a grotesque amalgamation of flesh, with several limbs that mimicked human hands, multiple legs, and 3 disjointed heads, appearing as if hastily assembled from disparate parts. Its body was a mass of blood-red flesh, intertwined and fused together, extending countless black, leech-like tendrils that writhed and swayed in the air. The sudden appearance of this monstrosity startled not only Yi Xiao but also sent the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy, inundating the chat with frantic messages. The creature, easily over 2 meters wide, scuttled towards Yi Xiao with its contorted limbs racing along the wall. Instinctively, Yi Xiao raised his firearm, disengaged the safety, and pulled the trigger in response to the menacing advance. A sharp crack echoed in the air as the weapon jolted in his grasp, releasing a wave of heat from the barrel. Countless shards of metal and nails erupted from the muzzle, exploding against the creature's form, tearing away substantial chunks of flesh and splattering gore in every direction. Yet, the creature's momentum remained unabated, its colossal frame barreling towards Yi Xiao. "Damn it," he exclaimed, swiftly pivoting and leaping down the stairs. Zhu Chirui, clutching the handgun, shrank back and frantically pulled the trigger, but only the sound of clicks met his ears. "Why isn't it working?" he shouted in desperation as he saw the creature advance once more, prompting him to flee outside. Yi Xiao dashed to the entrance, swiftly turning to face the oncoming beast. Just as it was about to breach the threshold, he squeezed the trigger repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The flying metal shards erupted upon impact, creating gaping wounds in the creature's flesh. The relentless assault expanded the already massive holes, rendering its body a gruesome mess, with bits of flesh and ruptured tumor splattering everywhere, staining the ground with dark, viscous blood. The creature collapsed before the door, yet peculiarly, its limbs continued to twitch as if retaining some semblance of nerve response, emitting eerie, mournful wails from its contorted faces. The black, leech-like tendrils struggled to writhe, and Yi Xiao dared not approach too closely. A fey, gripping her spear, plunged it into the pulpy remains, eliciting a sound that sent shivers down Yi Xiao's spine. He sensed that the chilling cries were not emanating from the heads but rather from the tendrils and flesh itself, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. After a few decisive thrusts with her spear, the creature lay still. From the mangled flesh, an enormous orange seed core was expelled, sliding through the thick, black blood and coming to rest at Yi Xiao's feet. An orange one, he mused as he picked it up. A fey, observing, inquired, I suppose this is of no use to you people behind the high walls. Of no use. Did the orange seed core differ from the red one? Yi Xiao refrained from answering a fey, instead placing the item into his inventory. The sun is setting, we must retrieve this quickly and find shelter for the night. With the creature dispatched, the trio dragged its remains outside, disposing of it with a collective sigh of relief as they made their way back into the house. However, just as Yi Xiao ascended the stairs, an unexpected voice echoed from behind. Hey there, kid, fancy meeting you again. Chapter 17, Is this guy really alive? The raspy voice that echoed from behind was grating, as if the words were tearing through a throat, accompanied by a palpable strain. A familiar intonation and sound unmistakably belonged to the man who should not have been here, the emaciated man. As Yi Xiao ascended the stairs, engrossed in the barrage of comments, the voice behind him abruptly froze him in place. He spun around sharply, causing Zhu Chirui, who was on the staircase, to recoil several steps back, retreating directly behind Yi Xiao. At the entrance, a fey stood motionless, her body tense. The gaunt man loomed just behind her, one hand gripping her shoulder while he leaned in, his head brushing against her ear with an unsettling intimacy. His other hand, no, that right appendage could no longer be deemed a hand, was a grotesque mass, from which thick, twisted tendrils, resembling leeches, extruded and glistened with a sinister dark hue. These long appendages writhed and intertwined, slithering around a fey's waist, ensnaring her. His visage had undergone a disturbing transformation, his forehead and neck bulged with orange-red growths, and his hair was severely patchy. He lowered his head, grinning widely, rubbing against a fey's face with a lewd familiarity. Something writhed in his mouth, and then a long, dark tendril slowly extended from his lips, sweeping across a fey's face. Darling, why did you run off with them? I've missed you terribly. Do you miss me? A fey stood frozen, her face ashen and trembling violently, her hands shaking uncontrollably. The comments in the live stream exploded in chaos, the unexpected appearance of the gaunt man shocking everyone. 3 foxes. What the hell? How is this guy still alive? Blade Master, how on earth did he survive that? Silent Wind, this guy has mutated, right? Oh, how disgusting. Macabacker, it's over. This beauty is done for. Perseus, what kind of beauty is this? You're starving. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and Zhu Chirui on the stairs dared not move. They had not anticipated that this emaciated man was still alive, but it was evident that he had clearly mutated. The gaunt man looked at the two of them, frozen on the stairs, with a sinister grin that was filled with malice. Who would have thought that one day I would fall prey to 2 wall-climbing fools? I initially believed you were not mere simpletons, but it seems I underestimated you. He lifted his right arm, now covered in tendrils, and spoke with a grotesque sneer. I have been forced into this abominable form, so do not expect to fare any better. His shrill laughter sent chills down the spine. At that moment, Yi Xiao's mind raced, unsure of how to react. A fey was gripped in the man's clutches, and any misstep could lead to her being harmed. The dark tendrils began to creep up a fey's legs and wrap around her waist, while the gaunt man continued his lewd banter. Darling, shall we try this in our current state? Har har har, I bet you've never experienced this before. A fey was now sobbing in terror, her tears smearing across her face. She looked at Yi Xiao with bleeding eyes, hoping he would come to her rescue. The black tendrils tightened their grip around her waist, rendering her immobile. Furthermore, the sinister gaunt man was using her as a shield, making it impossible for Yi Xiao to shoot without risking her life. The situation reached a stalemate, and Yi Xiao gradually regained his composure. After all, a fey was not someone they knew well, and her death posed no significant threat to them. Moreover, he had already stowed his gun back in the inventory. To the gaunt man, he likely appeared to pose no threat. Perhaps he could take advantage of the man's momentary lapse in vigilance and strike unexpectedly. With this thought in mind, Yi Xiao relaxed his posture, crossed his arms, and inquired, What do you intend to do? The gaunt man chuckled ominously. It's getting dark, soon it will become quite lively. Yi Xiao's brow furrowed, and he suddenly turned, shoving Zhu Chirui behind him. Run. In an instant, the two dashed up the stairs. The gaunt man was momentarily stunned by Yi Xiao's sudden move, but then he snarled, hurling A Fei aside as if she were nothing more than a rag doll. She crashed into the corner of the first floor. Immediately, the gaunt man propelled himself off the ground like a beast, scaling the wall with agile leaps, and lunged into the second-floor living room. His true targets were not the woman, but rather Yi Xiao and Zhu Chirui. His objective was vengeance. Zhu Chirui, in a panic, sprinted toward an interior room, glancing back over his shoulder. Upon seeing the gaunt figure leap into the living room like a wild animal, he hurried toward a side room. However, several long black tendrils suddenly lashed out like needles, blocking the doorway. Zhu Chirui instinctively recoiled, stumbling back into a corner. He fumbled for the handgun at his waist, but at that moment, the black tendrils retracted, preparing for another assault. With a sharp click, the sound of a shotgun being cocked echoed behind the gaunt man. He whipped around to see the door half shut, with Yi Xiao standing behind it, wielding a gun designed for shorter individuals, aiming directly at him. Before the gaunt man could unleash his tendrils, bang, Yi Xiao unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger, the shrapnel spraying forth like bullets, hurtling toward the mutated gaunt man. The instinctive hand, now covered in tendrils, was obliterated by the explosion. A scream pierced the air as the distorted figure staggered, the gaunt man howling as the red growths on his body began to rupture from the broken flesh on his forehead, neck, and shoulders. Bizarre, flesh-colored tendrils erupted. Bang! Without granting the man a chance to retaliate, Yi Xiao resolutely pulled the trigger again. This shot blew apart the gaunt man's chest, sending chunks of flesh flying everywhere, even from a 2-meter distance. The front of his torso was completely obliterated, revealing a gory cavity. Next to the crimson heart, an orange seed kernel clung tightly to the side, its blooded threads hanging limply, before the orange kernel fell to the ground. Then, the mangled body collapsed lifelessly. Har, is he dead? Zhu Chirui stammered as he pulled himself up, unsteadily approaching. Yi Xiao nodded. Yes, the seed kernel has fallen out. He should be completely dead. As he spoke, he crouched down to retrieve the seed kernel and placed it into his inventory. Chapter 18. Do you think this is a water gun? Nidan Bu Dan, old Yin Bai. Nai Lumaker, truly an old Yin Bai. Ari Kaiju Chu, indeed, no matter how formidable the enemy, they fear the old Yin Bai. Beside him, Zhu Chirui, feeling frustrated, pulled out his handgun and furrowed his brows, asking, is this gun broken? It's utterly useless. Yi Xiao cast him a disdainful glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. Brother, are you not engaging the safety, nor chambering around? What kind of nonsense is this? Do you think this is a water gun? Just pull the trigger. Sanhu, har har har, I was just about to say, is this guy here for comic relief? Dabouge. This fellow has a bit of a brain, but not much. It's truly ridiculous. Reni de Chiang, har har, I absolutely love watching this. Fei Hongji, the streamer is slaying monsters while this guy is doing his best to be funny. Xianyu Bu Hui Fanshan. Is there really a problem with not knowing how to use a gun, as if you all know how to do it? Shi Harguari, what a waste, having such a hindrance is worse than letting him die, trash. Senhuer. The streamer should teach him how to use it. Yi Xiao took the gun from Zhu Chirui and inquired, don't you ever watch movies, have you never seen a gun in action? Zhu Chirui awkwardly scratched his head. Yi Xiao pointed to the safety switch on the side of the handgun. This is the safety. When engaged, it prevents accidental discharge and the gun won't fire. Before firing, disengage the safety and then pull the slide back to chamber around. Once chambered, you can fire. This handgun only holds 15 rounds, so keep track of your ammunition. Yi Xiao returned the gun to Zhu Chirui. The lethality of this gun is not as great as mine. Aim for the heart of those creatures, and do not shoot your allies. Remember to re-engage the safety after firing, to avoid accidental discharge. Zhu Chirui nodded, committing the instructions to memory, and stowed the handgun away. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, should we dispose of this body? To prevent it from reanimating, Yi Xiao nodded. The two of them each took hold of the corpse's feet and began dragging it downstairs. Yi Xiao scrutinized the emaciated man. His face had completely transformed, once gaunt now appearing grotesquely swollen. It seemed filled with some fluid, with a tumor on his forehead ruptured, grotesquely thick, red tendrils protruding from it, and his neck also burst open, oozing similar, robust, crimson appendages. His eyes had rolled back completely, and his face was marred with fissures, crisscrossed by angry red veins. They continued to drag the body down the stairs when, at that moment, A Fei was seen swaying her way upstairs. Yi Xiao observed her as she leaned against her waist and asked, how are you? Are you injured? A Fei forced a smile and shook her head. No, I just bumped my waist, it's nothing serious. Yi Xiao nodded, then you should rest. With that, the two resumed their descent with the corpse. A Fei silently nodded, clutching her waist as she ascended to the second floor, dragging her feet towards the living room. She glanced at the splattered remains on the floor and quietly headed towards the bathroom. Perhaps due to the room's adequate ceiling, apart from a thick layer of dust, it appeared largely undamaged and unspoiled. She stepped into the bathroom, closed the door behind her, and looked up at the mirror on the side. A thick layer of dust coated the mirror. She reached for a towel from the edge of the sink and meticulously wiped the dust away. As the dust cleared, a phase reflection gradually emerged. Tossing the towel onto the sink, she faced the mirror, slowly lifting the hem of her tank top while simultaneously pressing down her pants, revealing her abdomen. A scar appeared in the mirror, located on her lower belly. From left to right, it resembled a scrape that had torn through the skin, exposing the underlying flesh. Strangely, this wound, measuring over 10 centimeters in length and 3 to 4 centimeters in width, had not leaked a single drop of blood. The edges seemed sealed by a layer of mucus, preventing any blood from oozing out. Faye felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. She trembled, her lips quivering, and cautiously lowered her clothing to cover the wound. She then exited the bathroom with utmost care. Downstairs, a sound of heavy objects scraping against the floor echoed, followed by Yu Xiao and Zhu Churui ascending from below. Faye forced a smile at the two, pointing to a nearby room, saying, "I'll sleep in here." Yu Xiao nodded. "All right, make sure to lock the door. We'll check upstairs." Faye quietly walked towards a bedroom, her eyelids drooped slightly, revealing her fatigue. Upon reaching the bedside, she threw back the covers, disregarding the dust, and collapsed onto the bed. The purplish hue on her neck began to spread, her eyes rolling back, and within moments, her consciousness faded into a haze. The closed door separated Yu Xiao's view. He glanced at the door leading to the second-floor living room and reached to close it. He then signaled Zhu Churui to ascend to the third floor. Outside, the sky had darkened significantly. Night had fallen. The interior of the house was dim, with the windows and curtains almost entirely sealed, and a layer of security grating outside, rendering the small building relatively safe. Yu Xiao, holding a flashlight, made his way to the third floor. Each level was almost like a small suite, and the door to the third-floor living room was wide open. As he swept the flashlight across the room, the clutter of cans, biscuits, and various snacks became instantly illuminated. Half of the supplies had been consumed, carelessly piled to one side. Upon seeing this, Zhu Churui hastily approached the table, eager to inspect the cans. Yu Xiao turned to secure the door, but unfortunately, it was broken and could not be locked. "Xiao Ji, these cans seem edible," Zhu Churui exclaimed excitedly from behind. Yu Xiao turned back to the table, observing the chaotic mess before him. Numerous bottles of mineral water were set aside. It was quite fortunate that the family had ample stock in the downstairs grocery store, all of which had been moved here. Most of the supplies had been consumed, leaving half a box of biscuits, 2 cans, nearly a dozen bottles of water, and a few assorted snacks. The viewers in the chat celebrated and expressed their delight for Yu Xiao. Feng Guangxing Qi. What a thrilling day. Dabog, fantastic, we've gathered a heap of supplies, so much water. Luo Hai Chengxian, more water won't help, the streamer has no means of transport to carry so much. Let the fool carry a few. Sanhu, I find this exhilarating. If you enjoy the streamer, consider supporting them. Senhoer, remember to secure the doors and windows, lock the door at night. Bundan Chao Ren. These monsters are truly disgusting, it's too intense. Chapter 19, have the guts to fire a shot. At this moment, Yu Xiao finally found some leisure time. He settled onto the sofa, promptly grabbed a bottle of water, and tilted his head back to drink. Beside him, Zhu Churui hastily opened a bottle as well, gulping it down eagerly. Yu Xiao glanced at the interface. His points had surged to over 5,000. Many people had boarded the ship today, so his efforts were not in vain. Everyone can send a gift to support the streamer. Only with your gifts can the streamer earn points to exchange for more powerful weapons. Perhaps due to the evening hour, many had finished work. It was unlikely that a peculiar live streaming room like his would receive recommendations from the platform. The viewers who could tune in were either blessed by fortune or had someone promoting the stream. At that moment, the number of online viewers had astonishingly reached 20,000. The fan count had now exceeded 20,000. If it reached 30,000, it would mean an increase of 20,000 new fans, necessitating the transfer of fans. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely to happen within a few days. However, despite the high number of viewers, it was unclear if the evening's lack of excitement was the reason for the scant number of gift senders. Many new fans were engaged in discussions with old fans, questioning the authenticity of the stream. Electric Flash. Just joined, what kind of live stream is this? Apocalypse live stream, what on earth? Gentle Breeze and Poetry, is the streamer doing an eating broadcast, just eating this? 3 Foxes, har har har, an eating broadcast, consuming mutated monsters. Those with tentacles. Whitebeard, didn't he see the afternoon stream? Such a loss, it's real. Whoever I stare at urinates. What happened this afternoon? A friend recommended it, said the stream was incredible. Sea of Fallen Immortals. The streamer is in the apocalypse, very thrilling. Kevin the Fool, what a shabby place, calling it an apocalypse, so much food, are there zombies? Milky egg, I feel those things are scarier than zombies, utterly disgusting, damn it. Good brother 7171. You speak as if it's real, hilarious. Today's scripts are becoming increasingly absurd. Yi Xiao chose to ignore the bickering in the comments. After all, those who doubted would naturally come to believe once they continued watching. Actions speak louder than words. There was no need to waste breath trying to prove anything. Seated on the sofa, he took a packet of biscuits, munching on them while softly stating, according to that woman, the large mutated creatures are called aberrants, while the mutated humans seem to be referred to as night wanderers. Most of these aberrants are active during the day, while night wanderers predominantly emerge at night. Their vision has mostly deteriorated, yet some monsters can still see. Speaking of which, it was thanks to that modified seed core gun that I was able to take down those two monsters today. Its lethality was maximized. As he spoke, he placed the dry biscuits on the coffee table and retrieved the modified gun from his inventory. He slowly turned it in his hands, examining it. The viewers in the live stream watched intently, able to discern even the details on the gun's surface. Electric flash, is this a real gun or a fake? Whoever I stare at urinates. Why does this gun look so peculiar? Lazy cat, of course it's real. Good brother 7171, har har har, a real gun, it looks like a model, have the guts to fire a shot. Yi Xiao scanned the comments and replied, those who were in the stream this afternoon should have witnessed the power of this gun. This seed core should possess some exceptionally potent energy. It fires metal shards and other assorted projectiles at a range comparable to bullets, but with significantly higher destructive capability. Unlike typical shotgun pellets that create a multitude of holes, this weapon Speaking of weapons, Yi Xiao suddenly recalled other items in the shop. He hurriedly accessed the system store and opened the third menu, the equipment blueprints. As he browsed, he murmured to himself, I wonder if there are blueprints for such modified guns. Jucherue, curious, leaned over to take a look. Unable to see the panel in front of Yi Xiao, he could only ask, are there any? His eyes sparkled with evident desire for such a weapon. Yi Xiao shook his head, slightly disappointed. No, there are no technologies from this world in here. Good brother 7171. If you're acting, could you at least do it convincingly, have the guts to fire a shot? Kevin the fool, exactly, why doesn't he the streamer fire a shot, afraid of being exposed? Sucking on a sour plum. It's dangerous at night, isn't he firing a shot equivalent to attracting monsters? Three Foxes, Haven T. You noticed the streamer's voice is quite soft. Good brother 7171. Har har har, a bunch of fans are acting along, it's hilarious. Big cousin, hey buddy, go get some rest. Whoever I stare at urinates, is tonight going to end like this? I was all set for an all-nighter. The two commenters in the barrage continued to clamor for Yi Xiao to fire a shot. Naturally, Yi Xiao had no intention of doing so. The sky outside had turned completely dark. Firing a shot, while the sound of the gunshot might be muted, would still create a loud noise upon impact. He had no interest in courting danger. Yi Xiao lazily put the gun away, stating, firing a shot is out of the question. I have no desire to invite trouble upon myself. However, I can show you what is outside. Cautiously, Yi Xiao moved towards the window, saying, the windows here have been tightly drawn with curtains, and there are leftover food items. I suspect that the previous hybrid monster was once human. It seems this family hid here for a while after the catastrophe, and then someone unexpectedly mutated. Upon hearing this, Jucherue's face turned pale as he asked, Brother Xiao, does that mean we might mutate too? Yi Xiao shook his head. I don't know, but as long as we keep our distance from those monsters, we should be safe from mutation. We still need to extract more information from that woman. At this moment, Yi Xiao had carefully reached the window, gently parting the curtain to reveal two pairs of eyes peering outside. The camera in the live stream followed his gaze, turning towards the street outside. Due to the distance and the glass barrier, the sounds from the distance were merely faint echoes of distant howls. Several distorted humanoid figures staggered forward on the street, dimly illuminated by moonlight. These creatures appeared to move clumsily, yet once in motion, they exhibited remarkable speed. In the shadows of the corner, a few others crawled on all fours, twisting between the walls and plants. Just watching made Yi Xiao's heart race, and sweat beaded on his palms. Good brother 7171, it's pitch black, can't see anything, what a joke. Clear sky, I bet they LL say it's a green screen. Kevin the fool. Real or fake, it's definitely special effects. Clear sky, har har har, I knew it. The king patrols the mountains, buddy, go take a break. Whoever I stare at urinates. Is tonight going to end like this? I was all set for an all-nighter. Chapter 20, despairing of Fei, Yi Xiao carefully lowered the curtains and retreated to the center of the living room, stating, we'll leave it at that for today. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. I've only been here for 2 days, and so much has happened, I really need to rest. I'm heading to bed now, everyone, you can keep the stream going if you wish. It won't be interrupted for 24 hours anyway. After greeting the audience in the live stream, Yi Xiao walked toward a room on the side. As he stepped into one of the bedrooms, Zhu Chirui quickly followed him in. Yi Xiao paused, bewildered, and turned to Zhu Chirui, exclaiming, "Why did you come in? Isn't there a room across the hall?" Zhu Chirui grinned sheepishly, offering an awkward smile. "Bro, I'm scared to be alone." Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. "Get out." The room was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. To be cautious, Yi Xiao placed a flashlight beside his pillow, accompanied by a combat knife. On the third floor, in the master and secondary bedrooms, Yi Xiao and Zhu Chirui fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor, a person who should have been sound asleep was, at that moment, forced to sit up. Despite feeling overwhelmingly drowsy, Afei found herself unable to fall asleep after a prolonged struggle. She felt feverish, her body burning with heat, and a peculiar sensation in her abdomen filled her with dread. Slowly, she rose to her feet and staggered toward the bathroom. The bathroom curtains were thin, allowing moonlight to filter through the ventilated window, illuminating the dim space slightly. Standing before the mirror, she hesitantly lifted the hem of her shirt. Upon seeing her reflection, she could not contain a sob. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she muttered softly, "No, no, don't." What had once appeared as a wound, akin to torn flesh, was now replaced by a swollen, red mass. The edges of the mass glowed with an eerie grey, coated in a viscous substance. No, it can't be. Panic-stricken, she glanced around before hastily exiting the bathroom, only to return moments later with the spear that Yi Xiao had given her. Her bloodshot eyes fixated on the mirror, where her body was marred by red and purple veins resembling a spider's web. Afei grasped her clothing with one hand and, trembling, plunged the spear's tip into the grotesque mass of flesh. Oh! She bit her lip, letting out a cry of pain, yet her hand did not falter. She continued to push the blade deeper, attempting to peel away the layer of swollen flesh that spanned across her abdomen. The excruciating agony caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. With a soft thud, the limp mass fell to the floor. Har har, it's okay now, it's okay. The face in the mirror appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, forcing a smile as a form of self-reassurance. Gurgling sounds echoed eerily in the still bathroom, resembling the squelching of flesh, an unsettling noise that evoked a sense of nausea. The forced smile on Afei's face froze, her bloodshot eyes wide with terror as they fixated on her abdomen in the mirror. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, disbelief flooding her mind as she stared at her wound. Pink, fleshy tendrils, reminiscent of meat produced by a grinder, pushed out in a dense cluster. The moment these tendrils met the air, they seemed to react to some unseen stimulus, swelling violently. As these fleshy appendages tore at her wound, expanding and thickening, it resembled a baby struggling to escape from her belly. "No, no, please, no," she whimpered, despair filling her bloodshot eyes. "I don't want to become a monster, I don't want to become." Suddenly, Afei's entire body convulsed violently. She looked down at her abdomen, feeling a force ripping through her being. With a sickening crack, flesh tore open from her belly, muscles and blood spilling forth towards her chest. Wriggling tendrils emerged incessantly from the gaping wound, revealing rows of densely packed, eel-like teeth at the center. Afei's upper body was forced back, her belly protruding uncontrollably, her form contorting into an unnatural position. The last thing she could see was her own twisted reflection, bending over backwards. "Yi Xiao, help me." In the live stream, a few night owls remained, occasionally chiming in. "Whoever stares gets scared. Is everyone asleep? Milk egg not bland. No, I'm staying up all night to keep you company. Cold River Snow. I was out running errands this afternoon, didn't catch the stream. Sheep eats wolf, you're missing out. This afternoon was incredibly exciting. Whoever stares gets scared. Hey, did you guys hear something? Milk egg not bland. I did. It sounds like someone outside is calling for the host. Cold River Snow, host, wake up. Sheep eats wolf, it sounds like that woman's voice. She can't be trying to climb into bed, can she? Cold River Snow. Wow, how thrilling." As the discussions continued, Yi Xiao had already awakened. One hand rested on the flashlight while he slowly turned to sit up. With his other hand, he grasped the knife beside the pillow. Without his phone, Yi Xiao had no idea what time it was. He carefully lifted the blanket covering him. To be on the safe side, he had not removed his shoes, prepared to flee at a moment's notice if necessary. "Yi Xiao," the voice outside belonged to Afei, indeed calling his name. However, her tone was hoarse, drawn out, and intermittent, reminiscent of a soul being summoned. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. Why was she seeking him at this hour? He gently swung his legs over the side of the bed and was just about to rise when he heard her fragmented plea. Help me, What was happening? Yi Xiao stood up, cautiously approaching the door, yet as he neared the entrance, a bizarre, sticky sound sent chills down his spine. Gurgle, gurgle, the sound was disconcertingly familiar, reminiscent of the creature's tendrils moving about. An ominous premonition washed over him, followed by a grating noise, akin to nails scraping against wood, resonating on the door. The few viewers still awake in the live stream immediately flooded the chat with messages. Whoever stares gets scared. This sound is off. Chapter 21, it is AFI, she has mutated. Hanjiang Shui, coming here at night for a thrill, thankfully I have held on until now. Yang Kailang. Damn, how terrifying, my heart is racing. Nidan Bu Dan, brother Yao, be careful, I feel there is something off about the woman outside the door. The sounds emanating from the door were crystal clear to everyone in the live stream. Accompanied by that strange quarreling, it sent an unsettling shiver down one's spine. Something was amiss outside. Yi Xiao silently placed the dagger in his hand onto the bed and switched on the flashlight, positioning it directly against the door. The beam of light focused on the entrance, and then Yi Xiao retrieved a seed gun from the prop bar. He pressed himself against the wall behind the door, maximizing the chance of evading an ambush the moment the door swung open. Although he was uncertain about AFI's condition outside, he was certain that she was no longer normal. With the gun held firmly in his right hand, he cautiously reached for the doorknob with his left, twisting the safety latch below. With a crisp click, before Yi Xiao could even turn the doorknob, it began to rotate slowly by itself. With a creak, the door swung open, and the muffled sounds that had been confined beyond it became hauntingly clear, resembling a strained rasping from someone struggling to breathe. Thud, thud, unsteady footsteps stumbled into the room, reminiscent of an elderly woman with impaired mobility. As the door opened wider, the light from the bed spilled over the threshold, illuminating whatever was entering. AFI's whole scream suddenly pierced the air as she was exposed to the light, her voice still rasping as if her throat were being torn apart, both pitch and volume constricted. It's so glaring, so glaring. She flailed her arms wildly, her upside-down face emerging from behind the door. That bizarre posture left Yi Xiao frozen in place, momentarily forgetting how to react. Yi Xiao, help me, her face, now inverted, was covered in purple-red veins, her eyes bulging with blood, and her neck strained to the point of forcing her mouth wide open. Behind her twisted head, thick, slate-grey tentacles writhed freely across her prominently heaving chest and abdomen. Yi Xiao, the person before him, now unrecognizable, seemed to cling to a shred of reason. In her bloodshot eyes, there was a desperate plea. Click, the seed gun in Yi Xiao's hand was loaded, and without hesitation, he plunged the blade of the gun into the swollen tumor on her shoulder. He then squeezed the trigger. Boom, a muffled, oppressive sound echoed within the room. AFI's already contorted body exploded apart. Her head was reduced to a pulp, yet the remaining half of her torso still instinctively lunged toward him with its writhing tentacles. Boom, another shot rang out, thoroughly obliterating her body. Flesh and shattered tentacles, along with chunks of meat, were scattered everywhere. The remaining two legs oozed a dark liquid, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Gazing at the orange-red seed oozing from the blood and flesh, Yi Xiao exhaled deeply. His eyes scanned the remnants of AFI strewn across the floor, and he couldn't help but curse, damn it. Yi Xiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Although he had pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation, killing her, he remained bewildered. How could a person, once so normal, suddenly transform into this? Click, the door at the end of the corridor creaked open, revealing Juchurui, gun in hand, cautiously inching along the corridor toward the entrance. Peering into the room, he nearly fell back in shock upon seeing AFI's severed lower half sprawled on the floor. Brother Yao, what happened? Yi Xiao tucked the seed gun away and wiped his face vigorously. It's AFI. She has mutated. Juchurui stood at the door, dumbfounded, clearly just as bewildered. While Yi Xiao cast a glance at the lively barrage of comments on the side. Damn, I got up to pee, just glanced, and nearly wet myself in fright. Yang Hailang, it's like a horror movie, too terrifying, I'm wide awake now. Nidan Bu Dan. I almost screamed in the internet cafe, that was horrifying. Hanjiang Shui, what happened to that woman, why does she look so terrifying? Whoever stares gets scared, she must have mutated, how tragic. The viewers in the live stream, who had been up all night, were thoroughly spooked and were sending gifts in a frenzy. After all, AFI's appearance was indeed a visual shock in the dead of night. Yi Xiao sighed, alas, there's truly no respite. He reached for the seed gun, then moved to the bedside, wiping his hands haphazardly on the blanket. The splattered blood and flesh made it impossible to sleep here. Picking up his backpack and gathering his belongings, he exited the room. Juchurui pointed toward the inner corridor. There's another room inside. The two walked silently down the corridor. Nidan Bu Dan. Isn't he brother Yao scared? He's way too calm, I would have bolted. Hanjiang Shui, that gun was fired with such precision, exhilarating. Yang Kailang, in horror movies, they either scream or freeze. I just want to give them a piece of my mind. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, the host has some serious guts, only when the second master arrives will things seem normal. Yi Xiao, somewhat speechless, remarked, is having guts considered abnormal? It's innate. I used to go to haunted escape rooms with classmates. I was the iron wall. Yi Xiao stepped into another room, which appeared to belong to a girl, with a dressing table nestled in the corner. He set down his belongings and took a deep breath. However, in an escape room, you know everything is fake, but here, everything is real. It can still be frightening. After all, these things could cost lives. Zhu Chirui lingered at the door, not moving. Yi Xiao glanced at him in confusion. Aren't you going to sleep? What are you doing just standing there? This kid was indeed fortunate, having a room deeper inside. If he had been in the front, he would have likely gone insane. Zhu Chirui hesitated at the door. Brother, now that the woman is dead, it's just the two of us left. How do we get to that high wall? Yi Xiao sighed, bypassing Zhu Chirui as he exited the room. We'll go as we planned. Holding the flashlight, Yi Xiao cautiously made his way downstairs. The security door on the first floor was tightly locked, and the cabinets blocking the door had not been moved. Outside, rustling noises could be heard, suggesting that numerous nocturnal wanderers had gathered not far from the house. Yi Xiao immediately turned off the flashlight and retraced his steps to the third floor, cautiously peering out the window at the staircase. Many distorted figures were sprawled on the ground, encircling the monstrous corpse discarded not far from the house, as if indulging in a feast. A chill ran down Yi Xiao's spine. Thankfully, the sound of the modified gun had not attracted attention, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Chapter 22. Behold, she is here. After ensuring that there were no safety hazards, Yi Xiao returned to his room with utmost caution. Locking the door behind him and settling onto the bed, he cast a glance at the barrage panel and remarked, it appears that there should be no further events this evening. Everyone should retire for the night. He paused momentarily before adding, I shall initiate a lottery first thing in the morning. Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center, lottery, is it the one I think it is? Cold River Snow. No way, I absolutely will not come tomorrow morning. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow at the barrage, his lips twitching slightly. Is it really necessary? Milk egg not light, I'm off to bed. I want to see which unfortunate soul will be chosen tomorrow. Sheep eats wolf, off to sleep, let us hope I'm not the one picked. Thanks to Sheep eats wolf for the captaincy. Yi Xiao shook his head in mild exasperation and promptly turned over to sleep. In the morning, Yi Xiao was roused by the melodious chirping of birds outside his window. As he turned from the dimness of the room to sit up, he still felt somewhat dazed. He had not slept well during the latter half of the night, disturbed by a Fi, and had experienced a series of bizarre dreams. Rubbing his face, Yi Xiao glanced around. Fate continued to pay special attention to him, as he remained ensnared in this perilous world. With sighing, he realized that in merely 2 days, he had begun to yearn for his previous life. Indeed, these past few days had been exceedingly exhilarating, perhaps a tad too much. Yi Xiao rose and approached the window, drawing aside the curtain to peer outside. The dawn's rosy hues blanketed the sky, and the rising sun cast a golden sheen over the area. Perhaps due to its proximity to the outskirts, the area was lush with vegetation, allowing for the sight of numerous flocks of birds and even glimpses of small creatures darting through the grass. The vibrant scenery starkly contrasted with the distorted and bizarre sights of the city. Yi Xiao took a moment to stretch his limbs before glancing at the live stream, where thousands of viewers had already gathered. Good morning, everyone, he greeted before stepping out of his room and knocking on the door of Zhu Chirui, who was across the hall. Zhu Chirui, rise and shine. In a short while, Zhu Chirui emerged, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Yi Xiao grabbed a bottle of water from the living room before heading towards the bathroom. He picked up the toothbrush from the sink, rinsed it briefly, and began brushing his teeth. Zhu Chirui, observing him, mimicked his actions, taking up his toothbrush and reaching for the toothpaste. Yi Xiao swiftly pressed down on his arm, rinsed his mouth, spat into the sink, and said, this toothpaste has probably expired ages ago. Don't you use it? Oh. Zhu Chirui had no choice but to rinse his mouth quietly. After completing their morning routines, the two settled in the living room with a box of biscuits, having a makeshift breakfast. 3 Fox. Good morning, host, another day of not wanting to go to work. Aladdin's godding, good morning, host, yet another thrilling day. Rich lady's happy ball, I don't want to go to work either. Morning dawn fire. Damn, I'm still crammed in the subway. As the barrage filled with complaints about work, Zhu Chirui suddenly turned to Yi Xiao and inquired, Brother Xiao, now that Fi is dead, it's just the two of us. Yi Xiao silently munched on a biscuit and glanced at him, and Zhu Chirui awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating to voice it. 3 Fox. Wait, that woman is dead, what happened? Clear sky, wasn't she fine yesterday afternoon? Sea falls to immortality, did I miss something last night? Morning dawn fire, dead, how did she die? The viewers in the live stream incessantly probed for information, prompting Yi Xiao to stand and make his way to the first bedroom in the corridor. He pushed open the slightly ajar door, revealing a scene of utter chaos within. Fi's lower half lay in a pool of black blood by the door, with scattered chunks of flesh splattered throughout the room, even covering the bed. At the foot of the bed, a half-destroyed visage could still be seen. Yi Xiao, nonchalantly nibbling on a dry biscuit, remained indifferent to the horrific sights around him. Behold, she is here. The barrage erupted with frantic exclamations of "What the hell?" accompanied by countless exclamation marks. Tuhar loves to destroy. Holy moly, what is this? I'm going to be sick. Clear sky, my heavens, her upper body is shattered. What happened? Heroic sword of the sky, wow, is it this thrilling so early in the morning? 3 Fox. Damn, I was having breakfast. Crimson Knight, why must you show me this? Good brother 7171, the props are impressive. Kevin the Fool, why aren't he such trashy hosts banned? She falls to immortality. If you don't like it, then leave, don't flaunt your intelligence here. Yi Xiao shrugged and closed the door behind him, providing an explanation of last night's events. Morning dawn fire. What a pity, she died just like that. Senhor, the host seems a bit too ruthless, at least they were acquaintances, yet there's not a flicker of emotion. Super fool. Doesn't he the host feel any discomfort about this? Loneliness is your tears, the host is somewhat terrifying, they kill without blinking. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at the barrage panel and walked back into the living room. In an apocalyptic world, being soft-hearted will only lead to your demise. He plopped down onto the wooden sofa and took a sip from his water bottle. She clearly sustained injuries when that guy had her in captivity yesterday and was infected, yet she chose not to inform us even when she knew she was infected. She transformed into a monster in the dead of night. If it weren't for the door of this room being intact, which hindered her movements, Zhu Chirui had the fortune of residing in the inner room. A ticking time bomb like her could easily jeopardize everyone else's lives. Yi Xiao cast a cursory glance at the barrage panel. If it were any of you staying in that room yesterday, do you honestly think that not opening the door would have kept you safe? 3 Fox. Exactly, a bunch of people talking without any experience. Tuhar loves to destroy, wow, you all are so virtuous. Milk bath Bobo, I can't stop laughing, there are peoples, you read truly impressive. Milk egg not light, last night was truly thrilling, more terrifying than a horror film, I nearly died of fright. Milk egg not light, if you watched last night and can still say such things, I'll be in awe of you. The barrage erupted into chaos, and just then, a particular comment caught Yi Xiao's attention. Jeffing public security. Is the missing person Zhu Chirui present? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, pointing to Zhu Chirui, who was seated on the couch. Yes, right here. Hey, Zhu Chirui, are you from Jeffing City? Zhu Chirui, unable to see the barrage panel and currently with his mouth full of biscuits, nodded blankly in response. Milk egg not light. Wow, they've come looking for you. Tuhar loves to destroy. Oh, the police are here. Good brother 7171, is this host going to be arrested for fraud? Jeffing public security. Comrade Zhu Chirui, are you currently safe? Yi Xiao looked at Zhu Chirui in disbelief. Hey, the authorities over there are asking if you're safe. Zhu Chirui, utterly frustrated, rolled his eyes. In a place crawling with monsters, if I'm safe, that would be a miracle. Jeffing public security. Comrade Zhu Chirui, your family is looking for you, please contact them as soon as possible. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's relay of the message, Zhu Chirui nearly lost his mind. Are you insane? If I could contact them, would I not? I'm in an apocalypse, do you not understand? Jeffing public security, Yi Xiao, please ensure a safe return for everyone, your actions may be deemed illegal. Yi Xiao was utterly speechless. He slowly walked to the window, drawing back the curtain to reveal the desolate and eerie world outside, exposing it to the live stream. Now, please tell me, where am I supposed to go back to? If I had that ability, I wouldn't be here. Jeffing public security, please adjust your attitude, otherwise, we will pursue your criminal liability. Good brother 7171, har har har, foolish host, keep playing, you've really messed up. Chapter 23. The second lucky viewer. The other viewers, Yi Xiao, feeling helpless and speechless, returned to the sofa and casually remarked, feel free, then. Yi Xiao understood that explaining anything to them through the live stream would be utterly futile. The truth did not require his validation, as they would seek it out themselves. Alright, let's get down to business. Today we will draw a lucky viewer. Nidan Bu Dan, by the way, I want to create live stream clips for the host, but I can't record the screen. Sanhu. Lottery, lottery. Harari Chai Jia, har har har, are we drawing for the unlucky one again? They weigh 92, a lottery, there's still a lottery. Shani Bi Yusher. Starting with a lottery, yay. Luo Hai Chengxian, please don't draw me. Naidan Bu Dan, don't draw me. Fei Hongji, don't draw me. Chen Shijihua, don't draw me. Observing the veteran fans adorned with the survivor light signs uniformly typing don't draw me, the new fans who had just followed were bewildered. Yi Yang, what does this mean? Why does no one want to win the lottery? Kaiwan Da Shah. All the fans here are insane. How DIDI 7171, here we go again, if you have the guts, draw me. The growth of fans had been rapid over the past few days. He needed to select a fan before the count reached 30,000. After all, once they hit that number, the system would forcibly draw a winner. If the timing were unfavorable, it would only exacerbate the situation. The current scenario wasn't too dire, one more person could help carry the supplies, although he was uncertain how long these items had been stored, as long as they were edible, it sufficed. Beside him, Ju Chirui, upon hearing that a lucky viewer would be drawn, immediately took a seat nearby. His slightly plump face radiated excitement, looking even more expectant than Yi Xiao. Are we drawing for a newcomer? Hee, splendid, I can't wait to see which unfortunate soul it is, har har har. Ju Chirui's malicious delight was unrestrained, the thought of someone else joining him in suffering brought him joy. In the live stream, a lottery machine appeared at the center of the screen, its lever automatically pulled down. Countless avatars and usernames began to whirl chaotically, the barrage in the live chat was inundated with the words, don't draw me. Various perplexed inquiries were drowned amidst the sea of comments. Gradually, the spinning of the wheel slowed, finally halting on a cartoon avatar, with the player name displayed below. How DIDI 7171. Luo Hai Chengxian, truly deserved. Sanhu, truly deserved. Naidan Bu Dan, truly deserved. Suo Ji Liu Liu Mai, truly deserved. Chen Shijihua. Truly deserved. Fei Hongji, congratulations, congratulations. The viewers in the barrage began to cheer with malicious glee, while the veteran fans eagerly awaited the spectacle. In merely 3 or 4 seconds, a figure clad in a grey work uniform suddenly appeared on the wooden sofa. This individual, donned in slippers, sported a head of tousled blonde hair, with a slightly tanned complexion, standing at just over 1.70 m and possessing a lean frame, with dishevelled hair and a phone in hand. He looked bewildered, as if he had just awakened. Come, let us welcome our newly joined member, How DIDI 7171. Yi Xiao exclaimed with a grin, while Ju Chirui excitedly approached the dazed newcomer, seizing his hand and shaking it up and down. Oh, a new little blackie. Welcome. Jiaofeng Gonan. Numerous recently joined fans, much like the official, were frantically typing question marks, clearly astonished by Yi Xiao's dramatic introduction. No? The blonde in the grey work uniform abruptly yanked his hand away from Ju Chirui, his eyes wide with shock and about to speak. Suddenly, Yi Xiao drew a combat knife from his waist, the cold blade pointing ominously at the blonde's neck, merely a fist's distance away. The blonde, who had been about to shout, instantly sealed his lips. Yi Xiao regarded him with a calm, yet warning gaze. Don't shout unnecessarily, the worst thing you can do here is raise your voice. If you wish to court death, do it alone, or I might just slice your tongue out. The blonde sat there, frozen in shock, while Yi Xiao sheathed the knife once more. Ju Chirui, assuming a senior demeanor, appeared rather pleased with himself. Why, Yi Xiao inquired, what is your name? The blonde, still somewhat dazed, had only just been downstairs in his apartment after breakfast. In the blink of an eye, he found himself here, and he had already come to believe in this so-called apocalypse live stream to a significant extent. He opened his mouth, his voice surprisingly dry. I'm Liang Kai, you can call me a Kai. Yi Xiao glanced at the words Hongfeng Auto Repair emblazoned on Liang Kai's chest, raising an eyebrow in surprise. You can repair cars. Liang Kai nodded silently. Yes, I am a mechanic. Not bad. Yi Xiao's eyes brightened. You should have some knowledge of machinery, then. Liang Kai hesitated for a moment. Well, more or less. Yi Xiao felt a surge of delight. He hadn't expected to encounter someone useful. He turned to Ju Chirui and asked, by the way, what skills do you possess? What did you do before? Ju Chirui was momentarily taken aback, displaying a hint of embarrassment on his face. I was in sales. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes in disinterest, then glanced at the bewildered Liang Kai and said, now that you're here, it's best to accept reality quickly, or you might find yourself in peril. I should inform you that according to the rules, you must stay here for at least 30 days. After 30 days, I can send you back. Upon hearing they could return, both individuals exhibited joy. Yi Xiao cast a mild glance at them, stating, don't celebrate too soon. First, you must figure out how to protect yourselves and survive for 30 days. Additionally, if I perish, you can forget about going back. Seeing their expressions fall, Yi Xiao continued, therefore, if you wish to survive, stick close, obey, and refrain from causing trouble. The timing of the teleportation and the selected individuals are all determined by the system. However, the System's marketplace has many valuable items. As long as the viewers sent gifts, we can exchange them. So, we do have some leverage. Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai nodded silently, realizing they had no other options now. Yi Xiao glanced at the slippers on Liang Kai's feet and remarked, "There are shoes in the stairwell. Find a pair that fits. By the way, look for a backpack in the inner room. We need to gather supplies and take what we can." Chapter 24. Brother, I was wrong. In the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, resources are undeniably essential. Despite Liang Kai's countless reluctances, his complaints about the injustice of fate, or even curses directed at his ancestors, all proved futile. The harsh reality lay starkly before him, and he had no choice but to accept it. Liang Kai rose and made his way towards the staircase. Upon seeing him directly search for his shoes, Yi Xiao called out to him, "Aren't you going to wear socks?" Liang Kai wiggled his toes and replied, "I'm used to it." Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon his filthy feet, and he grimaced. "We have a long way to go. If you wear your feet raw and can't run, don't blame us for abandoning you." Upon hearing this, Liang Kai's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately turned back inside. He pushed open the first room door and, before fully entering, collapsed onto the floor. His face turned visibly pale, terror etched in his wide eyes as he stared at the interior of the room. He quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth and, in a frantic scramble, got to his feet. Yi Xiao pointed silently towards the bathroom, and Liang Kai dashed in, still covering his mouth. Within moments, the sounds of retching echoed from the bathroom. Har har har. Zhu Chirui laughed gleefully. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Morning fire, har har har, this kid is throwing up, 3 foxes. Where's that bravado from earlier? Little Black, milk egg not mild, apocalypse live stream, teaching Little Black how to be a person sucking on a plum. Wasn't he just talking about props? Why is he throwing up? Drifting to immortality, equal opportunity to roast every Little Black, har har har. Before long, Liang Kai emerged from the bathroom, his face ashen. Yi Xiao couldn't help but find amusement in his woeful expression. Didn't he say it was all props? What are you afraid of? Brother, I was wrong, I truly was. Liang Kai's sorrowful visage was a sight to behold. He approached Yi Xiao with an imploring look, kneeling before him. Brother, please take me back. I beg you. I'll give you as much money as you want. As he spoke, he hastily pulled out his phone and thrust it into Yi Xiao's hands. This phone, take it. Yi Xiao glanced at the phone and promptly switched it off before looking at Liang Kai with an impassive expression. If you want to stay, I can leave you here. Please, don't leave me behind. Liang Kai was on the verge of tears, but Yi Xiao remained unmoved, aware that lingering here would only lead to death. Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and pack your things. Oh. Liang Kai ceased his protests and quietly got to his feet, heading toward the corridor. However, he dared not re-enter the first bedroom, instead venturing deeper inside. Yi Xiao stood up and said to Zhu Chirui, "You should also find a set of spare clothes." Zhu Chirui nodded and turned to walk further inside, while Yi Xiao made his way outside, having not thoroughly searched the place. The 4th floor contained several rooms, seemingly a rental space. Yi Xiao unearthed a set of sportswear, a few pairs of socks, and grabbed a backpack. Though they were moldy from neglect, they were certainly better than nothing. On the 2nd floor, he found a few useful items, 4 candles, a sewing kit, a packet of salt, and a telescope. Returning to the 3rd floor, Yi Xiao placed the items into the backpack and handed it to Liang Kai. Liang Kai stuffed a set of clothes inside and began to pack food and water. Zhu Chirui filled a water bottle, carrying 2 more, while Liang Kai shouldered 3 bottles, and the group prepared to set off. Yi Xiao approached the window and glanced outside when Liang Kai's voice interrupted him. Brother, can I have a weapon too? He eyed Zhu Chirui's machete and handgun with envy. Yi Xiao kept his gaze fixed outside and replied, "There's a spear by the door. Go grab it yourself." Liang Kai turned to look at the living room door, where indeed a long spear leaned against the wall. He joyfully made his way over to retrieve it. When he returned to the window, Yi Xiao was thanking the fans in the live stream. "Thank you all for your gifts. I can't always keep track of the donations, but the system will automatically register them. I sincerely appreciate everyone's generosity and support. Our thanks to the commander of Noah's Breath, thank you. Their current points had reached 13,025, allowing for several exchanges. While firearms could be redeemed, the loud noise would attract monsters. Thus, a nuclear-modified gun was deemed most practical. Nevertheless, possessing a firearm for emergencies was still crucial. Yi Xiao spent 5,000 points to exchange for 2 handguns, 4 magazines, and 2 silencers. He distributed the items to Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, then beckoned to Zhu Chirui, "Give me that one back, these 2 have better quality." Zhu Chirui, pleased, promptly returned the previous gun to Yi Xiao. Liang Kai, elated, examined the handgun. Yi Xiao holstered his handgun and instructed, attach the silencers, each of you gets 2 magazines. Even with silencers, the gunfire will still be audible, it won't be as quiet as in the movies. Therefore, only use them in critical moments, or you'll only attract more monsters. Both nodded in agreement, and Yi Xiao continued, if conditions permit when we reach the base, let us see if we can find someone to obtain modification blueprints for 2 nuclear guns. Afterward, Yi Xiao spent 200 points to acquire 4 grenades and 3 smoke bombs. He handed 2 smoke bombs to Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, instructing them on their use. Zhu Chirui, grinning, flattered, brother, you know so much. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes, I watch a lot of movies. Just then, moving shadows on the distant street outside caught his attention. Sure. Yi Xiao quickly gestured for silence, retreating to the window and beckoning Zhu Chirui. Quick, pass me the telescope. Zhu Chirui hurriedly rummaged through the backpack, while Liang Kai, intrigued by Yi Xiao's demeanor, cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain to peek outside. In a hushed tone, brimming with excitement, he said, brother, there's a car. Yi Xiao shot him a look of disapproval. What is there to be happy about? To the people here, we are merely commodities for trade. Do you think this is a good thing? Liang Kai fell silent, closing his mouth. Zhu Chirui quickly handed the telescope to Yi Xiao, inquiring curiously, brother, could those people with cars be from the base? Yi Xiao took the telescope, focusing intently on the 4 vehicles slowly approaching on the highway. However, they were soon blocked by a pile of abandoned cars clogging the road. Chapter 25. Oh no, we've been discovered. 4 vehicles were parked by the roadside, and from the lead car emerged 4 individuals. These 4, varying in height, build, and size, shared a common trait. Their skin bore the darkened hue of sun exposure. Through the lens of binoculars, Yi Xiao could discern the purplish-red veins that snaked across their arms. One of the taller men had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, but before he could take a few puffs, another lanky fellow snatched it away. Crouching by the window, Zhu Chirui, who was secretly observing, suddenly whispered, Xiao Ji, I spotted several unopened packs of cigarettes on the first floor. Should we take some? They could fetch a good price. Yi Xiao pondered Zhu Chirui's suggestion, finding it somewhat reasonable, yet the prospect of carrying them all seemed cumbersome. Even a single pack felt heavy. He gestured subtly to Zhu Chirui, just grab a few packs, but be careful. Zhu Chirui nodded and quietly made his way downstairs. Yi Xiao raised the binoculars once more, continuing to watch the group, his gaze lingering on the vehicles they had arrived in. Liang Kai's voice cautiously broke the silence beside him. Those vehicles appear to have been modified, they make no sound whatsoever. These must be powered by some form of new energy, akin to electric vehicles. Liang Kai murmured, and Yi Xiao recalled the notion of nuclear weaponry. It seemed these individuals had indeed made alterations to their cars. The 4 men who had disembarked were all armed, and after inspecting the front of the car, they signaled to another group waiting beside the vehicles. Soon after, a fresh batch of individuals emerged, each equipped with similar weaponry, clearly indicative of an organized faction. The leader of this new group, a tall and slender man with unkempt short hair, bore a pink scar along his jawline that resembled a crawling caterpillar. He was currently directing his comrades as they cleared obstacles from the road. Smoking a cigarette, the tall man scanned the surroundings with a restless gaze, as if assessing the area. Yi Xiao surmised that these individuals were not merely attempting to traverse the national highway, especially given the considerable blockage ahead. Instead, they seemed intent on clearing a side path that would lead them into a nearby residential area. Could they possibly be aiming to enter the city? Yet, it appeared that vehicles were ill-suited for such an endeavor within the urban confines. As Yi Xiao contemplated this, he suddenly noticed the man by the car sweeping his gaze in their direction. He quickly lowered the binoculars and up to the side of the window. The curtain fluttered slightly due to his movement, causing Yi Xiao's heart to race as he hastily pressed down on one corner of the drapery. This is bad, he thought, tilting his head to cautiously peer through the gap in the curtain. The man by the car was now holding a gun and was sprinting toward them, accompanied by several others. It's over. Yi Xiao exclaimed in alarm, urgently telling Liang Kai, run, quickly. Liang Kai, startled, saw Yi Xiao grab his backpack and dash downstairs without hesitation, realizing there was no time to waste, and hurriedly followed suit. Zhu Chirui, hurry up. We've been discovered. Zhu Chirui, who had just unwrapped a pack of cigarettes, scrambled to stuff a few more packs into his backpack before frantically bolting toward the exit. At that moment, Yi Xiao and Liang Kai had already struggled to push aside the cabinet blocking the security door. They burst through the door like fleeing rabbits, darting into the street outside. Yi Xiao led the 2 through the alleyway, heading northeast. The armed individuals behind them looked formidable, and Yi Xiao was certain that if captured, they would face dire consequences. The 3 of them focused solely on their escape, burdened by heavy backpacks, oblivious to the noise of their hurried footsteps. To their surprise, the pursuers were closing in faster than anticipated. Hey, those guys are running that way. A voice from above caught Yixiao's attention. He turned to see one of the pursuers scaling the rooftops with the agility of a monkey, leaping from the eaves of the row houses and the side walls, relentlessly pursuing them. Yixiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned back, his heart pounding. Is that even possible for a human? It can't be. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the spectacle. Enemy or ally, Jiashankao? Is that Spider-Man? Sanhu, this place can't possibly have superpowers, right? Nidan Budan, it's over, the host is the weakest link. These people might not have malicious intent, why are they running? Nyola Ji Nyo, this isn't a game of chance, no malice, they are clearly chasing them. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from another alleyway, followed by a bellowing shout. Hey, stop. We mean you no harm, please, halt. Brother. Liang Kai called out tentatively behind Yixiao, breathless and unwilling to slow down. Yixiao gasped, trust their words, if they truly meant us no harm, why the fervent chase? Resolute, they won't pursue us for long. As they veered left and right through the alleys, the distance between them and their pursuers diminished rapidly. Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, who were not accustomed to physical exertion, struggled, though Liang Kai's laborious work had afforded him some stamina. Zhu Chirui, however, was far less fortunate, feeling as though his lungs might burst from exertion. Had it not been for the abundant vegetation providing ample oxygen, he feared he might have succumbed to asphyxiation. Suddenly, a rapid and unnatural patter of footsteps rang out, drawing Yixiao's attention. Woof, woof. A chorus of distorted barks erupted ahead of them, suggesting the presence of more than one dog. Abruptly, Yixiao, who had just reached the intersection, skidded to a halt point. 3 dogs emerged without warning from the shadows, one of which was a short-haired mutt whose previous form was still discernible, though its mouth had grotesquely split into 3 parts, adorned with bizarre tentacles. Another dog was left with only half its fur, its skin stretched tight over an engorged body, covered in red, pus-filled lumps, with a human hand embedded in its belly, its gaping maw extending to an elongated neck. The third had entirely lost its canine appearance, its fur completely shed, leaving only a bloated mass of flesh. What the hell? Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai exclaimed in unison. Yixiao pivoted sharply, veering into a right-hand alley. Cursing inwardly, he lamented that he should have left sooner, caught between a wolf ahead and a tiger behind. Chapter 26. Asymptomatic individuals. 3 mutated hounds relentlessly pursued from behind, while a few tattered figures suddenly burst forth from the alleyway ahead. Har har, run. Let's see where you can escape. The leader of the group laughed triumphantly, only to be met with the sight of Yixiao and his companions charging straight towards them without a hint of hesitation. Goodness, it's a mutated dog, a short individual exclaimed, swiftly drawing a crossbow from behind and firing at the relentless beasts pursuing Yixiao and his friends. Whoosh, the sharp iron bolt flew directly into the gaping maw of the foremost mutated hound, the blackened barrel of a shotgun suddenly aimed at Yixiao and his companions. Yixiao slammed to a halt, his gaze fixed intently on the lanky figure wielding the weapon. If the individual were to pull the trigger, the 3 of them would surely meet a grim fate. The tall, thin man chuckled softly, his hand holding the gun steady. The modified gun in his grasp was a shotgun, a weapon Yixiao had experience with, and it was notably heavy. Yet, in his hands, it appeared as light as a toy, exhibiting remarkable steadiness. This alone indicated the man's prodigious strength. The adversaries outnumbered them, and Yixiao felt no confidence in their chances of resistance at this moment. Don't move, kid. After all, I would prefer not to shoot, he warned. Yixiao slowly raised his hands, followed suit by Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, who were both panting heavily, clearly at their limits. Darhai. A soft call came from behind, prompting Yixiao to curiously glance back at the unfolding situation. The 4 individuals were well trained, one of whom was a tall, muscular bald man wielding an oddly shaped large knife. The handle, over 30 centimeters long, contained a swaying orange-red liquid within. At that moment, the blade, measuring over 50 centimeters, emanated a strange orange-red glow. The short man with the crossbow suddenly sidestepped to avoid an attack from a mutated hound, and in that instant, the bald man surged forward, cleaving downwards at the freshly landed hound. With a resounding thud, the large knife pierced through the beast's body and struck the ground, executing the maneuver with such fluidity that it seemed effortless, cleaving the hound in 2. Goodness, that knife is formidable. Indeed, within a few exchanges, the 4 swiftly dispatched the 3 mutated hounds. Classmate Takagi, the strength and speed of these individuals are utterly abnormal. 3rd generation, the mutated dogs are so fast, and they can evade them. The streamer can't compare. 3rd Fox, streamer, perhaps you should refrain from running, it seems you may not escape. Indeed, the viewers in the bullet comments articulated Yixiao's own thoughts. The remarkable speed and strength of these individuals suggested they had received some form of enhancement. After eliminating the 3 mutated hounds, one of them produced a dagger and began to dig up the seed core. Their monkey on the roof leaped down, resembling someone of similar stature to Liang Kai, wearing a hat and tattered fingerless leather gloves. He lazily approached Yi Xiao and his companions, scrutinizing them with keen interest. Like the lanky man, his gaze fixated on their necks and hands. "Hey, boss." The monkey man leaned closer to the tall, thin man, his surprise evident. "These three, they're actually asymptomatic individuals." Asymptomatic individuals. The monkey man's description piqued Yi Xiao's interest. It was clear they were vastly different from these individuals. Asymptomatic individuals. The others gathered closer, observing the trio as if they were a rare curiosity, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, as if Yi Xiao and his companions were some prized possession. The lingering hope in Liang Kai's heart dissipated as he understood Yi Xiao's concerns, a hint of panic crossing his face. "Boss, it seems we've struck gold." Darhai raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The short man with the crossbow eagerly approached the man referred to as the boss, inquiring, "Boss, what do we do?" The scarred-faced man remained vigilant, furrowing his brow as he regarded the monkey man. "Ajao, have you seen anyone else?" The monkey man shook his head. "No, just these three. They don't appear to be part of a group." The scarred-faced man held his gun unwaveringly, his cold gaze fixed on Yi Xiao. "Where are the others?" Yi Xiao's mind raced. Based on the previous three individuals and the information disclosed by Fei, it seemed that asymptomatic individuals like them were shielded by high walls. Thus, they naturally assumed the trio belonged to a larger group. Their origins were already suspicious. It was imperative that these individuals remained unaware of the truth. After all, it was evident that if they discovered the existence of individuals from another world, the consequences would be dire. Yi Xiao concocted a tale. "We were previously within another high wall, said to be relocated elsewhere, but we were ambushed on the way and became scattered. There were originally 4 of us traveling together, but in the end, either they perished or mutated." Yi Xiao forced a wry smile. "We had no choice but to continue on our own, returning to the high wall." Super color blind. "Wow, the streamer is quite the performer, har har. Legendary leg hair, I believe it, what a storyteller. Third Fox, this is so tense, I wonder what these people intend to do. It seems there is no immediate danger." Listening to Yi Xiao's words, the group appeared to accept them as truth, as they couldn't conceive of any other possibility regarding these impeccably dressed individuals. The one named Ajao whispered to the scarred-faced man, "Boss, how should we deal with these three?" The scarred-faced man stroked his chin, surveying Yi Xiao and his companions, and declared, "Let's take them back first." Reluctantly, Yi Xiao and his companions followed the group back to their vehicle, navigating through a road overgrown with weeds and vines, obstructed by abandoned, dilapidated cars. 4 fully armed vehicles stood silently, their windows and doors shielded by iron bars, reinforced bumpers, and spikes welded to the rooftops. These vehicles resembled monstrous beasts, adorned with mottled rust and equipped to the teeth. As the group cleared the obstacles, they expressed astonishment upon seeing the return of Yi Xiao and his companions. Their gazes were filled predominantly with curiosity, clearly indicating that asymptomatic individuals were a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world, and their existence seemed to hold significant value. Yi Xiao and his companions were nudged from behind, compelled to climb into a 6-seater modified van. Chapter 27. Continue editing. The van outside was modified to resemble a fortress, yet the interior was not in disarray. It featured a skylight that could be opened at will, secured with a latch. Yi Xiao and his 2 companions were compelled to sit inside the vehicle, observing a group of individuals rummaging through the items they had confiscated from them. A sense of discontent welled up within Juchurue, who whispered to Yi Xiao, "Brother Xiao, are we really going to let them take everything?" The audience in the barrage was also abuzz with suggestions. "Formoser. Should have tossed a few grenades over there, blow them up. Legendary leg hair, you're overthinking it, not necessarily going to kill them. 3 foxes, there are too many of them. The streamer might not be able to escape. Sensibly, the sound of an explosion is too loud, it would attract more monsters. Hip-hop monster, if it were me, I'd say the streamer is just a coward, just do it. Pumpkinhead. Exactly, what is there to be afraid of? Don't you have grenades? Ex-white copper blade, just steal the car, drive it away. Sheep-eating wolf, these folks don't mean to harm the streamer. They just biding their time." From the Crimson Knight, sad smiley. "Some imbeciles shouldn't talk without understanding the situation. These people currently have no intention of causing harm. If the streamer resists, it could backfire, and the only one getting hurt would be the streamer." The barrage was a cacophony of voices, yet at that moment, Yi Xiao had little inclination to engage. He scrutinized the expressions of the individuals outside, noting their disdainful laughter as they inspected his equipment. Realizing that they appeared unimpressed with their belongings, Yi Xiao felt a glimmer of hope. "Gentlemen, if you have no use for these items, could you perhaps leave them for us?" The scar-faced man, referred to as the leader, sneered, leaning against the window with a grenade in hand. "Rest assured, we have no interest in your worthless junk. It's all rather useless." He kicked Yi Xiao's survival pack with his foot, adding, "However, this pack is a bit peculiar, the items seem quite new." Noticing the hint of suspicion in the man's eyes, Yi Xiao calmly explained, "That was issued to us upon our departure, specifically tailored for us. For asymptomatic individuals like them, it was not uncommon for the base to provide some special consideration." These people likely had no detailed knowledge of asymptomatic individuals behind the high walls. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the scar-faced man ceased his skepticism. He grinned at Yi Xiao while holding the grenade. "This looks practical, but it poses significant risks. And those 3 pistols of yours, even equipped with silencers, would attract the attention of abominations." The scar-faced man scoffed, "We have no use for those things. Out here, grenades are far more effective than Molotov cocktails. Those folks behind the walls are truly a bunch of fools." Yi Xiao awkwardly twitched his mouth. "Perhaps they think we wouldn't know how to use them, they were just casually given to us for self-defense." The scar-faced man let out a derisive laugh. "The pack can be yours, but we'll keep these few items." Yi Xiao's heart sank, yet he refrained from saying more. At that moment, a monkey-like man named Zhao suddenly exclaimed in delight, boss, look, these kids have some good stuff in their packs." He pulled out several packs of cigarettes from Zhu Chui's backpack, grinning widely. The others nearby rushed over to snatch them, prompting the scar-faced man to kick at them. "Get lost, what are you fighting over, scram?" He reached into Zhu Chui's bag and picked up a pack of cigarettes, shaking it slightly before raising an eyebrow at Yi Xiao and his companions. "Oh, looks like you've got some decent goods here." Yi Xiao adopted a harmless demeanor, chuckling, "Brother, if you want more, there's plenty over there. We didn't manage to take all of it when we left." Zhu Chui nodded in agreement. Yes, there are a few more packs." Hearing there was more, the scar-faced man's eyes immediately lit up. Yi Xiao pointed towards the small building they had previously mentioned, just that building, on the 1st floor. The scar-faced man quickly exchanged glances with the monkey-like man, and soon both he and the one called Da hurried towards that direction. The few packs of cigarettes clearly lifted the scar-faced man's spirits, and seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiao sought to ingratiate himself further. "Brother, what should I call you?" The scar-faced man, appearing to be in his 30s, opened a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and inhaled deeply, releasing a satisfied sigh. His gaze towards Yi Xiao softened. "Just call me Brother Chen." Yi Xiao beamed at Brother Chen, grinning foolishly. "Brother Chen, I'm our Xiao, this is our Kai, and this is Churui." Zhu Churui and Liang Kai exchanged awkward smiles and nods at Brother Chen. The seasoned Brother Chen could easily discern that these 3 were novices. Besides Yi Xiao, the other 2 were clearly timid, and he felt they posed no threat. "Brother Chen, where are you planning to take us?" Yi Xiao cautiously inquired. Brother Chen lit his cigarette, savoring a puff before exhaling slowly, his expression dreamy. "What, afraid we'll sell you off?" Yi Xiao recoiled, feigning a timid demeanor. "Well, can you blame me? They say the outside world is dangerous, but now that we have a vehicle, we feel a bit more at ease. We got lost in the city a few days ago, it was quite terrifying." Brother Chen let out a scoff, casting Yi Xiao a sidelong glance. "You really are a coward." He exhaled a plume of smoke, chuckling, "I've got a whole gang to support. Don't you worry, I'll make sure you fetch a good price." Price, this group indeed sought monetary gain. If they were after profit, then negotiations would be simpler. Meanwhile, Zhu Churui and Liang Kai trembled beside him, but Yi Xiao remained unfazed, continuing to fabricate a story. "Why don't you just take us directly to the northeastern wall?" Seeing Brother Chen raise an eyebrow, Yi Xiao persisted. "The team responsible for escorting us has perished. The promised reward was quite substantial, they claimed to be exceptionally capable, yet look at what has become of them. Why not take over the task and escort us there? You could pocket a handsome reward." Although Yi Xiao's words were entirely fabricated, they aligned perfectly with the logical circumstances. Based on his deductions, asymptomatic individuals like them were likely rare and, in a sense, precious. For those bases behind the high walls, asymptomatic individuals would certainly be regarded as valuable assets, necessitating a team for safe transport, which would invariably come with generous compensation. Moreover, they would be treated with utmost importance should an asymptomatic individual go missing en route. While the base might not expend resources to search for them, any connection to a lesser-known group would undoubtedly spell trouble for that group. According to the previously emaciated man, those 3 intended to sell them to an organization called Free Fire. This organization was evidently not aligned with the high walls, capable of direct transactions, which left Yi Xiao with a rather unfavorable impression of them. He needed to present these individuals with a plausible and more lucrative option to deter them from selling the trio to some chaotic destination. As long as these people did not doubt their identities, his meticulously crafted series of lies would remain unexposed. Chapter 28. They believed indeed, as Yi Xiao had surmised. Brother Chen was silently leaning against the car, indulging in a cigarette, evidently convinced by Yi Xiao's words. He did not even question the veracity of Yi Xiao's statements and was already contemplating whether to accept the situation. Yi Xiao chose to say no more, opting to avoid appearing overly contrived. Meanwhile, Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai remained silent, exchanging glances, both astonished at Yi Xiao's knack for storytelling. At that moment, the live stream chat was quite lively, as it was clear that the audience was thoroughly entertained by Yi Xiao's antics. Morning dawn, har har har, the host's ability to spin nonsense has truly improved. Milk egg not mild. I'm dying of laughter. If I hadn't been watching from the start, I might have believed it. 3 foxes, someone come, there's a fraudster here. Winter has arrived, what a smooth talker, even more so than I am in sales. Sheep eats wolf. The host really has remarkable composure. Host, Yi Xiao, if these individuals accept, we can proceed with our previous plan, and additionally, we will have bodyguards for protection and a convenient ride. Why not? Host, Yi Xiao, if they still intend to betray us, it won't be too late to find an opportunity to escape on the way. Just then, the 2 fellows who had gone to fetch cigarettes returned, looking like 2 big fools with their smokes in hand. The members of the convoy surged forward, each receiving a pack. Brother Chen turned to glance at Yi Xiao, then opened the car door, tossing in 3 backpacks from outside. Yi Xiao and the others hurriedly clutched the backpacks to their chests as the door closed again. Brother Chen gathered the convoy members at the front of the car, huddling together to discuss something. Yi Xiao discreetly tugged at the car door, but it remained stubbornly shut. In the back seat, Liang Kai leaned forward, lightly tapping Yi Xiao's arm, and whispered, "They've taken all our weapons, leaving us with nothing." Yi Xiao, however, was unperturbed. He glanced at his current score of 7,650 points. After spending so many points before, he was now gradually accumulating them again. As long as there were gifts and tips, he had no worries about redeeming weapons. Why worry? These people will not only refrain from harming us, but they will also protect us. Zhu Chirui nodded in agreement. Indeed, only intact goods have value. We should be considered rare commodities. Yi Xiao silently observed the group of individuals in front of the car. With bodyguards and a ride, we'll have it easy. As long as you 2 refrain from speaking out of turn, we should be fine. Yi Xiao cautiously warned, and the 2 promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Remember, don't let anything slip. If they inquire, just say you are under strict supervision and know nothing. Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai solemnly nodded. Although they enjoyed teasing in the live stream, they were not entirely foolish. They understood that their sudden appearance in this world could lead to dire consequences if discovered. Yi Xiao's warning was carefully noted in their minds. Moreover, should they wish to return, they would need to rely on Yi Xiao, so they dared not disobey. The group ahead occasionally cast glances in their direction. Evidently, Brother Chen was discussing Yi Xiao's proposition with them. A few minutes later, Brother Chen approached the car, tossing the keys to Zhao before taking a seat in the passenger seat. Zhao then took the driver's seat, and the burly bald man opened the cabin door, pushing Zhu Chirui into the back. Brother Chen took a final drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt out of the window. He turned to Yi Xiao, saying, "Since you are heading to the Gaotang base, we will take on this task. Stick close to us. If trouble arises, we won't hesitate to abandon you." Yi Xiao's eyes twinkled with amusement, though he adopted a facade of relief and gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chen, thank you." Brother Chen gestured to the large black man beside him, who tossed it back to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao opened the tattered canvas bag to find their knives and 3 handguns inside. A wave of joy washed over him, yet he maintained a puzzled expression as he looked at Brother Chen. Brother Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Since it's for self-defense, take it, use it only in emergencies." Yi Xiao grinned foolishly. "Thanks, Brother Chen." He then retrieved his knife and gun, passing the bag back to Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai. The 3, their nerves finally settled, chuckled as they divided the items, noticing their foolish antics. Zhao in the driver's seat rolled his eyes in the rearview mirror, scoffing disdainfully as he started the car. The vehicle jostled along the cleared path, following the lead car as they meandered through a few alleys before merging onto the main road. Due to the poor road conditions, they weren't traveling fast, maintaining a pace of around 40 miles per hour. However, the comfort of being in a car rather than walking was already a considerable relief. Zhu Chirui could hardly contain his desire to nap, having been on the run for the past couple of days. As the car steadily progressed down the highway, moving away from the city, the suburban roads were less densely covered by foliage. The plants on either side, while lush, lacked the exaggeratedly bizarre mutated varieties. Aside from the occasional sighting of abandoned wrecked vehicles on the road, the desolation of this world was not immediately apparent. Yi Xiao couldn't help but voice his thoughts. It looks far more normal out here than in the city. A Zhao, driving ahead, suddenly laughed derisively. Isn't he that obvious? You pampered young masters from behind high walls have never seen the outside, have you? Scared, are you? Yi Xiao pursed his lips, choosing not to engage. Initially, he had merely been astonished, but Zhu Churui and Liang Kai had nearly been terrified out of their wits. Brother Chen couldn't resist pulling out another cigarette, lighting it with a lighter. He rolled down the barred window, exhaling smoke as he remarked, I've heard that this parasitic virus initially spread among humans, gradually affecting animals and plants. It is said that most plants possess resistance to this virus, which is why the situation in the cities is worse. A Zhao suddenly cursed, this is just ridiculous. In just 6 years, it has turned into this nightmare. Meanwhile, as Yi Xiao and his companions followed the group, riding in the vehicle and slowly departing the city, on the opposite side, a fully armed team, exuding a wasteland aesthetic, was making its way deeper into the heart of the city. They had selected a tall office building as their observation point, but halted just before reaching the top floor. A corpse lay sprawled at the corner of the rooftop staircase, half-eaten and now decayed, emitting a foul stench. The rooftop door was tethered to the railing with rope, seemingly obstructing something. On the ground behind the door, a dark object caught their attention. A hand, adorned with a flame tattoo, picked up a nearly pristine smartphone from the ground. Chapter 29, An extraordinary new fan. The beastly vehicle glided steadily along the highway, its swaying pace inducing drowsiness in the backseat occupants, Zhu Churui and Liang Kai. The audience in the live stream had swelled to nearly 30,000, all marveling at the audacity of the two men. Iron bars were welded to the glass windows on either side, and even the windshield bore the same grim adornment, limiting the driver, a Zhao, to peering through narrow gaps to glimpse the outside world. Yi Xiao had never been particularly fond of traveling by vehicle. If it weren't for the phone to pass the time, he would have found it impossible to doze off. Most troubling was the stifling atmosphere within the car. Since they were to be traveling together, it was essential to establish good relations, even if only superficially. Speaking of which, he had hardly exchanged pleasantries with the other two individuals in the vehicle. With a cheerful smile, Yi Xiao extended his hand toward the bald man beside him. Brother, what should I call you? Da turned his head to glance at Yi Xiao, then abruptly raised his large hand to grip Yi Xiao's shoulder, squeezing the muscle of his arm before folding his arms across his chest. His voice rumbled like a low-frequency speaker. Have you trained? Yi Xiao feigned an expression of naive innocence, scratching his head as he replied bashfully, just a bit of casual exercise. The silent giant nodded slightly, saying, You can call me Brother He. Hello, Brother He. Yi Xiao greeted him with a grin, prompting Zhu Churui and Liang Kai behind him to promptly acknowledge Da He as well. After greeting Da He, Yi Xiao turned his attention to the driver. Brother Chen, seated beside him, spoke up, This is a Zhao. The driver, a Zhao, did not respond, yet Yi Xiao dutifully called out, Brother Zhao. I in the passenger seat. Brother Chen retrieved a map from the compartment in front of him and spread it out before him. He then pressed the button on his walkie-talkie. Let us make good time during the day, aiming to reach Zhu County before nightfall. Static crackled from the walkie-talkie before a processed voice responded, Understood. After Brother Chen switched off the walkie-talkie, Yi Xiao leaned forward, inquiring, Brother Chen, how long until we reach the base? Brother Chen in the passenger seat chuckled softly, reclining his seat and propping his legs up on the dashboard as he lazily replied, It'll take a while. Though it may not seem far on the map, don't forget about the road conditions. The vehicle can't move quickly, and there are many areas we can't even traverse. The roads are blocked. Before night falls, we'll need to find a place to stay, not to mention we have to eat and replenish supplies. It'll take at least 3 days to arrive. 3 days, well, that is acceptable. Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It was certainly better than walking. If they were on foot, who knows how long it would take. Noticing that Brother Chen and Da He had begun to rest their eyes, Yi Xiao decided not to disturb them further and turned his head towards the window, pretending to admire the scenery, while quietly scanning the barrage of comments on the screen. Welcome, Isaac's Heart, as the first governor of this live stream room. Sanhu. Wow, the boss is generous. Nidan Bu Dan, LOL, this ID must be a newcomer. They are governor right off the bat, must be wealthy, I'm envious. Isaac's Heart. Recommended by a friend. How can such a treasure of a live stream not be on the homepage? Suo Geu Mai, with all this bloodshed, it's unlikely to receive promotion. Yang Kai Lang. If the live stream couldn't be banned, the platform would have likely shut it down by now. Host, Yi Xiao, thank you to Isaac's Heart for becoming the governor, much appreciated. Isaac's Heart. I heard it was quite thrilling a few days ago. Is the host really in the apocalypse? Where are we headed? Host, Yi Xiao, I'm live streaming from the apocalypse. The past few days have been fraught with danger, but now I've hitched a ride and secured a few bodyguards, preparing to go to the base. Friends at Bitter Melon. Har, don't listen to the host's nonsense, he's just pulling a fast one. Yinji Ren, the previous promotional post has vanished. Sanhu, what? Nidan Bu Dan. The recommendation post I made in the forum has disappeared, it got harmonized. Xiaoyu Guari, I've been promoting it everywhere in the group. Sanhu, screen recording is impossible now. It seems the officials are keeping an eye on us. Kanyang Han Shui, new here, I heard the live stream can teleport viewers. Isaac's Heart, teleport viewers, what does that mean? Kanyang Han Shui. Can someone elaborate on the specifics of this live stream? Seeing this person's question, Yi Xiao, who had initially intended to respond, halted his actions, furrowing his brow. He scrutinized the individual's message several times, feeling that something was amiss. This person certainly did not appear to be an ordinary viewer. Typically, newcomers would either express curiosity or skepticism upon arriving. Even those who had been recommended would first inquire about the current situation. Yet, this individual, named Kanyang Han Shui, seemed oddly fixated on the topic of teleporting viewers, indicating that it was their primary concern. Moreover, the tone of their subsequent question was overly formal, unlike that of a typical viewer. It felt more like an inquiry from someone conducting an investigation. Although Yi Xiao refrained from replying, the enthusiastic veteran viewers in the live stream began to chime in. Sanhu. Let us give the newcomers a brief overview. First off, the host is indeed in the apocalypse, there's no need to doubt it. Liang Shuo, those with money can send more gifts, and the host can exchange points for weapons. Nidan Bu Dan. Also, it seems every so often, a fan gets teleported over. Kanyang Han Shui, what are the requirements and mechanisms for teleportation? Nidan Bu Dan, not sure, but from what the host says, it's a system requirement. Luo Hai Chengxian. So far, the two that have been teleported are both little blackies. Har. Xiao Chuan Fanla, right, teaching little blackies a lesson right away. Liang Shuo. They all just asking for it. Kanyang Han Shui, can they return? Sanhu, the system requires a stay of 30 days. Fei Hongji, of course, whether they can survive until then is another story. Observing the dialogue between Kanyang Han Shui and the fans in the live stream, Yi Xiao felt increasingly certain that there was an 80% chance this person was affiliated with the authorities. However, he was not surprised. It would be odd if the officials weren't paying attention. For now, Yi Xiao had no intention of exposing the individual. Was the official preparing to conduct an undercover operation in his live stream? He was also curious about what this person intended to do or how the authorities would respond. Host, Yi Xiao, newcomers, how about sending a light sign? Sending a light sign can illuminate the fan signs. Host, Yi Xiao. The live stream runs 24 hours. Feel free to watch anytime, but don't push yourselves to stay up late. Host, Yi Xiao, if there are outsiders present, it'll be difficult for me to interact with everyone. I'll seek to engage with you through text. Sanhu, the host is focusing on survival in the apocalypse, we'll help you maintain it. Nidan Bu Dan. Let us create a group or something. Isaac's Heart, I'll set it up, I can create a group for 3,000 people. Sanhu, wow, this big shot is indeed remarkable. Chen Shijihua. Waiting for the group number. Host, Yi Xiao, thank you, Isaac, and thank you all for your hard work. Yi Xiao suppressed a smile at the corners of his mouth. This Isaac's Heart was undoubtedly a wealthy young master. Who knows, he might even attract more affluent fans. Starting off as a governor, his generosity was quite impressive, ensuring that gifts would not be a concern in the future. With such a network, his points were secure, and he need not worry about weapons or supplies. Speaking of which, the system mentioned that once they returned to their original world, substantial rewards would be given. At that time, he would definitely treat these brothers to a grand feast. Chapter 30, the unwelcome asymptomatic. The convoy had been traveling along the road for an entire day, pausing occasionally to rest, and finally arrived at a town on the outskirts of Ju County just as dusk approached. As seasoned adventurers accustomed to wandering, they typically refrained from choosing to spend the night in areas close to county towns, as such locations often attracted more nocturnal visitors. The vehicle came to a lurching halt by the roadside, and a Zhao, yawning, stretched languidly beside it before playfully slapping Yi Xiao on the arm. Stop daydreaming, get out, he urged. Brother Chen and the others had already disembarked, prompting Yi Xiao to swiftly turn and awaken the two drowsy individuals in the back. Hey, wake up, we've arrived. The two, disoriented, jolted awake, with Liang Kai wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth as he raised his sleeve. Ju Chirui, rubbing his eyes in confusion, murmured, "Ho, have we arrived so soon? Hurry up and get out." Yi Xiao urged once more, grabbing his backpack and leaping from the vehicle. The vehicle had halted on a narrow road, likely a provincial or county road, with only 2 lanes for traffic, yet fortunately, it was not congested at this hour. On either side of the road stood self-built houses of the local villagers, interspersed with expansive farmland, beyond which lay the mountains. These makeshift homes varied in style, most resembling traditional matchbox structures. Wealthier residents had slightly taller buildings, adorned with tiled exteriors, or constructed quaint, albeit somewhat outdated, Western-style houses. Those with limited means had red brick facades, or their homes consisted of only 1 or 2 finished stories, leaving the rest unrefined. A few newly built houses featured iron gates or security doors, while the majority still utilized wooden doors. These homes were closely knit along both sides of the road, surrounded by farmland, ensuring that this stretch of highway and the houses remained largely unencumbered by overgrowth. Yu Xiao glanced into the distance, where the skyline had been painted a vivid red by the evening glow, signaling that nightfall was imminent. A sound of a door closing broke the silence. Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai had exited the vehicle. Yu Xiao and the others stood by the car, hesitant to move, as several individuals from the vehicle ahead approached, shouldering large bedding rolls. Brother Chen, a cigarette dangling from his lips unlit, scanned the surrounding houses before gesturing toward a relatively new 3-story building. Zhu Yao, take a few men to inspect that house. If it's suitable, we'll stay there tonight. As soon as Brother Chen finished speaking, a man clad in a distinctly vintage leather jacket led a few others toward the 3-story building. By the vehicle, the ragtag group of wanderers stood by the roadside, smoking. Yu Xiao abstained from smoking, but Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, unable to resist their cravings, shamelessly asked for a cigarette, chatting and joking with the group as they indulged. Standing near Brother Chen, Yu Xiao observed quietly. A man with yellow teeth and curly hair exhaled a smoke ring, scrutinizing Liang Kai with a puzzled expression as his gaze fell upon the embroidered letters on his shirt. What is this? Were you a mechanic before? Liang Kai was about to nod in agreement when he caught sight of Yu Xiao's intense gaze, which seemed to warn him that a slip of the tongue could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly reminded of Yu Xiao's caution, he forced a chuckle. Oh, just a bit. My studies weren't great, so I became an apprentice quite early. Another individual, cigarette in mouth and squinting, reached out to touch Zhu Churui's clothing. The attire of these individuals appeared as if it had been neglected in a trunk for years, frayed and worn, with only a few decent pieces left in tatters. In stark contrast, Zhu Chirui and his companions wore clothing that seemed too new for their surroundings. With a flick of ash, the man chuckled derisively. You all seem to be living quite well behind those high walls, well-fed and warmly clothed, truly living like lords. Beside him, a lanky figure hunched over, nudging him with an elbow, gestured toward Yu Xiao. And there's the little young master, look at that delicate skin, quite the handsome face. We're merely beggars forced to scavenge outside. How could we compare to these young gentlemen? Listening to their snide remarks, Yu Xiao could distinctly sense an unmistakable air of arrogance directed toward Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai. Initially, he thought Zhao's disdainful attitude was merely a quirk of his personality, but the flippant and dismissive tone of these individuals as they bantered with Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai was all too apparent. Clearly, while these asymptomatic individuals were regarded as valuable resources by the wanderers, they were simultaneously looked down upon by them. Zhu Chirui, a sales professional, naturally sensed the underlying tension, yet he dared not express his discomfort in the presence of these individuals. Before long, someone emerged from the house, waving to the group. Brother Chen took a deep drag from his cigarette before discarding it underfoot, gesturing for everyone to follow. Let us go inside. It's getting late. Yu Xiao and his companions silently trailed behind the others into the house. The interior was quite rudimentary, with simple white walls and mostly wooden furniture that was now coated in dust, exuding a musty odor. The group casually settled within the confines of the house, where a slightly portly man with a receding hairline stood at the kitchen door, grinning broadly. Hey, look at that, an old stove. He rolled up his sleeves and winked at Brother Chen. How about we cook some noodles tonight? Brother Chen, lounging on a bamboo chair, waved his hand dismissively. Do as you wish. Noticing Yu Xiao glance his way, Brother Chen scoffed lightly, unscrewing a bottle of water and taking a swig. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Don't you all have your own supplies? Zhu Chirui shot a furtive glance, moving closer to Yu Xiao. They took all the food, and they only left me 1 bottle of water. Zhu Chirui spoke cautiously, his voice almost a whisper, as if afraid the group might overhear. Yu Xiao, however, remained unbothered, addressing Brother Chen directly. But didn't you take all the supplies? Are you planning to starve us on the road? Brother Chen furrowed his brow, turning to Zhao and the others, who shrugged indifferently while sitting on the stairs. I didn't take anything. It was old Liu and the others. Zhao gestured toward a man with a square face and stubble, whose triangular eyes regarded Yu Xiao and his companions with disdain, mocking them with a sneer as he spoke. We finished it all. Chapter 31. Are you mocking me? The triangular-eyed man across from him wore a grin that reeked of mockery, while Yu Xiao maintained a stoic silence. Noticing Yu Xiao's reticence, the triangular-eyed man sneered. What's the matter? Do you have objections? Should I regurgitate my thoughts for you? As he spoke, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, revealing their yellowed teeth, regarding Yi Xiao and his companions with a casual disdain akin to that of spectators observing a circus act. The air was thick with derisive snickers, while Zhu Chuei and Liang Kai clenched their fists, silently standing behind Yi Xiao. They felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure, yet dared not retort, instead casting anxious glances at Yi Xiao. The viewers in the livestream chat had begun to voice their outrage. Sad smiley rehabilitation center. My fists are clenched, this pack of dogs. Powerful one, come on, streamer, take him down. Isaac's heart. I despise this trash, but we mustn't act impulsively now. Hip-hop monster, the streamer is a coward, afraid to even curse. Awakening from a dream, can you really endure this? Fight back. Chilling sunset, don't act rashly, streamer, this is not the time for recklessness. Chilling sunset, don't let a moment of anger endanger others. Three foxes, though this scoundrel deserves a beating, now is not the right moment. Ham off. I am done watching, the streamer is a coward, a waste. The chap was in a frenzy, yet at that moment, Yi Xiao remained remarkably composed. He had no intention of escalating the conflict, but neither would he swallow his pride. Otherwise, this gang would only perceive the three of them as easy prey. Is that so? Then go ahead and regurgitate. Yi Xiao's sudden declaration caught the previously boisterous crowd off guard. The smug grin on the triangular-eyed man's face faltered as Yi Xiao turned to the individual named Liu Feng with a faint, calm smile, his tone measured and icy. Please, do try, you might find that gagging will expedite the process. The muscles in the triangular-eyed man's face slackened, and the onlookers, who had been laughing moments before, now gazed at Yi Xiao with astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Yi Xiao would muster the courage to retaliate. Liu Feng, grinding his teeth and puffing his cheeks, abruptly tossed the cigarette butt to the ground and stood up with a sudden jerk. Damn it, you little brat, are you seeking death? He reached for the gun holstered at his side, but Yi Xiao stood his ground, confident that the man would not dare to make a move against him. Before Liu Feng could act, Chen Ji, who had remained silent until now, interjected to halt him. Liu Feng, what do you think you're doing? Have you forgotten the rules about transporting goods without causing damage? The triangular-eyed man spat to the side, his fists cracking ominously as he cursed at Yi Xiao. I've consumed it, so what are you going to do? Yi Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing much, only that you just said you would regurgitate it. I assumed you could actually do so, damn it, are you toying with me? The triangular-eyed man took a few steps forward, reaching for Yi Xiao's collar, but Yi Xiao effortlessly stepped back. What is this? Do you wish to resort to violence? Liu Feng licked his lips, scanning Yi Xiao up and down with a cold sneer. And if I do, I could give you a beating and still meet my obligations. As long as your blood remains intact and you're still breathing, you still hold value. Suddenly, Liu Feng turned his attention to Chen Ji, adopting a laid-back demeanor. Chen Yao, why go through the hassle of delivering them to those bigwigs at the base? We could sell them directly to the Free Fire instead. We could have our way all the way there. Free Fire doesn't have high demands for their goods. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, understanding from this man's implication that the blood of asymptomatic individuals was exceedingly valuable, likely to be used for some form of concoction. Knowing this, he felt emboldened against Liu Feng. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, suddenly inquiring, is it true that Free Fire possesses advanced medical equipment? His unexpected question left the onlookers bewildered. Yi Xiao smiled brightly, if you were to inflict external injuries upon me, the conditions along this route would inevitably lead to infections, resulting in tetanus or septicemia, and if you were to inflict internal injuries, it could rupture organs. Internal injuries are far more challenging to treat and more prone to inflammation or complications. Yi Xiao fixed his gaze on Liu Feng. Tell me, if you were to hand over tainted blood to Free Fire, what do you think they would do? As his words hung in the air, an unusual silence enveloped the room. Even Chen Ji raised an eyebrow, regarding Yi Xiao with a hint of admiration. Yi Xiao maintained his indifferent gaze on Liu Feng, whose lips twitched in agitation, and said with a grin, Brother Liu, you see us three, delicate and tender-skinned, quite fragile indeed. Zhu Chuei, standing behind Yi Xiao, nodded enthusiastically, hinting, exactly, and you wouldn't be the type to jeopardize the interests of the entire team just to vent your own frustrations, would you? Zhu Chuei's remarks successfully stumped Liu Feng and alerted the onlookers. Yi Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Chuei, appreciating his skillful redirection of the conflict. The clash with Liu Feng was trivial, but if he chose to act against them, it could diminish future gains, jeopardizing the interests of others in their group, who might not take kindly to such actions. Indeed, the expressions of those surrounding Liu Feng shifted subtly. A man clad in a floral vest nodded towards Liu Feng. Liu Feng, why bother? What's the point of squabbling with these three kids? Another stout man in a t-shirt waved his hand. Exactly, that would be beneath you. Just sit down and play some cards. With someone offering an escape, Liu Feng could no longer afford to save face. Otherwise, he would find himself in an awkward position. He snorted derisively, spat at Yi Xiao, and pointed a finger at his nose. Kid, I'll let you off this time, but I have my ways of dealing with you. A cold glint flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. It seemed this man was unwilling to let him off the hook. In college, he had encountered such self-righteous individuals before, annoying and persistent. Yet, Yi Xiao had his methods for handling such nuisances. After Liu Feng issued his threat, he turned and walked away. However, just as he did, Yi Xiao's voice drifted through the air, soft yet clear. Hey, brother Liu, you might not dare, but I certainly will. The cryptic utterance sent a chill down Liu Feng's spine. He abruptly turned back, annoyance etched on his face as he glared at Yi Xiao. There stood Yi Xiao, unmoved, his eyes slightly narrowed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, sending an unsettling shiver coursing through Liu Feng. Chapter 32 Shadows outside the window. A3 Fox, har har har, let us take down that obnoxious fool. Nyo ji nyo, I absolutely adore this venomous tongue of the host. Can yang han shui. Ensure your safety, be wary of this guy's underhanded tactics. Hip-hop monster, pathetic, all talk and no action, doesn't he have a gun? Beautiful young warrior, is mentioning guns a sign of intelligence? Failed men. Perhaps he didn't. He graduate from elementary school, he'll be subdued next time. Nidan bu dan, a fool like him will only hold us back, I reckon. Daily Ben. Watching that guy suffer is truly delightful. Rain-colored sky, he can only rage impotently, what a waste of space. Fire Winston, spit it out, why aren't you spitting? You're killing me with laughter. Thanks to Isaac's heart for sending the starry train. Thanks to Isaac's heart for sending the explorer's departure. The fans in the livestream room, previously filled with righteous indignation, suddenly found themselves chuckling again. The esteemed Isaac, the big boss, said nothing and continued to lavish gifts quietly. Old Han, come help me cook some noodles, a voice called from the kitchen, prompting a member of the team to rise. He had a full beard that seemed to have gone untamed for quite some time. Though not tall, he was robust, with muscular arms bulging impressively. He strode past Yi Xiao, casting a glance his way, and chuckled lightly as he entered the kitchen. Why? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. The chuckle bore no hint of mockery. He chose to disregard it and found a spot to sit alongside Zhu Churui and Liang Kai. The three produced water, and Yi Xiao retrieved a piece of compressed biscuit resembling a brick, unsealing it to share portions with the other two. Zhu Churui took a piece in hand, attempting to bite into it, but his teeth failed to penetrate. After some effort, he managed to gnaw off a tiny chunk, chewing it with a grimace, as the dry taste reminded him of chewing cardboard. Goodness, is this compressed biscuit really that unpalatable? Liang Kai silently stuffed some into his mouth. Yi Xiao sighed in resignation, took a bite himself, and scrunched his face in distaste. There's no help for it. At least it fills you up, Yi Xiao remarked, though his gaze remained fixed intently on Liu Feng not far away. His expression was devoid of emotion, but his eyes never wavered. Before long, those in the kitchen emerged, bearing porcelain bowls filled with noodles, which they distributed among the group. Although the broth was insipid, Zhu Churui and Liang Kai craned their necks in anticipation. Yi Xiao remained impassive, his eyes still unwaveringly trained on Liu Feng. Across the way, outside, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the room was illuminated solely by candles. In the dim light, a dozen figures sat or stood, bowls in hand, slurping noodles. The sound of slurping rose and fell. Chen Ge's bowl rested on the coffee table, one hand wielding chopsticks while the other held a cigarette. As Liu Feng ate, he seemed to sense something amiss, and upon looking up, he caught the unabashed gaze directed at him. Yi Xiao, unwavering, met his eyes, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. What are you staring at? Liu Feng scowled, irritation evident in his furrowed brow. Yet, Yi Xiao maintained his visage, silently observing. Damn it, what's wrong with you? Liu Feng spat, before lowering his head to continue eating. Liang Kai, munching on his compressed biscuit, glanced at Yi Xiao, who had not shifted his gaze, and inquired, Xiao Ji, what are you doing? Yi Xiao, still chewing, replied, nothing. You two join in. Zhu Churui, puzzled, asked, join in what? Yi Xiao pressed his lips together. Keep an eye on him, remember, never take your eyes off him. We'll take turns. Liang Kai and Zhu Churui were uncertain of Yi Xiao's intentions, but given Liu Feng's vengeful demeanor, it seemed prudent to remain vigilant. After they finished their meal, the bowls were carelessly discarded on the table, and everyone retreated to their rooms. The three were assigned a room on the second floor of the small three-story building. Inside, there was merely a hardboard bed adorned with simple sheets and bedding, and the long-accumulated dust hovered in the air. The room was not particularly spacious, the window stood ajar, with the glass intact, yet, such rural self-built homes typically lacked security screens. On the opposite side of the room stood an old double-door wardrobe. Zhu Churui and Liang Kai shook out the dust from the sheets and blankets, while Yi Xiao approached the window, preparing to close it. The sky had darkened considerably, contrasting sharply with the bright lights of the city, which remained illuminated even past 7 or 8 o'clock. Here, however, there was no light whatsoever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it felt as though a dark shroud enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything dreary. Yi Xiao peered. Curiously, he leaned out to glimpse a round object scuttling quickly towards him, its several legs resembling those of a spider. Holy crap, Yi Xiao exclaimed, retracting his head and yanking the window shut. The creature leaped onto the glass, producing a dull thud. Startled, Yi Xiao stumbled back a few steps, ready to shine his flashlight, but the creature had vanished from sight. What the hell was that? Liang Kai, evidently startled, tossed the blanket he was holding back onto the bed. Yi Xiao cautiously approached the window, flashlight in hand, directing the beam outside. The grass beyond the small building trembled, as if something were moving within. He silently stepped back a few paces, glancing toward the wardrobe, and quickly gestured for Liang Kai. Hurry, come help. Liang Kai rushed to the other side of the wardrobe, and together they strained to lift it, rocking it precariously. This old wardrobe was made of solid wood and weighed heavily. Liang Kai, with his slender arms and legs, exerted all his strength, his face reddening as he squeezed out a few words to Juchurui. Goodness, this is so heavy, come help. The three of them managed to shift the wardrobe to the window, effectively blocking it. Goodness, this place doesn't seem very safe either, Liang Kai gasped, collapsing onto the bed. Juchurui cautiously inspected whether the wardrobe adequately covered the window before turning to Yi Xiao. Xiao Ji, perhaps we should inform Chen Ji and the others. Yi Xiao nodded, opened the door, and stepped out, only to find that Chen Ji's group had not occupied any rooms and were instead locking the doors to the other rooms. From their demeanor, it appeared they intended to stay in the living room for the night. Yi Xiao called out to Chen Ji. Chen Ji, it seems there's something outside. Chen Ji, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, remained unmoved, while Zhao chuckled. Isn't that normal? If there's nothing out there, that would be strange. Chapter 33. Brother Xiao, I'm a straight man. These individuals seemed indifferent to Yi Xiao's admonitions, not out of disdain, but rather as a manifestation of their instinctual wariness. Their actions of firmly securing the door and remaining in the living room indicated that they were already on high alert. Yi Xiao nodded. Since they were aware of the situation, there was no need for him to elaborate further. Clearly, these individuals possessed far more expertise than the newcomers in this post-apocalyptic world. Choosing to remain silent, Yi Xiao quietly retreated to his room. Juchurui and Liang Kai had already made the bed, each occupying a side, comfortably nestled beneath the covers. Yi Xiao regarded them with a hint of exasperation, hesitating for a few seconds before speaking. You two, newlyweds, are you? The two on the bed exchanged glances, their faces instantly flushed with embarrassment as they tumbled off the bed. Juchurui, with a furrowed brow and a mournful tone, exclaimed, Brother Xiao, I'm a straight man. Liang Kai shot him a glance, retorting, am I not a straight man as well? Laughter erupted from the comments section, playfully teasing the pair. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, reached out to close the door, and made his way toward the bed. All right, let us get some rest. He approached the bedside, retrieving his sleeping bag from his backpack and laying it out on the floor before lying down. Juchurui was preparing to take off his shoes to get into bed, but upon seeing Yi Xiao's glance, he was advised, don't remove your shoes, the night may not be peaceful. We should seize this opportunity to rest. With that, he switched off the flashlight, plunging the room into complete darkness, leaving only the slightly uneasy sounds of their breathing. Leaning against his sleeping bag with his pistol close at hand, Yi Xiao turned his gaze toward the live-stream panel, only to discover a button for night vision mode. They actually have a night vision mode. Yi Xiao exclaimed in surprise as he activated it. Indeed, in the next moment, the previously chaotic barrage of comments in the live stream transformed entirely. Lieutenant Xinglang, oh, there's a night vision mode. Sheep eat, it can switch to night vision. Cold sun, cold snow, this place isn't safe. Those people may not be trustworthy, stay vigilant. Cold river snow, oh no, I feel like tonight will be another sleepless. Isaac says this live stream is remarkable, I want to see how remarkable it is. Welcome Eldon Pharaoh, as the governor of this live stream. Isaac's heart, are we going to sleep now? 3 foxes. Don't worry, the hosts probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Night and Bu Dan, the host has been here for 3 days and hasn't he had a good night's sleep? How tragic. Yi Xiao's heart raced, another governor. It seemed that Isaac's friends were all affluent young masters, each becoming a governor with such ease. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Eldon Pharaoh, for your governorship. I appreciate your support. Then, with a hint of resignation, he murmured, it seems tonight we might only get a few hours of sleep. The most dangerous time is during the late night. I couldn't clearly see what was outside the window due to the darkness, but it didn't seem like an animal. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, recalling the shadowy figure with its slender, bizarre legs, suspecting it might be some mutated insect. Everyone, continue chatting. I'll take a short nap. The comments flooded with encouragement to sleep well, as Yi Xiao closed his eyes and began to drift into slumber. However, the incessant creaking from the adjacent bed disrupted his peace. Whether it was Ju Chirui or Liang Kai, one of them was tossing and turning restlessly, losing his patience. Yi Xiao quietly chided, "What are you two doing? Are you planning to sleep or engage in deep discussions?" "Miss Lunar." "Har har har, I am Nantong coffee without sugar. I want to know how deep it goes. Har har, Liang is me. I'm about to die laughing. My brother Xiao is so unfortunate." Liang Kai's voice came through, tinged with grievance. "Brother, I can't sleep. I'm used to staying up late. It's barely a few hours in." Ju Chirui had shifted to the edge of the bed, blinking in the darkness, his voice weak as he added, "Besides, we did catch some sleep in the car today." Yi Xiao understood that those accustomed to late nights often found it challenging to retire early, and he sighed. "All right, if you can't sleep, then keep watch. I'll catch some rest." The two responded cheerfully, "Hee, you sleep, you sleep." Yi Xiao turned over and, within moments, succumbed to sleep, having been utterly exhausted from the past few days. The hushed conversations outside the door gradually faded away. Inside the quiet live stream, only the three slumbering figures were visible under night vision. Outside, there was no sound of insects, only an eerie silence. A sudden urge to relieve himself roused Yi Xiao from his slumber. He groggily turned to sit up. The two on the bed were now snoring, deep in sleep. Rubbing his eyes, Yi Xiao glanced at the live stream and yawned, asking, "What time is it?" The comments responded, "It's 10:36 p.m, you've slept for over 4 hours. Observing the precise time displayed in the comments, Yi Xiao climbed out of his sleeping bag, grasped the flashlight beside him, and switched it on. The bright beam instantly illuminated the dim room, the harsh light momentarily overwhelming his eyes. Shielding his eyes with a hand, he adjusted for a few seconds before seizing his pistol and rising to his feet. "Three foxes. Where are you going?" Yi Xiao tucked the pistol into his pocket and walked toward the door, declaring, "To relieve myself." Upon opening the door, he found the living room illuminated by a nightlight, its green glow casting an eerie hue on the white walls, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The slumbering figures scattered about appeared like corpses piled up in a horror film under the ghastly green light. As Yi Xiao stepped out of the room, he turned to see a Zhao sitting on the stairs, evidently keeping watch. He glanced at Yi Xiao and inquired, "Where are you headed?" Yi Xiao shrugged, "Here to take a leak." A Zhao gestured towards the far end of the corridor to the left of the stairs. It was not far, only a few meters away. Yi Xiao nodded, flashlight in hand, and made his way there. Pushing open the wooden door, he noted the tightly shut windows and quietly positioned himself next to the toilet, relieving himself. At that moment, the live stream camera instinctively shifted to another angle, avoiding any intrusion on Yi Xiao's privacy. After finishing, Yi Xiao closed the door and nodded at a Zhao, preparing to return to his room. Yawning lazily, the beam of his flashlight lazily swept across the floor ahead. Just as he reached the stairs, something suddenly darted up from below, fleetingly visible in the light before vanishing into the darkness of the living room. Yi Xiao's drowsiness vanished in an instant. He abruptly froze, bewildered by what he had just glimpsed. He murmured to himself, "What was that? A human head?" Chapter 34, Is That a Human Head? Color with Ice. "My goodness, what is that? Did you all see it?" "Three foxes, damn, that startled me." Isaac's heart, a cat, or a dog? Cold River Snow, there cannot possibly be any normal animals in this live stream. Eldon Pharaoh. Is something thrilling about to happen? In the dimly lit room, a bizarre object flickered past the beam of the flashlight. Sitting on the stairs, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, a Zhao found himself momentarily stunned. The entity moved with such alarming speed that he barely had time to discern its form before instinctively rising to his feet. A Zhao turned to the side, looking at Yi Xiao, and inquired, "Did you see what it was?" Yi Xiao shook his head, slowly sweeping the flashlight across the living room. The bright beam illuminated the space, startling several team members who shielded their eyes from the blinding light, raising their hands in irritation. Tap, tap, tap. A faint sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a shadow the size of a soccer ball darting quickly beyond the periphery of the flashlight's glow, heading straight for the open bedroom door. "What is going on?" complained a team member who had been jolted awake in the living room. "Sure." A Zhao urgently gestured for silence to the group. His hand had already moved to his back, drawing forth a uniquely designed handgun. The gun gleamed silver, equipped with a container for the same nuclear liquid, yet it appeared more refined and complete in design compared to Yi Xiao's crude makeshift weapon. The startled individuals in the living room cautiously rose to their feet, gently nudging their comrades awake. Yi Xiao had already approached the open bedroom door, flashlight in hand, with a Zhao closely following, gun at the ready. The beam of light penetrated into the bedroom, illuminating the figures of Ju Chirui and Liang Kai, who remained in a deep slumber, snoring audibly. As the flashlight's glow fell upon the hard bed, Yi Xiao and a Zhao finally discerned the object resting atop the bulging blanket. Both of them gasped in unison, frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. In that moment, they struggled to find the words to describe what they were witnessing. It was a human head. No, it was unmistakably a human head. However, it was bizarrely perched atop the raised blanket, with black tendrils writhing from the severed neck below, and on either side, flesh-colored legs sprouted like those of a spider, supporting the grotesque cranium. As if sensing the light, the head, which had its back turned towards the door, slowly pivoted its spindly legs, revealing a lifeless face of a man, its murky eyes fixating directly on the doorway. Suddenly, its mouth gaped open, emitting a series of sharp, eerie laughs. At that moment, both Yi Xiao and Zhao, in perfect harmony with the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, exclaimed in unison, "What the hell?" Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, who had been blissfully asleep, were abruptly roused, rubbing their eyes as they sat up. "What is happening?" they mumbled groggily, following the beam of light into the room. Their head, now clearly visible just a meter away, came into their line of sight. Har 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 har. Their head on the blanket suddenly turned, shrieking as it lunged toward the two. "Ar!" The terrified screams erupted as the two instinctively threw off their blankets and tumbled off the bed in a panic. The grotesque head became ensnared within the sheets, thrashing violently atop the bed. "Quick!" Zhao shouted, and with a swift leap, he dashed forward, followed closely by Yi Xiao, whose flashlight beam flickered wildly. They flanked the writhing mass, both pressing down firmly on the blanket that concealed the head. The blanket swelled ominously, pulsating with desperate movements. Liang Kai and Zhu Chirui, paralyzed with fear, pressed themselves against the wall, barely able to stand. Just then, a figure burst into the room. It was Da He. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his machete and struck down forcefully upon the hidden entity beneath the blanket. Da He swung with all his might, landing several blows. A cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted from beneath the blanket, followed by a sudden cessation of movement. To ensure that the creature posed no further threat, Da He twisted the machete and plunged it forcefully into the blanket. Only then did Yi Xiao and Zhao exhale with relief, releasing their grip and stepping aside. Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, their faces ashen, clung to the wall like geckos, barely able to support their noodle-like legs. "Are you all right?" Yi Xiao asked the visibly shaken duo. Upon seeing them shivering and shaking their heads, he finally felt a sense of reassurance. At that moment, Chen Ji and his team entered the room. Zhao, their head had been crushed into a grotesque indentation, the blade having pierced through its eye, oozing a thick, murky black liquid that exuded a nauseating stench. Liang Kai and Zhu Chirui could not suppress their retches, quickly turning away, unable to bear the sight. "Miss Lunar. I can't watch anymore, it's too terrifying." Captain Green Wolf, "Wow, this is truly captivating." Isaac's heart, "Senran, excuse me, I need to go vomit for a bit." Eldon Pharaoh, "I am having a midnight snack." The audience in the live stream was thoroughly disgusted, yet the gifts continued to pour in, indicating that despite the horror, the thrill was undeniably invigorating. Chen Ji furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by the sudden emergence of this ghastly entity. Where did this thing come from? Zhao stood up, replying, "It came up from downstairs." Chen Ji immediately signaled to his team, prompting them to draw their silver guns and head downstairs. Before long, one of them returned, his brow furrowed in confusion. "The first floor has all the security bars intact, there are no signs of a break-in. We're unsure how it managed to appear, and the room was tightly closed. However, there is a hole at the bottom of the kitchen door, but the kitchen window is also secured with bars." "The chimney." Suddenly, a deep voice interjected. It was the Mediterranean man responsible for cooking that day. "The stove is an old-fashioned wood-burning one. It's likely that it came in through the smoke." Tap, tap, tap. A sudden, peculiar knocking interrupted the conversation. Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the sound. However, that window had been blocked by furniture, leaving only a small gap at the top. The knocking sound was emanating from the glass window behind the cabinet. At that moment, the group stood near the staircase, at a distance from the window, allowing them to see the narrow opening left above the cabinet. A beam of flashlight moved toward the sound, illuminating two faces lightly tapping on the glass. Chapter 35, The Head Spider. The scene was reminiscent of a horror film, provoking a chorus of gasps and shrieks from the viewers in the live stream. Yet, the group present in the broadcast remained eerily silent, each person instinctively maintaining a hushed demeanor while cautiously grasping their firearms and weapons. "Turn off the lights." Chen's suppressed voice echoed in the dark, quiet living room, and immediately, the beam of light illuminating their faces vanished. Yi Xiao also switched off the flashlight he held. However, the disappearance of the light did not quell the cacophony from outside. The incessant tapping grew even louder. It resonated from the tightly shut door, creating a muffled atmosphere within the room. The rhythmic knocking sounded as if countless ghostly hands were frantically drumming against the glass windows. Zhu Chirui felt a chill run down his spine and silently moved closer to Yi Xiao. The darkness enveloped them, with only the dim, green glow of the nightlight in the living room providing faint visibility. Liang Kai clutched his handgun tightly, his lips trembling as his voice quaked with anxiety and fear. "Xiao, Xiao Ji," he called softly to Yi Xiao, seemingly seeking courage from him. Everyone, carefully relocate to the first floor. Those ghastly beings can see, came the command. The group swiftly sprang into action, each person grabbing their belongings and making their way downstairs. Wei Xiao and his companions wasted no time, hurriedly gathering their things and shouldering their backpacks as they exited the room. At that moment, Chen and his group had already tiptoed down to the first floor. Wei Xiao and his companions followed closely behind, urgency etched on their faces. Wei Xiao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the expressions of Chen's team. A few held guns, while most wielded knives, for the creatures were not large enough to be easily struck by firearms. Wei Xiao tightened his grip on the combat knife, turning to extend his left hand and smacking away the hands of two others clutching their clothing nervously. With a lowered voice, he instructed, "Put the guns away, use the knives." Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, their minds in a state of disarray, nodded obediently, hurriedly setting their firearms aside and grasping their machetes and spears instead. The first floor windows, albeit protected by security bars, were besieged by a throng of grotesque heads, their bizarre, spindly appendages pushing against the limited space of the window. The mouths of these heads opened and closed, emitting strange sounds that resembled mocking laughter or hushed whispers. Love tentacle lady. I am peeking through my fingers. Isaac's heart. This is far more thrilling than any horror film. Crazy Friday. My phone nearly fell out of my hands. 3 foxes. Goodness, it's a sea of heads, half an orange. I am covered in goosebumps. Arkham Asylum. Must every night be this exhilarating? Thanks to the security bars, the creatures outside were temporarily thwarted. Chen's men swiftly blocked the gap beneath the kitchen door and began to pile objects toward the stairway. A sharp crack resounded from above, the clear sound of shattering glass echoing through the stillness of that night, starkly highlighting the otherwise muted atmosphere. The sound of breaking glass shattered everyone's composure, a signal that the creatures had breached the premises. A series of thuds reverberated as they banged against the door upstairs, and Yu Xiao felt a flicker of relief that those disembodied heads lacked hands and could not operate doors. However, the sound of rapid footsteps accompanied by eerie laughter emanated from the staircase above. The grotesque heads surged through the shattered window of the third-floor staircase, pouring in. "They are coming." Diehe brandished a large machete, his gaze fixed on the staircase. Though the area was cluttered with furniture, it could not entirely obstruct the spacious staircase. He 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 he. An unsettling laughter echoed from one side, prompting Yu Xiao and his companions, who were pressed against the wall, to turn towards the window. Outside, on the security bars, the heads with slender legs and writhing tentacles squawked excitedly, as if cheering them on. Ar har har, ar har har har. The shrill, piercing laughter grated on Yu Xiao's nerves, raising goosebumps all over his body. One of the laughing heads leapt down from the gap at the staircase. At that moment, a blinding beam of light suddenly illuminated the room, transforming the living space into a realm of daylight. The harsh brightness shone directly at the staircase, causing the head that had just jumped down to let out a chilling shriek. Its greyish eyelids snapped shut, obscuring the murky eyes within. As the disoriented head plummeted towards Diehe, who stood motionless, he abruptly swung the machete before him. Wei Xiao caught a glimpse of a flicker of orange-red electricity racing along the blade. Swish! The blade seemed to meet no resistance as it sliced through the head midair, cleaving it in two. The severed head fell to the ground with a thud, akin to a watermelon splitting open, without a drop of black blood spilling forth. The cut was so clean it appeared as though it had been severed by a laser, the edges lightly charred, and the tentacles beneath it twitched before finally falling still. Impressive! Liang Kai exclaimed in awe, and Yu Xiao's attention shifted to the knife in Diehe's hand. That blade was truly remarkable. In his fervent gaze, 2 words were plainly written: want, need. Yet, reality offered them no respite, nor the luxury of reverie. Heads continued to pour down from the staircase above, screeching and revealing their rows of sharp teeth, scuttling across the walls like monstrous spiders before lunging toward the group. However, the intense and blinding light acted as an invisible barrier, causing the frenzied, leaping creatures to lose their footing. They recoiled from the harsh brightness, scuttling erratically with their long legs towards the dimmer areas of the room. Gunfire erupted as Zhao raised his weapon, firing at the heads that surged forth like a horde of spiders escaping their nest. His aim was precise, and the bizarre heads exploded in midair. The others wielded their knives and axes, fiercely striking at the heads that darted about. Wei Xiao did not remain idle. He kicked one head that approached his feet and, pivoting, plunged his combat knife into another head crawling up the wall. Zhu Chirui, though fear was evident in his eyes, did not remain frozen. He swung his machete with determination, albeit with a somewhat timid demeanor. Wei Xiao cast an exasperated glance at Liang Kai, who stood dazed and motionless, and reprimanded, "What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting to die?" In response, Liang Kai stammered, Xiao Ji, the window, Chapter 36, the flesh mountain outside the window. What window? The bright light within the room allowed him to clearly perceive the scene near the window. The heads of the people that had been clambering outside the stainless steel security grille had vanished, replaced instead by several human hands. These hands were grotesquely fused to some form of flesh, interspersed with a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, from which long, sinuous appendages lashed out, thrashing in the air. Yet, what rendered Yi Xiao utterly aghast was not merely this sight, but the colossal body that had entirely obscured the window, not just one window, but the narrow aperture above the security door and the window on the opposite side were both thoroughly concealed by that immense form. All that was visible were the congested masses of flesh, countless flailing hands, and that bizarrely gaping maw. Morning fire, my heavens, it's enormous. Yuan Jigeje, can this Liang Kai be of any use? Milk tea 7/10 sweet. Oh my, this is revolting, I can hardly bear to look. As viewers in the live stream followed Yi Xiao's line of sight, they too turned their cameras to behold the horror outside the window. The number of online viewers had surged to 30,000. Brother Chen and his companions were still engaged in dispatching the disembodied heads, utterly oblivious to the sinister presence looming outside. Brother Chen. The window. Yi Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted. What? Brother Chen, who was busy wielding a dagger, turned around impatiently, his eyes widened in shock, and his pupils constricted as he muttered a curse under his breath, damn it. He glanced at the heads of the monstrosities still scurrying about and declared, don't worry about what's outside the window. It can't get in for now. With Brother Chen's assurance, Yi Xiao chose to disregard the ominous presence outside. Suddenly, a shadow darted past his feet. He yanked Liang Kai, who was still in shock, and instinctively kicked the head that had lunged towards him, sending it skittering into the corner. Their head rolled with a dull thud, its slender legs flailing in the air, while the severed neck writhed with tendrils that shot forth, quickly ensnaring Liang Kai's ankle. Arr! Liang Kai screamed, thrashing about in panic. Yi Xiao, armed with a blade, found it difficult to make a decisive move. He seized Liang Kai, who was flailing about like a madman, and commanded, stay still. However, the head did not detach. Instead, the tendrils coiling around Liang Kai's ankle constricted tighter. As Liang Kai struggled vigorously, the head that had been lying on the ground was yanked up, pulling the tendrils along, and lunged towards his leg. With a swift motion, Yi Xiao swung his knife, nearly grazing Liang Kai's pants, and severed the tendrils that had ensnared his ankle. The head landed on the ground, and before it could spring back to life, Yi Xiao stomped down hard on it. With a sickening splat, the head burst open, splattering viscous black brain matter everywhere. The floor was strewn with the remnants of severed heads, while the few remaining ones scurried back into the shadows above. What the hell are these things? One individual cursed, shaking his blade to rid it of the sticky residue. Just as the group thought they could catch their breath, a piercing, metallic screech erupted from the window, akin to metal being forcibly twisted, sending chills down their spines. They all turned in unison to face the window, where countless hands, grotesquely fused to the flesh, were gripping the stainless steel security grille, pulling with all their might. Bang bang, the sound of steel nails being wrenched from the cement echoed ominously. The hollow stainless steel pipe of the security grille was undergoing severe distortion and deformation. Damn it! Brother Chen cursed, rushing to the window's edge. He pressed his hand against the frame and shouted to the others, Liu Feng, Dong Hang. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Xiao and Liang Kai were abruptly shoved aside by a powerful force. Yi Xiao turned to see Liu Feng shooting them a disdainful glance, cursing, get out of the way, useless. He then advanced to the window, raising his weapon to aim it outside. The others followed suit, positioning themselves behind another security window, their guns trained on the outside. At Brother Chen's command, he flung open the glass window. Before the long tendrils could reach in, those prepared behind the window simultaneously pulled their triggers. The orange liquid inside the firearm's glass container surged forth, with a resounding gunshot. The monstrous form beyond the wavering security grille erupted in a spray of blood and flesh. Yet peculiarly, the creature, resembling a massive ball of flesh, emitted a shriek but showed no signs of retreat. The splattered blood and viscous green liquid sprayed everywhere, revealing the crimson flesh underneath. Damn it, it's a regenerative being. Brother Chen muttered with frustration. Yi Xiao, perplexed, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The exploded flesh began to writhe, sprouting strange, thick tendrils or growing what resembled human teeth, snapping rhythmically. Ju Chui gasped, no way. Guns are useless against these things. Yi Xiao finally understood what a regenerative being was, and it was no wonder Brother Chen and his companions bore such grim expressions. With a loud crash, the right security window was completely torn away, flung out by countless hands, landing with a deafening clang in the distance. Hands clawed at the window ledge, a massive body straining to push itself inside. The gaping maw stretched its tendrils, lashing out in the air. The corpulent mass of flesh, like writhing putty, seemed incapable of being hindered by the narrow window. That colossal form, as if it were a pliable mass of rubber, began to slither into the room. This tableau left everyone inside the room utterly dumbfounded. Even Brother Chen and his seasoned companions were encountering such a situation for the first time. They stood frozen in shock. Ye Xiao, Liang Kai, and Zhu Chirui were not far from the window. Zhu Chirui swiftly darted to the opposite side, distancing himself from the window, while Liang Kai, pale with fear, collapsed to the ground, his legs turned to jelly, unable to rise. As the thrashing tendrils drew near, Yi Xiao urgently pulled Liang Kai's arm, attempting to drag him back. At that moment, Liu Feng unexpectedly kicked Liang Kai with force, causing Yi Xiao, who had just managed to pull Liang Kai back a few steps, to tumble to the ground alongside him. Liu Feng's voice rang out with arrogance, "Damn it, useless, don't get in the way." Chapter 37, a scene of carnage. A grotesque creature pressed frantically against the window, its repulsive flesh exposed to the bright light, completely obstructing the view. Even the seasoned veterans among them were momentarily taken aback, let alone Liang Kai, the novice who had just arrived in this apocalyptic world. At this critical juncture, Liu Feng's ostentatious display not only nauseated Yi Xiao but also disgusted the viewers in the live stream. Eldon Pharaoh. This bearded man is utterly revolting, he'll be dead soon enough. Isaac S. Hart, what a waste, what is he so arrogant about? The two affluent young men expressed their outrage vociferously, all the while showering the stream with gifts. Coke bottle. Can this guy named Kai even hold his ground? Can we not drag each other down? 3 Fox, I'm getting fired up, this is infuriating. Big Jew, are you taking advantage of our small numbers? Arkham Asylum. I can't swallow this, how can the streamer endure it? You are too beautiful, I'd kick him back out myself. Yi Xiao, too, felt a surge of displeasure, yet he understood that a moment of impatience could ruin a grand strategy. Acting on impulse would yield no benefits for him, especially at this moment. He dragged Liang Kai aside, away from the window, his gaze settling on Liu Feng, who remained defiantly standing in place, his expression darkening. At this moment, Brother Chen turned his head and scanned the surroundings, exclaiming in exasperation, "Where's the flamethrower?" A younger team member trembled slightly and replied, "It's in the vehicle." "Damn it, how could you leave it behind?" Brother Chen cursed vehemently, shouting, "What are you still looking at? Get the electric batons." His furious roar snapped everyone back to reality. Big Hay and another burly man retrieved 2 long-handled weapons, then attached them to their modified knives, extending the blades. Following this, as the two pressed the switches on the knife handles, a violent orange-red arc surged along the blades, then, gripping the handles tightly, they thrust their weapons into the gaping maw of the monstrous entity. The 50-centimeter-long blades, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being shredded, immediately sank into the creature's gaping mouth. Soon after, the orange arcs of electricity rapidly spread across the creature's body, prompting the two to turn the switches to maximum. The arcs flickered more intensely, and in the corner, Yi Xiao and the others could even hear a rhythmic buzzing sound. The creature emitted an eerie shriek that reverberated throughout the room, its massive, fleshy arms convulsing in midair. The pulsing orange lightning tormented the enormous beast, which, moments ago, had been desperately pushing into the room, now began to retreat in haste, tentacles extending from the gaping maw snapped off inside, writhing in a grotesque struggle. The gigantic, fleshy form withdrew from the window, allowing Big Hay and the other man to retract their long knives and switch them off as they staggered backward. As the creature retreated from the window, Brother Chen suddenly raised his arm and tossed a grenade, which arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely in the creature's shrieking maw. A dull explosion followed, and shattered flesh instantly splattered into the room. Liu Feng and Big Hay, standing too close to the window, were caught off guard by the raining chunks of gore. A half-splattered hand, slick with viscous fluid, was propelled by the force of the explosion, striking Liu Feng squarely in the face with a resounding slap. The others, startled, hurriedly retreated a few steps, twisting away from the onslaught. The ground resembled a burst watermelon, with blood and flesh scattered everywhere, emitting a pungent stench reminiscent of long-rotting pork. Outside, a murmuring sound arose as the enormous mass of flesh, now in tatters, began to writhe away. However, Brother Chen, clutching 2 grenades, dashed to the window and hurled them at the writhing monstrosity outside. The resounding explosion startled Yi Xiao and the others, instinctively making them flinch. Observing Brother Chen and his team crowding the window, Yi Xiao curiously craned his neck to see. After a short while, Brother Chen turned and commanded several team members, "Let us go, take a look outside." Arjiao opened the security door, and several members cautiously raised their guns, stepping outside. Yi Xiao, intrigued, took a few steps forward, peering out from the entrance. The massive pile of flesh lay shattered and strewn across the ground, resembling a grotesque mountain that had melted into a puddle of goo, sprawled across the road. Yi Xiao finally beheld the full grotesqueness of the creature, which appeared as a giant laden with thick layers of fat. In one corner above, 2 fused heads rolled with murky, white eyes. The bloated, fermenting body was dotted with various limbs, large and small, and featured a gaping, horrific mouth. It seemed as if dozens of human bodies had been melded together like a mass of Play-Doh. The live stream chat was flooded with vomit emojis, as the bright light from the room fully illuminated the abomination for the viewers. The horrifying scene, enough to induce a sanity crisis, left the audience at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate the terror and revulsion they felt. Yet, unlike the viewers confined to the screen, Yuxiao not only experienced the vivid and intense visuals but also inhaled the nauseating odors that the audience could not fathom. An indescribable stench assaulted his senses, making him feel queasy, while Brother Chen and the others pinched their noses as they rummaged through the muck, extracting a seed the size of a head, orange-red in color. Oh, Brother Chen touched the scar on his face, spat to the side, and as he fished a cigarette from his pocket, remarked, "Threat neutralized, what a hellhole this is." He placed a cigarette between his lips, igniting it with a lighter, taking a deep drag, yet showing no intention of re-entering. Instead, he raised his hand to check his wristwatch. "TSK, has it really been past 2 o'clock with all this commotion?" He gestured to the others in the room. "We can't stay here. Let us find another place." Yi Xiao and the others grabbed their backpacks and followed the group out of the house, stepping over the scattered heads and meat. Zhu Churui and Liang Kai, who trailed behind Yi Xiao, could no longer contain themselves upon seeing the grotesque sight outside, bending over to vomit profusely. Yi Xiao turned away in disgust but hesitated to abandon them. Once the two had finished retching, pale-faced, they followed Yi Xiao and the others as they relocated to a nearby house diagonally across the street. As the three approached the entrance, Brother Chen, who stood smoking at the door, pointed to the grass spreading along the roadside. "Wipe your feet clean before entering." Yi Xiao glanced down at the sticky soles of his shoes and quietly moved aside to rub them against the grass. Casting a wary glance at Brother Chen, who stood brazenly outside, he asked, "Brother Chen, weren't you worried that the sound of those grenades would attract more monsters?" Chapter 38. "Roll up your trouser legs." The thunderous explosion of the grenade echoed through the stillness of the night, amplified several times over. Brother Chen glanced over at Yi Xiao, his eyes narrowed by the smoke, and remarked, "What are you afraid of?" In places where such monstrous hybrids dwell, one seldom encounters other nocturnal wanderers. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze settling upon a heap of putrid flesh 20 meters away on the road. Those heads and that thing must belong to the residents of this vicinity. Yi Xiao was perplexed. What exactly are these creatures? After all this time, how can they not perish? Perish? Brother Chen scoffed. "These entities do not require sustenance, their cells replicate and divide on their own. It won't be long before they transform into something even more grotesque." He tossed the cigarette but to the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. "Especially these hybrids. The greenish nocturnal wanderers are one thing, but these aberrations are the most repulsive." At that moment, Yi Xiao glanced at the live stream comments beside him, voicing the inquiry that had been repeatedly posed. What exactly caused this mutation? It's utterly terrifying. Brother Chen chuckled derisively, shaking his head, his eyes glimmering with mockery. A teammate approached his side, clad in a yellow-green windbreaker, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket as he spoke. "What else could it be? I've heard that some fool attempted to evolve humanity by illegally setting up a gene editing clinic for test tube babies, aspiring to create some sort of superhumans, and ended up unleashing these abominations." Brother Chen furrowed his brow. "No, where did you hear that version?" "The information I received was that it was an alien virus. An alien spacecraft crashed, and the extraterrestrial beings inside carried a bizarre virus that infected various life forms." Yi Xiao was momentarily bewildered. Were there really different versions of this rumor? The discrepancies were too vast. Suddenly, Brother Chen interjected, "None of that matters anymore. The world is already in this wretched state, and it will only get worse. Worrying about it is pointless. We should focus on how to survive." He glanced at Yi Xiao, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Churui and Liang Kai behind him, chuckling derisively. "I wonder how these two have managed to last this long. No wonder you lot can only stay behind high walls." He rolled his eyes and walked into the house. "Get some rest, we leave at dawn. This cursed place, I wouldn't want to linger here any longer." Yi Xiao, along with the other two, followed Brother Chen into the house. Upon entering, Brother Chen waved to a Zhao. "A Zhao, check them 3. Zhu Churui and Liang Kai stood confused, while Yi Xiao approached a Zhao, instinctively rolling up his sleeves. He was well aware of the mutation risks posed by injuries from these ghastly creatures. Noticing that a Zhao seemed to be inspecting Yi Xiao's wounds, Liang Kai instinctively took a step back, his heart racing at the thought. Yi Xiao and Zhu Churui were soon checked, leaving Liang Kai as the last. Sensing Liang Kai's anxious demeanor, a Zhao's expression turned serious. Yi Xiao met Liang Kai's apprehensive gaze, slightly furrowing his brow. The beam from a Zhao's flashlight focused on Liang Kai's right leg, revealing a distinct slime at the trouser hem. Liang Kai instinctively shifted his right foot back, a movement that immediately caught a Zhao's attention. With a cold command, a Zhao ordered Liang Kai, "Roll up your trouser leg." Though Liang Kai felt a surge of anxiety, he knew his right leg was uninjured. Yet, he was uncertain of the standards these individuals adhered to. Reluctantly, he pulled up his trouser leg, revealing only a ring of reddened skin from constriction, devoid of any actual wounds. Ajao glanced at Liang Kai, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "You're quite fortunate." He waved dismissively at the three, signaling them to rest. The trio entered a room, which was furnished with ordinary hardboard beds, almost indistinguishable from the previous one. Yi Xiao peered cautiously outside the door. Aside from 2 people remaining in the living room, everyone else had retreated to other rooms. He carefully closed the door behind him and turned to find Liang Kai nearly collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion. Yi Xiao tossed his backpack aside and lightly kicked Liang Kai's leg. Liang Kai, bewildered, sat up, while Yi Xiao sat beside him, resting a heavy hand on his shoulder, as if a massive boulder had settled upon Liang Kai's chest. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing through the narrow gaps, causing Liang Kai to instinctively feel a twinge of embarrassment and anxiety. "You!" Yi Xiao's hand clamped onto Liang Kai's shoulder like a vice. "If you stand there like a fool next time, just await your demise." Liang Kai grimaced, unable to retort, and simply shrank back on the bed's edge. At that moment, Yi Xiao finally had the leisure to check the live stream. The number of viewers had noticeably dwindled, now reduced to a few thousand, as many had evidently gone to sleep. Isaac's Heart and Eldon Pharaoh had sent numerous gifts, but it was a fading sun and cold snow whose comments stood out amidst the flood. While the audience in the live stream vented their emotions regarding the terrifying monsters with words like disgusting, this individual continued to provide heartfelt guidance from the sidelines, displaying remarkable tenacity. Yi Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, injuries pose a significant risk. If those creatures inflict wounds, it seems one may mutate. He recalled that there was a category in the system shop for formulas, and quickly began to search through it. Sure enough, it contained not only various medicinal formulations but also the option to exchange for finished medicines. Among them, he found what he sought: Satsmiley Mutation Blocker. This item was a green syringe meant for intramuscular injection. If one were injured by a mutant and faced the risk of mutation without having begun to transform, administering the mutation blocker would effectively prevent the change. However, this item was not inexpensive. A single syringe cost 5,000 points, and it was crucial to administer it within 1 hour of injury. Once red tumours began to form at the wound site, it would indicate that the virus had already spread extensively, rendering any hope futile. Recalling earlier events involving a Fey, Yi Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He glanced at the closed door and quickly leaned toward Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, whispering a warning: "Hey, if either of you gets injured by those monsters, you must tell me within an hour. You both still have a chance within that time frame, understood?" Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up, and Liang Kai eagerly nodded, hesitantly asking, "What if it exceeds an hour?" Yi Xiao silently studied Liang Kai, causing him to involuntarily shudder. However, Yi Xiao simply smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, I will ensure your swift release." Chapter 39, Witness my disgust until his demise. "Fear not, I shall ensure your swift liberation." This statement not only failed to provide Liang Kai with any solace, but it instead caused his countenance to sag. With a face akin to a bitter melon, he gazed at Yi Xiao, tears brimming in his eyes, struggling to articulate his thoughts. No, please, brother, this milk egg not mild. Har, Xiao Ji, stop scaring him, he is about to cry. Chicken, you are too beautiful, this guy is truly useless, either dazed or waiting for someone to rescue him. I'm done. Suck a slippery plum. If you exceed the limit, just wait for death. Unbelievable. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. I'm done. Streamer, are you his father? You must manage everything. Firepower Pig Hero, he is just an ordinary person, it's normal to be afraid. Sugar Bean Girl. Exactly, why mock him, as if you're not afraid yourselves? The following morning, when the three were called to rise, daylight had already brightened the sky. As they emerged, the others were already partaking in breakfast. Yi Xiao produced some compressed biscuits, and both Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai accepted them with grimaces on their faces. Zhu Chirui, visibly perturbed, murmured, "Are we eating this again?" Seated on a small stool at the entrance, his eyes were locked onto Liu Feng with an unsettling intensity, cold and tranquil, as if he had singled him out, unwavering in his focus. Such a penetrating gaze inevitably drew Liu Feng's attention. As their eyes met, he noticed the unwavering stares of Yi Xiao and his companions. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a slight smirk, though his eyes harbored no trace of mirth, which made the atmosphere decidedly uncomfortable. Liu Feng furrowed his brows but chose to ignore the scrutiny. After Chen Ji and the others finished their meal, wiping the grease from their lips and clutching cigarettes, they approached the vehicles to inspect them. Nestled close to the mountains, the morning sunlight illuminated the verdant landscape, and the air was refreshingly crisp, a stark contrast to the atmosphere of their previous world. The oxygen here was abundant. A single breath invigorated the spirit, the cacophony of birdsong filled the air, indicative of a unique ecosystem that had taken root. Of course, it would have been more pleasant without the sight of the rotting carcass in the distance. At this moment, much of the decaying flesh had turned to pus, yet curiously, the weeds encroaching upon it had begun to flourish wildly. Conversations emanated from the group by the vehicles. A burly man named Lao Han slapped the side of the car, exclaiming, "We're running low on energy. That seed core from last night could fuel 2 vehicles, right?" Daa rummaged through his pockets for his cigarette pack. "My clock core knife is empty. Those head monsters' cores are useless." Chen Ji took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Looks like we need to head to the county town ahead for supplies." He turned and shouted to the others, "Have you all finished eating? If so, prepare to set off. We're heading to the county town for supplies." The group began to rise and make their way toward the vehicles, with Yi Xiao trailing quietly behind Liu Feng, who unconsciously rubbed the back of his head, seemingly disturbed by an inexplicable chill. Irritated, he turned around. Upon turning, he encountered Yi Xiao's peculiar grin just a meter away. For an instant, Liu Feng's facial muscles contorted, and he spat, "Damn it, are you crazy? What are you staring at?" Yi Xiao merely raised the corner of his mouth, his tone still flat. "Am I not allowed to look?" "Very well." With that, Yi Xiao raised a hand in front of his face, yet an even more bizarre gaze pierced through the gaps between his fingers. He grinned widely, reminiscent of a character possessed in a horror film, devoid of reason, sending chills down the spine. "Damn it, lunatic." Liu Feng cursed, wanting to retaliate, but Yi Xiao's odd behavior robbed him of his courage, leaving him to mutter profanities as he walked toward the vehicle. The audience in the comments section was left bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend Yi Xiao's strange antics. 3 foxes, what's up with the streamer, going crazy so early? Isaac's heart. What is happening here? Forrest, is the streamer's mind unwell? Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, streamer, you could come here for advanced studies. Pretty baby, the streamer is so quirky, I love it. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, lowering his hand as he remarked, our provisions are hardly delectable. I intend to make him suffer until he cannot endure. Zhu Chirui, somewhat puzzled, asked, so, just staring at him is enough? Yi Xiao, still gazing cheerfully at the direction of the vehicle, patted Zhu Chirui's shoulder, saying, if someone were to fixate on you endlessly, you would understand the feeling. With a smirk, Yi Xiao continued, for now, I cannot do anything to him. Watch me drive him to madness. Lone firework, a terrifying male presence. Failed men, the streamer has some tricks up his sleeve, playing psychological games, ho. YAYA is here, you've mastered mental torment. What are you still doing? Get in the car. Zhao, the driver of the van, impatiently called out. The 3 climbed into the vehicle, shutting the door behind them. The van wobbled as it made its way toward the county town. The road ahead began to widen, and as they approached the town, it was littered with abandoned vehicles, nearly congested to the point of immobility. The convoy was forced to halt, and Chen Ji jumped out of the vehicle, directing the convoy toward a side road. Before long, the area ahead opened up, revealing fewer overgrown plants. The surroundings were largely bare, dotted only with long-abandoned buildings. The convoy came to a stop in front of a house, and Yi Xiao and his companions leapt from the vehicle. Yi Xiao scanned the vicinity and realized that this area was predominantly filled with derelict factories, with only a smattering of residential houses lining the roadside. Chen Ji and his group huddled together, seemingly organizing tasks. Yi Xiao, Zhu Chirui, and Liang Kai stood by the vehicle, with Liang Kai expressing his frustration. Why are we meandering around? How long until we arrive? Zhu Chirui glanced at a nearby house and nudged Yi Xiao's arm. Xiao Ji, should we search the area for food? I simply cannot stomach another one of those dreadful compressed biscuits. Right. Zhu Chirui discreetly glanced at the group conversing nearby and leaned closer to Yi Xiao, whispering, Xiao Ji, don't you have anything edible in that system shop of yours? Yi Xiao shook his head, no. It contained weapons and medications, but not a morsel of food. Zhu Chirui, somewhat disheartened, remarked, I'm running low on water too, I need to find something to drink. Wait a moment, let us observe how they organize themselves. Yi Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Chen Ji's group. Before long, Da He and others approached, alongside Chen Ji, Zhao, Da He, and Lao Han. Liu Feng's group of 8 brandished weapons as they headed toward the county town. Chen Ji waved his hand, we can't leave today, we need supplies. First, let us clear out the meeting point for tonight. Da He and his companions drew their weapons and informed Chen Ji, we'll scout the area nearby. With that, they moved toward another section. Chen Ji regarded the trio and gestured toward a nearby small house. Find a place to stay for now. Chapter 40, The Secret Meeting. The 3 individuals followed Brother Chen as he led them towards a residential building, where nearly all the doors were left unlocked, suggesting a hasty departure. The area was starkly devoid of vegetation, surrounded by vast expanses of unplanned ruins, lending an eerie emptiness to the location. Yi Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai, and upon entering the house, they began to rummage through the contents with fervor. Most of the food within had long succumbed to mold, and aside from the water in the cistern, they only managed to uncover a few sausages and 2 boxes of instant noodles in the vicinity. After scouring 3 nearby houses, despite the absence of danger, their findings were meagre. Besides a few jars of pickled vegetables and chili sauce, they had merely 2 cans of honey, hardly sufficient. Yi Xiao, feeling disheartened, crossed his arms and gazed at the items strewn across the table, summoning the system panel. In recent days, his follow account had surged rapidly, reaching an impressive 40,000. The number of viewers online at any given moment hovered around 20,000, peaking during commuting hours, lunch, and evenings. However, the growth of his fanbase had plateaued. Although the platform could not directly ban his livestream, it appeared measures had been implemented. Since the last basic gift package, there had been no notifications regarding new rewards, indicating that he had yet to meet certain criteria. With a sigh of frustration, Yi Xiao glanced at the barrage of comments on the livestream's chat panel, which overflowed with gleeful mockery. Elden Pharaoh. How tragic, I was planning to have French cuisine for lunch to console the streamer. Isaac's heart, if the streamer returns, I'll treat him to something nice. 3 foxes. Sigh, seeing the streamer in such a plight makes my chicken leg taste even better. Oak, I'm ordering takeout, it's crazy Thursday today. Cold snow of the setting sun. Honey, doesn't tea expire, it can still replenish sugar levels. Yi Xiao grimaced, muttering, what a heartless bunch. Just then, the sound of a door opening jolted him from his thoughts. A group of individuals clad in dark blue uniforms entered the conference room, and a young officer quickly stashed his phone away, standing to salute the newcomers. Curiosity piqued, he glanced beyond the leaders to the 2 figures accompanying them, dressed in distinct uniforms, their origins a mystery. The spacious conference room held only 6 individuals, 2 officers in police uniforms, 2 leaders, a middle-aged man, and a young woman. The leader seated at the head of the table spoke, Xiao Liu, please report the situation. The young officer named Xiao Liu stood and activated the projector linked to his notebook, displaying 3 documents. The bright lights in the conference room dimmed, and everyone focused intently on the projected personal information. The first official report of a missing person came 3 days ago. Zhu Chirui, 26 years old, from Dongyang, Jiuzhou, employed at Jiuzhou Lujia New East Company. The young officer scrolled down on his mouse, revealing new information on the projector. The image displayed a youthful, handsome man with a bright smile and a neat crew cut. The disappearances of these 2 individuals are linked to this individual named Yi Xiao. He is 21 years old, a graduate of the Physical Education Department at East China University, and has remained in Haicheng since graduation. His family background is uncomplicated. His parents divorced during his elementary school years, each starting new families. He lived with his grandfather, who passed away during his freshman year. He currently resides alone in Haicheng and works as a gaming streamer on the Billy platform. A few days ago, he commenced a livestream themed around the apocalypse, and the missing Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai were originally viewers of his stream, later inexplicably appearing within the livestream itself. Based on my observations over the past few days, as well as feedback from the streamer and the audience, the streamer claims to have been transported to an apocalyptic world by the livestream system, and these 2 were selected as experimental viewers by the system. When Liang Kai was transported, he happened to be in the livestream and witnessed Liang Kai appearing out of thin air on the screen. Upon hearing this, the young woman finally grasped the reason for their summons. She raised her hand to interrupt the young officer's report, incredulity evident in her voice as she asked, so, are you suggesting that these 3 individuals are no longer in this world? They've been transported to this so-called apocalypse. The young officer took a deep breath, affirming, yes, based on my observations over the past few days, I believe Yi Xiao is not lying. They have indeed been transported to another world. At that moment, the man in the peculiar uniform appeared intrigued, exclaiming, oh, is he currently live streaming? Let us check his stream. Yes, his stream is live 24/7 and cannot be deleted or banned. With that, Xiao Liu hurriedly opened Yi Xiao's live stream. The screen displayed a young man following a scarred individual in a small courtyard. In the corner of the yard was a descending staircase, leading to a small door. The latch outside was unlocked, and the scarred man stood before the door, knocking on the iron surface. As the metallic sound resonated, an eerie shriek erupted from within, followed by a loud thud as something collided with the iron door. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, there are living creatures in the cellar. Brother Chen nodded, lifting his oddly shaped silver pistol, disengaging the safety, and loading it. He pointed at the iron door, instructing, this door opens inward, and something is blocking it from behind. You stand above and kick it open, I'll handle whatever comes out. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes, retorting, why let it out? Just leave it inside. Brother Chen, cigarette halfway burned, replied, don't you want to see if there is anything valuable inside? Do you know how much a barrel of good wine can fetch on the black market? Yi Xiao scoffed, how would I know? It's not like I'll see a dime. You still owe me for those grenades you used for free. Brother Chen's scar twitched as he shot back, "Why are you being so stingy? Enough chatter, hurry up." With a reluctant sigh, Yi Xiao positioned himself above the door, gathering strength for a kick. With a resounding crash, the iron door did not fully give way. It only opened a 20-centimeter gap, still obstructed by something behind it. However, a chilling shriek soon emanated from the narrow opening. A diminutive figure suddenly surged through the gap but became stuck midway. Clad in a dress adorned with cartoon patterns, the small creature had a lopsided head and arms that bulged like those of an adult. Its pale skin was fissured, revealing engorged, crimson flesh beneath. This was a child who had already undergone mutation. Bang! A dull gunshot jolted Yi Xiao's thoughts back to reality. The steel projectile erupted from the muzzle, precisely piercing the monster's head and, under the power of the clock core's enhancement, obliterating it into fragments. Yet, the mutated child did not lose its vitality. Its swollen arm continued to flail desperately, pushing outward from the mangled remains of its neck. Blood-red tendrils began to extend outward. Brother Chen stepped forward, firing another shot at the gaping wound. Only then did the creature, wedged in the door, lower its arm, falling silent. Chapter 41, Leave this matter to us. In the live broadcast frame, the half-open iron door was violently kicked open by the scarred man. The contorted body trapped in the gap tumbled down as Yi Xiao approached. The appearance of that entity was alarmingly clear on the screen, devoid of any blurriness or resolution issues. Every detail was discernible with striking clarity. Brother Chen, wielding a flashlight, pushed open the iron door and stepped into the cellar. Inside the conference room, the crowd was intently focused on the projected image, with two leaders clad in police uniforms even questioning whether the young officer was presenting them with a science fiction horror film. Is this a live broadcast? An apocalyptic scenario? Liu Yu could distinctly see the questioning expressions etched on the silent faces of the two police leaders. The live chat was bustling with comments from the audience. A middle-aged man nodded towards Liu Yu, asking, "Since this is a live broadcast, can the host interact with the viewers?" Liu Yu nodded, "Of course, but at the moment, it's unlikely. With outsiders present, Yi Xiao won't engage with the audience." The middle-aged man waved his hand, "No worries, let us wait and see." At that moment, Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai arrived at the backyard, spotting Yi Xiao standing before the cellar. The two curiously approached. Upon seeing the corpse at the cellar entrance, Liang Kai recoiled a few steps in horror. Noticing their arrival, Yi Xiao remarked, "Just in time, drag this body away." "Huh." Liang Kai grimaced, casting a disgusted glance at the corpse at the door, clearly reluctant to comply. Yi Xiao frowned and kicked Liang Kai playfully on the rear. "What do you mean, Hope? Do you really think you're the master here? Am I your bodyguard and nurse? Can't you be of any use?" Yi Xiao raised a fist and made a faint gesture towards Liang Kai. "You whine about moving a bit of cargo. Do you believe I'll keep caring for you?" Liang Kai quickly shrank his neck. I'll do it. Liang Kai and Zhu Chirui stepped forward to drag the corpse outside. Yi Xiao peered into the cellar, noticing a pile of bricks stacked behind the door, evidently the obstruction. Brother Chen was examining several tightly sealed jars in the corner, while the rest of the cellar lay bare, save for two skeletal remains in the corner, seemingly devoured by some creature, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood behind. The mutated entity outside was evidently a child, while these two skeletons were unmistakably adults. It was unclear what had transpired here, but whatever it was, it evoked a sense of melancholy. The cellar had a low ceiling, measuring only 2 meters high, and approximately a dozen square meters in area, sufficiently spacious. Brother Chen remarked, "This place is not bad, a bit of cleaning up, and we can stay here tonight." After saying so, Brother Chen stepped out and he took a funnel and began pouring wine into one of the jars. Once he had transferred the wine, Brother Chen emerged carrying it and said to Yi Xiao, "You all tidy up the cellar. I'll put something away." Zhu Chirui, observing Brother Chen as he exited the courtyard, scoffed, "He sure knows how to delegate." Yi Xiao, unfazed, picked up a broom from the corner and headed into the cellar. "Be grateful. Brother Chen is quite righteous. If we had encountered someone more ruthless, we wouldn't know what fate awaited us." Within the live broadcast frame, only Yi Xiao and the two others remained. The middle-aged man in the conference room noticed this and exchanged glances with Liu Yu. "You should have him interact with you, give it a try." Liu Yu, at a loss for words, tentatively typed a few characters in the chat. "Sanyang Hanyu. Host, are you there?" After a moment of waiting, Yi Xiao on screen did not respond. Liu Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at the leaders seated at the conference table. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone and gifted a captain to Yi Xiao. As Yi Xiao swept the floor, he idly checked the live panel and had already seen Sanyang Hanu's message but chose to ignore it. However, upon noticing the captain gift, Yi Xiao couldn't help but grin. "Oh, thank you, Sanyang Hanu, for the captain." Hearing Yi Xiao's sudden acknowledgement in the live broadcast, the individuals in the conference room displayed expressions of astonishment. Liu Yu explained to them, I just gifted him a captain. At this moment, Yi Xiao was engaging with his fans in the chat, conversing in a light-hearted manner. Lang Lang Qinquan, today's not thrilling enough. What is not thrilling? Can't you all think of something better? If every day were this intense, would anyone be able to survive? Yi says heart, the more thrilling, the better. If you want excitement, next time strive to be chosen and come experience it yourself. Jiugua Sanxuan. If I really get chosen, I'll come and take you flying. I love hearing you all boast, just don't scream louder than Liang Kai when the time comes. The interaction between Yi Xiao and the chat continued to flow as the middle-aged man and the young woman in the conference room exchanged glances. Both noticed the surprise and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. A hint of a smile crept onto the middle-aged man's face. This is quite intriguing, it merits further investigation. He turned to the two police leaders beside him, saying, let us take charge of this matter. After Yi Xiao and the others finished tidying up the cellar, they had a casual meal. In the evening, the sound of footsteps echoed outside. Stepping out of the house, they saw Liu Feng and his group returning from the county town at last. Aside from some dirt on their clothes, none appeared injured, though a few bore minor scrapes. Brother Chen and Ajao approached them, inquiring, back already, how did it go? No incidents, I hope. Upon seeing Brother Chen and Ajao approaching, two team members exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily awkward and flustered. But they quickly plastered on smiles. Hey, nothing happened, all good. Saying this, they hastily set down the bags they were carrying. Brother Chen glanced at the remaining team members and asked, anyone injured? Ajao, get them some medicine. The others quickly waved their hands. No need, we have medicine in the vehicle, we can handle it ourselves. They furtively glanced at Liu Feng, hastily suppressing their expressions as they made for the vehicle. Brother Chen and Da were busy inspecting the seeds in the bags, and didn't he notice, standing to the side, Yi Xiao silently crossed his arms, scrutinizing the group outside. They had brought back a considerable amount of seeds, while Da and Ajao were busy loading the vehicle and weapons, replenishing energy. Liu Feng pulled out a cigarette, looked at Brother Chen, and grinned, are we staying here for the night? Brother Chen nodded, yes, it's too rushed. We'll rest for a day before departing. Liu Feng smiled and nodded, sounds good. With that, he walked outside. Yi Xiao glanced at Brother Chen, then back at Liu Feng as he exited, feeling an inexplicable sense of oddity about the returning group. Especially the team members, whose faces bore an inexplicable air of guilt. Chapter 42, Something is amiss. The setting sun bathed the horizon in a crimson hue, while two of the older brothers went to prepare a meal. Inside the room, Chen Ji, Da, Ajao, and Lao Han were engaged in a game of poker. Meanwhile, Liu Feng and his companions huddled at the rear of a vehicle, smoking and conversing in hushed tones. Yi Xiao and his two associates were seated upon a few stone stools in front of a modest dwelling, while Liu Feng and his group stood a considerable distance away, approximately 10 meters apart. Yi Xiao could only discern the movement of their lips but was unable to catch the content of their discourse. Several of them wore furrowed brows, their expressions betraying indecision, occasionally casting furtive glances in this direction. Liu Feng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, had his hand resting on the shoulder of a nearby companion, seemingly imparting some earnest advice. Most peculiar was Liu Feng's reaction upon sensing his gaze. He merely smirked coldly before turning his back, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Hiss, how strange. Yi Xiao murmured, unable to contain his curiosity. Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai were completely oblivious to the scene, momentarily at a loss regarding Yi Xiao's comments. However, the viewers in the live stream discerned various nuances, promptly voicing their opinions. Sanhu, why do I feel like these fellows are hiding something nefarious? Fuer Mosa. As a psychology student, it's evident that these individuals are concealing something. Zhugeran, ever since their return, I've sensed something amiss. My yaya, their guilty demeanor is strikingly similar to that of a man caught in infidelity. Yi Xiao inhaled deeply and remarked, you all sense that something is off, don't you? Zhu Chirui, intrigued, inquired, Brother Xiao, what is going on? Yi Xiao gestured towards Liu Feng and his group in the distance. Those fellows seemed to be whispering behind Chen Ji's back. Liang Kai glanced over, while Zhu Chirui turned to look at the oblivious Chen Ji and the others, who remained engrossed in their poker game, entirely unaware of the tension. Should we say something? Yi Xiao replied, somewhat exasperated, if a stranger were to speak ill of your brother, would you take heed? You'd likely want to confront the intruder instead. He decisively shook his head, let us not forget that we are merely speculating without any evidence. Meddling in their affairs will only lead to dissatisfaction. Dinner's ready, came a voice from within. Shortly thereafter, Ajao and the others stood up and emerged from the building, calling out to Liu Feng's group, what are you all chatting about? Dinner is served. Are coming. The group hastily wiped their expressions clean and approached, entering the house where they received bowls and chopsticks from Chen Ji, their faces betraying a hint of guilt as they fell silent and began to eat. Yi Xiao and his companions remained seated on the stone stools at the entrance, quietly nibbling on their meager provisions. Yi Xiao dipped a biscuit into some honey, finding it overly sweet. Chen Ji consumed his meal swiftly, finishing in no time. Setting down his bowl, he succumbed to his craving for a cigarette, retrieving a pack and stepping outside. Yi Xiao followed Chen Ji to the roadside, intending to offer a subtle reminder. "I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere among your team is somewhat off," Yi Xiao suggested pointedly. Chen Ji chuckled lightly, igniting his cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke. "Our team has been together for quite some time. As the captain, one must allow for a bit of space. If the members feel they aren't benefiting, who would want to stick around?" He inhaled deeply, exhaling once more. When one comes into possession of something valuable, naturally, they are reluctant to part with it. To maintain a long-lasting team, one must occasionally turn a blind eye. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow at Chen Ji. After all, he was familiar with the team members, and if they sensed something amiss, their captain must have noticed it long ago. Yet, such awareness was undoubtedly why he was the captain. With that in mind, Yi Xiao felt little inclination to meddle further. As twilight deepened, the cellar was illuminated by a nightlight, casting a faint glow over the cramped space. Yi Xiao and his companions had laid down ragged bedding in a corner and were comfortably resting. Chen Ji and Zhao were on one side, while the few who had been huddled with Liu Feng during the day now sat across from them, wide awake. They had fashioned a makeshift door latch from a wooden plank behind the entrance. Although the cellar was not entirely sealed, the absence of windows provided a sense of security. Before long, the unnaturally tranquil night lulled them into slumber. In a dazed state, Yi Xiao felt a gentle shove, blinking away sleep. He turned to see Liang Kai whispering, "Brother Xiao, I need to pee." "Oh, what a nuisance." Yi Xiao grumbled as he sat up, only to discover that the cellar's latch had been unfastened. He quickly scanned the area, noting the conspicuous absence of Liu Feng and two of his team members. The remaining individuals were leaning against the wall, armed, their eyes fixed intently on Yi Xiao and Liang Kai as they stirred awake. One of them queried, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you up to?" Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. He had intended to ask the same. He prepared to rise, stating, "Just need to step out to relieve myself." However, just as Yi Xiao and Liang Kai attempted to stand, one of the armed men pivoted his firearm towards them, halting their movements. Recognizing the undeniable threat of the situation, Yi Xiao grasped that things were decidedly amiss. He cast a quick glance at the sleeping Chen Ji, then raised his voice slightly. "What is the meaning of this? We merely wish to use the restroom. If you're concerned, you can accompany us. There's no need to threaten us with a gun." Yi Xiao's tone resonated through the cellar, awakening the sleeping individuals. Zhao sat up irritably, spotting the guns raised by the others, and in bewilderment, asked, "What is going on here?" Chen Ji rubbed his eyes and sat up, scanning the room until his gaze landed on the tense Yi Xiao, then shifted to the armed men. "What is happening?" Yi Xiao gestured towards them. "Why are you awake with guns in hand, preventing us from using the restroom? What is your gender?" Chen Ji's brow furrowed in confusion, yet the armed men averted their eyes upon meeting his gaze. Before Chen Ji could piece together the situation, footsteps echoed from outside the cellar, approaching in numbers. Before Yi Xiao and the others could react, the iron door of the cellar was abruptly pushed open. Liu Feng leaned in, surveying the interior before lazily stepping further inside. Following closely behind him was an unfamiliar man clad in a black t-shirt and dark work pants, a firearm strapped to his waist, who also entered the cellar. Chapter 43, Liu Feng's betrayal. As the stranger stepped into the room, Chen Ji's countenance darkened immediately. The audacity of an unfamiliar individual entering their territory signified the gravity of the situation, a reality they all comprehended all too well. The awakened Ye He and Zhao instinctively reached for their firearms, yet the members of their opposing team raised their weapons in response. The hands that had barely grazed the guns froze in place. Zhao and his companions exchanged bewildered and incredulous glances, finally grasping the situation as they turned their gazes toward Liu Feng and the intruder. "Why?" Chen Ji inquired, his voice laced with sorrow as he looked at the men before him. The others averted their eyes, unable to meet his penetrating gaze. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and the others sat silently in the corner, striving to diminish their presence. And oh wonder these fellows appeared so furtive today. It seemed they were plotting a rebellion. Yi Xiao shook his head in exasperation, while Zhu Churui and Liang Kai frantically gestured for guidance. Why Yi Xiao felt utterly helpless. What could they do but observe the unfolding events? At that moment, several unfamiliar faces entered through the door. They were clad in various dark, travel-worn garments and were armed to the teeth, their weapons pointed menacingly at Chen Ji and his group. It was evident that they were completely surrounded. "Bind them all," Liu Feng commanded suddenly, his triumphant demeanor reminiscent of a petty tyrant, provoking a wave of nausea in Yi Xiao. The opposing team members rose slowly, approaching with ropes in hand. Disarmed, Yi Xiao and his companions found themselves securely bound in the corner. As the assailants approached Chen Ji, they lifted the ropes with an air of remorse, murmuring, "Chen Ji, please don't make this difficult for us." Upon hearing this, Zhao erupted like a startled monkey, but was quickly subdued by two pairs of hands pressing him to the ground. He struggled fiercely, indignantly protesting, "Why, Chen Ji has always treated you well, hasn't he? How could you betray a brother like this?" Chen Ji recognized the futility of resistance at that moment. He silently turned his back, allowing them to bind him without uttering a word. Daa wore a grim expression, submitting to the binding with an icy demeanor. "Who would have thought that I would be stabbed in the back by my own teammates, after 2 years together?" The assailants remained silent, heads bowed to conceal their guilt, and hastily retreated after securing their captives. The room was left with Liu Feng and a few strangers. It was evident that these individuals were organized, and the audience watching the live stream was equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The previously quiet chat panel erupted with activity. "Milk egg not light, I knew it wouldn't be quiet tonight. Smile hides cotton, what is going on? Did they just betray them? Fancy I. Hurry and notify the group. 3 foxes, I told you these guys were suspicious. Cold River Snow, what should the host do now? We have no idea who these people are." At this moment, Chen Ji's gaze fell upon the back of the leading man's hand, where a flame-like tattoo unmistakably revealed his identity. "You are from Free Fire." Free Fire. Upon hearing those words, Yi Xiao's nerves tightened, his eyes scanning the group. Were these the very individuals mentioned by the 3 men earlier? Yi Xiao's heart plummeted. These people exuded and they did not appear to be the type to adhere to rules or possess any moral compass. Rather, they resembled lawless thugs, unconcerned with ethics. Yi Xiao's palms, bound behind him, began to sweat. Such individuals were solely motivated by self-interest, and if they fell into their hands, there would be no good outcome. The man leading Free Fire merely cast a casual glance at Chen Ji and chuckled, "It seems you've heard of us." Chen Ji furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze upon the man. "What do you want?" The man glanced at Liu Feng, shrugging with a smile, "We are merely here to discuss business. Your grievances do not concern me." As he spoke, he approached Yi Xiao and his companions, squatting down to inspect them. He scrutinized Yi Xiao, stating, "I just came to check the goods." His voice was not deep, yet it possessed a certain magnetic quality. The man stood nearly as tall as Yi Xiao, with a muscular build, a lean face, and eyes brimming with shrewdness. An earring adorned his left ear, and the back of his hand bore a tattoo of red flames. Noticing Yi Xiao's unwavering gaze, the man smirked with intrigue, then reached out to pinch Yi Xiao's face, similarly to how the 3 men had previously examined them, inspecting their necks and sleeves for any signs of injury. Satisfied, the man nodded and playfully patted Yi Xiao's face. Hey, kid, which base did you come from?" Yi Xiao pressed his lips together in silence. They were not from any base. The man showed no intent to press further, chuckling lightly, "No matter, it's of little consequence. Have you ever had any illnesses?" Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai huddled close to Yi Xiao, keeping their mouths tightly shut. Seeing that Yi Xiao and his companions remained silent, the man scoffed, "Should I discover that your blood is tainted, don't say we didn't warn you. Those unfit for medicinal use are nothing but waste." He raised his hand, slapping Yi Xiao's face again. "Do you know what happens to waste?" The man's malevolent grin sent shivers down Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai's spines, while Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, silently enduring the humiliation. He shot a dark look at the man, who cheerfully stood up. The man ignored Yi Xiao and his companions, strolling toward the door, casually glancing at Chen Ji and the others before patting Liu Feng on the shoulder. "Since you've decided to join Free Fire, be swift and leave no traces. Yes, Yang Ji, you go rest. I'll take care of this right away." The man stepped out of the cellar, his footsteps fading as he entered the adjacent room. 2 members of Free Fire remained in the cellar, arms crossed as they guarded the door. Lao Han glanced at Liu Feng, sighing repeatedly, while Daa and Chen Ji regarded Liu Feng with cold, disapproving expressions. Zhao, gritting his teeth, kicked at one of the assailants in fury. "To hell with you, Liu Feng. You traitor." Chapter 44, Watch as I play with your life. In the dim confines of the cellar, Liu Feng quietly observed the flustered Zhao, a cold smirk curling upon his lips as he raised his leg and delivered a forceful kick to Zhao's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Following through, he landed another kick upon Zhao's leg, cursing, "What are you shouting about?" Liu Feng. Brother Chen bellowed angrily, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhao. "If you have a grievance, direct it at me." Liu Feng let out a derisive chuckle, retracting his foot as he cast a disdainful glance at Brother Chen. "The predicament they find themselves in is entirely your fault." Liu Feng retrieved a gun from his waist and crouched before Brother Chen. "Who told them to have such a close relationship with you? It would be a challenge to spare a life here." With that, he raised his gaze towards Daa and Lao Han. Of course, as long as you swear allegiance to me now, I could release you at this very moment. Get lost. Da spat at Liu Feng, who merely laughed coldly in response. Since that's the case, I find myself without options. Brother Chen, perplexed, inquired, Liu Feng, what have I done to betray you so deeply? Is it necessary to stab your brothers in the back just because you covered the spoils for yourself? Liu Feng snorted, raising the icy barrel of the gun to strike Brother Chen's face. Chen Ji, I have long been weary of your cowardice, always seeking stability. What kind of vagabond are you? All you do is point fingers at us, directing our actions, while your companions gain little from your side. Liu Feng scoffed, you, a captain, I am more deserving of that title. Chen Ji's expression twisted in suppressed rage, is that really the reason? Liu Feng aimed his gun at Yi Xiao and the others nearby, his face contorting as he questioned Chen Ji, do you have any idea how valuable those 3 asymptomatic individuals are? Sending them to the base, what benefits do you think that gang will bestow upon you? What can I possibly gain? Liu Feng struck Chen Ji's head with the gun, I warned you before, but you wouldn't listen. Chen Ji's head echoed with the impact, tilting to one side as he straightened his posture, gritting his teeth. His eyes reflected disappointment, heartbreak, self-mockery, and helplessness. It seemed he never fathomed that he would face betrayal from a brother he trusted. Liu Feng, with a cold snicker, approached Yi Xiao. How coincidental. While gathering supplies today, I happened to encounter members of the Free Fire. Look at that, it's a perfect match. Liu Feng's lips curled into a wicked grin as he slapped Yi Xiao's face with a gun. I'll be waiting to see how you're tormented. Liu Feng gleefully assaulted Yi Xiao's face with the gun. Once we return to the Free Fire base, watch as I make your life a living hell. The chat room erupted in a chorus of indignation and curses, incensed by Liu Feng's brazen demeanor. Yet, amidst the uproar, some discordant voices rang out. At that moment, Yi Xiao, leaning against the wall of the cellar, was unnoticed by anyone as he gripped a sharp dagger concealed behind his back. The moment Liu Feng began his tirade towards Chen Ji and the others, Yi Xiao had already recognized the precariousness of his situation and swiftly exchanged for a dagger from the marketplace. Now, the ropes binding his wrists had been severed halfway, but Liu Feng's sudden approach made him hesitate to act. Containing his fury, he fixed his gaze on Liu Feng, ignoring the provocations and insults hurled at him. Liu Feng, satisfied with the sight of Yi Xiao and his companion's apparent submission, strutted back to Brother Chen and the others. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's hands moved once more, and he felt the bindings on his wrists loosen significantly. The ropes that had confined him were now severed. The burly men by the cellar door remained oblivious to the system marketplace panel that materialized before Yi Xiao. The screen displayed an array of weapons, swiftly scrolling under Yi Xiao's mental command. In the upper right corner, his accrued points had surged to 64,500. Thanks to the generous donations from 2 prominent benefactors in the stream.as, the marketplace interface appeared in the live broadcast, gifts began to flood the chat, and the points climbed rapidly. Although Yi Xiao possessed a modified seed core gun, its excessive spread made it effective against monsters but prone to friendly fire against humans. His gaze quickly zeroed in on a fully equipped assault rifle, complete with a magazine. QBZ 191, the full set priced at 40,000 points. At that moment, Liu Feng stood before Brother Chen and the others, casting a glance at Da He and the rest. He shrugged, feigning apology as he remarked, my dear brothers, my sincerest apologies, but who told you to ally with Chen Ji? One must be ruthless to survive in this world, wouldn't you agree? With a grin, he raised his gun, disengaged the safety, and racked the slide, aiming it at Chen Ji while his lips curled in excitement. In this world of the dead, it's only natural for the strong to prevail over the weak. You'll grow accustomed to it. Meeting the furious and loathing gazes of Chen Ji and Zhao, Liu Feng suddenly suggested with malicious glee, why not kneel and beg for mercy? Get lost. Zhao spat furiously at Liu Feng, the saliva landing slickly on Liu Feng's shoe. He glanced down, his tongue flicking against his cheek as he chuckled, you've got guts. Then, turning his attention back to Chen Ji, he raised the gun menacingly. Chen Ji, the lives of your brothers now rest in your hands, do you wish for them to perish? He pointed the gun at his own shoe, if you lick it clean, I might just let them go. What do you say? Chapter 45, the villain dies from excessive chatter. You fool. In the dim confines of the cellar, Liu Feng's mocking laughter resonated like that of a foul and despicable fiend, provoking intense revulsion in all who heard it. Chen Ji clenched his teeth, the scar on his face, resembling a wriggling caterpillar, twitched slightly in concert with his muscles. His eyes brimmed with rage and humiliation, yet all of it was forcibly suppressed within his trembling frame at that moment. Silently, Chen Ji lowered his head, directing his gaze to the saliva-slicked back of Liu Feng's shoe. Brother Chen, there's no need to plead with this scoundrel, he's doing it on purpose, seeking to humiliate you intentionally. A Zhao shouted in desperation, while Da He, filled with indignation, cursed vehemently, Liu Feng, you despicable coward. If you have the guts, just kill us. Do you think I fear you? Old Han gritted his teeth, sorrowfully shaking his head at the grotesque visage of his former comrade. The barrage of comments in the live stream had reached a fever pitch. Elden Pharaoh. I can't take it anymore, let us deal with this bastard. Sanhu, my blood pressure is about to spike. Nyola Ji Nyo, this person disgusts me. Cold-faced Mark, I wish I could go in there and kill him. Fan Tishi. Damn it, Brother Chen is a good guy, don't let him die. Amidst the furious invectives and indignation, the spectators could only watch helplessly as Liu Feng trampled on Chen Ji's dignity. The frenzied cries of the onlookers only fueled Liu Feng's delight. He pointed his gun at a Zhao and the others behind Chen Ji, swinging his saliva-drenched shoe. Come on, Team Chen, hurry up and lick it. Do you really want to drag your brothers down with you to death? Don't worry, as long as you lick it, I'll spare them, and then grant you a swift end. Har har har, standing by the door, the two guards from Freedom Fire, arms crossed, watched the spectacle unfold. They chuckled derisively at the sight of Chen Ji being humiliated like a dog by Liu Feng. However, in an instant, their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror from the deepest recesses of the cellar. One guard, in a panic, raised his weapon, shouting, "Hey, rat-a-tat-tat!" The sudden barrage of bullets interrupted the guard's alarm, as well as Liu Feng's smug demeanor. The guards barely had time to lift their guns before the sweeping bullets turned them into mere sieves. The onslaught pierced Liu Feng's body, which stood there unguarded. A moment ago, his face had been alight with a triumphant grin, and in the next, his form convulsed violently as bullets tore through him, leaving gaping wounds. The kneeling Chen Ji and his companions were splattered with Liu Feng's blood. In a mere 3 seconds, the three who had been standing in the cellar now lay lifeless on the ground, eyes wide open, devoid of sound. Chen Ji and his companions turned in shock to find Yi Xiao holding an assault rifle with disdain, spitting on Liu Feng's corpse. The villain dies from excessive chatter, do you understand? Fool. At that moment, the live stream was inundated with the word satisfaction, while gifts continuously rolled in. Chen Ji and his companions stared in astonishment at Yi Xiao, eyes wide. Where did you get the gun? Yet, Yi Xiao offered no reply. Instead, he produced several gas masks and tossed them onto the ground. Donning a mask, he approached the cellar door. A tear gas canister appeared in his hand. He released the safety and hurled it outside as he opened the cellar door. 1 canister, 2 canisters, 3 canisters. Yi Xiao threw several tear gas grenades outside. Meanwhile, Zhu Churui and Liang Kai had already used the dagger Yi Xiao left behind to cut their bindings and were now hastily untying the nylon ropes that bound Chen Ji and his companions. As the ropes fell away, the four, now freed, understood that this was not the moment for questions and hastily donned the gas masks from the ground. Chen Ji cast a glance at Liu Feng's lifeless body, seized the gun that lay nearby, and began to rummage through his belongings. A Zhao and Da He also scavenged the weapons from the two guards, picking up flashlights. Outside the cellar, a cacophony of curses erupted, soon transforming into a chorus of violent coughing. "Get inside and shut the door," a voice shouted, followed by the frantic sound of doors slamming shut. From beneath Yi Xiao's gas mask came a muffled yet crisp command, "Let us go." He yanked open the cellar door, revealing a blinding white haze. The windows and doors of the house remained tightly shut. Yi Xiao tossed a tear gas canister over the wall and bolted towards the back door of the courtyard. As the group burst through the door, Chen Ji called out from behind, "Go to the front and start the car." "I got Liu Feng's keys." In the pitch-black night, silence enveloped the surroundings, yet the recent uproar would undoubtedly attract nearby night wanderers. The group sprinted down the alley, traversing a narrow passageway before finally reaching the road. As Yi Xiao and the others drew near the vehicle, a gunshot rang out, and a flying metal shard struck the protective shell of the car with a clang. The sudden noise startled the group, prompting them to crouch down behind the vehicle. The flickering light of a flashlight illuminated their location, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The assailants emerged from the house, and just as Chen Ji prepared to peek out and shoot, he noticed Yi Xiao inexplicably produce a grenade, ready to throw it. A Zhao, seeing this, swiftly grabbed Yi Xiao's hand, alarmed. "Whoa, don't throw that. If it hits the car and ignites the energy cell, this entire line of vehicles will go up in flames." "Oh, what a hassle." Yi Xiao carelessly stuffed the grenade into his pocket, then effortlessly pulled out a flashbang, disengaged the safety, and without hesitation, tossed it towards the distant figures. With a loud bang, the explosion prompted a volley of curses from the other side, leaving Yi Xiao momentarily disoriented, his ears ringing. Chen Ji and his companions were also momentarily stunned. As Yi Xiao shook his head to regain focus, he redeemed 2 more tear gas canisters and hurled them in that direction. The air filled with violent coughing, and Yi Xiao felt someone tap his arm. It was a Zhao, who then pulled him along, following Chen Ji's lead to a pickup truck. Chen Ji had already entered the driver's seat, and gunfire erupted as smoke-filled figures wildly pulled triggers in their direction. Yi Xiao yanked open the rear door, shoving Zhu Churuei and Liang Kai inside, then squeezed into the back seat and shut the door. Old Han took the passenger seat, while Zhao and Da He clambered into the truck bed. The engine roared like a beast, and the pickup, stationed in the middle of the street, executed a sharp turn, racing onto the road. The three in the back seat were thrown together by the sudden inertia. Yet the vehicle showed no signs of slowing down, speeding down the extended highway. Chapter 46, Brother Xiaogao is incredible. Eldon Pharaoh, one word, exhilarating. Isaac's heart, what was that guy's name? He deserves to die. Har har har, exhilarating. 3 Foxes, 6, the streamer is too incredible, absolutely thrilling. Cold-faced Mark, the streamer is amazing. Milk Egg is not bland, our Brother Xiaogao is incredible. Liang Liang is me. What should we call the streamer? It must be Brother Xiaogao. Brother Xiaogao is incredible. Shrimp noodles without shrimp, Brother Xiaogao is incredible. Macabacker, Brother Xiaogao is incredible. Exlazy, Brother Xiaogao is incredible. So thrilling. Streamer, Night Snack, thank you for the gifts, brothers, without your support, escaping this time wouldn't have been so easy. I appreciate you all, you brothers are awesome. Isaac's heart. Brother Xiaogao, you are too polite, incredible, so exhilarating. The vehicle sped along for an extended period, the bumpy road nearly toppling it several times, until they had travelled quite a distance, at which point everyone finally exhaled in relief. However, to avoid being pursued, Chen Ji dared not stop. They had to run as far as possible to ensure their safety. The group removed their drug trafficking masks, and having narrowly escaped death, Chen Ji released a long breath while searching for his cigarette pack. Alas, his cigarettes had long been taken. Observing his craving, Old Han rummaged through the car and finally found a pack. He pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Ji, then lit it for him. A puff of smoke escaped Chen Ji's lips, and the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. He glanced at the rearview mirror and sincerely said, "Brother, thank you for saving our lives. I, Chen Ji, owe you a life. If you ever need anything, just command." Zhu Churuei and Liang Kai watched Yi Xiao with silly grins and admiration, honestly believing they were done for. "Hee, Brother Xiao, you are truly impressive." Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively, no need for flattery. "We are all companions. I just couldn't stand that fool." He handed his gas mask to Liang Kai, who immediately cradled it obediently, shifting his position to make Yi Xiao more comfortable. Recalling Liu Feng's earlier demeanor, Yi Xiao's teeth clenched in indignation. That bastard humiliated you so shamefully, I couldn't bear to watch. Not to mention, he had long held a grudge against Liu Feng. Unfortunately, a single shot was too merciful. Old Han in the passenger seat scoffed, that punk is not worth mourning. Suddenly, someone tapped on the rear window, and turning his head, Yi Xiao saw Zhao looking through the back glass, shouting, "Dude, you're amazing." Old Han in the passenger seat queried, puzzled, "But where did you pull out so many weapons?" Old Han. Chen Ji, driving, called out and subtly gestured for Old Han to refrain from asking further. Who doesn't harbor a few secrets? Moreover, though the situation was peculiar, since it was a secret, it was not their place to pry. As long as the outcome was favorable and they survived, delving into details would yield no benefits for them. Old Han immediately grasped Chen Ji's intent and quickly laughed, changing the subject. "Oh, by the way, it's a pity we lost so many supplies." At this, Yi Xiao and the others felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Their backpacks had also been taken. Chen Ji exhaled a plume of smoke. "No need to worry, there should be some supplies in the iron box in the back. The only pity is this vehicle. It's too small, not enough room." Bang bang, suddenly, 2 loud knocks resounded from the car's body, and a Zhao's voice called from outside, "Chen Ji, there are night stalkers on our tail." Night stalkers. The trio in the back immediately twisted around to gaze out the window. Through the gaps in the bars, they saw several humanoid creatures darting out from the roadside, scrambling on all fours in a twisted manner, rapidly pursuing the vehicle. Chen Ji cursed under his breath, "Damn it, hold on tight." Zhao and Da gripped the truck's railing with one hand and raised their weapons with the other, attempting to shoot at the night stalkers that were trying to leap onto the vehicle. Ahead, the road was obstructed by abandoned cars, forcing Chen Ji to jerk the steering wheel sharply towards a narrow, gravel-strewn path. The need to slow down allowed the pursuing night stalkers to close the gap, prompting Yi Xiao and the others to hastily fasten their seatbelts and grip the handles tightly. Yi Xiao glanced at the relentless night stalkers outside, noting that Zhao and Da were skilled marksmen. They seized every opportunity to shoot those creatures as they lunged at the vehicle. Yet, despite the engine's subdued hum, the noise of the tires on the gravel road and the flickering headlights ahead remained unavoidable. Yi Xiao turned to Chen Ji in front and asked, "Are tear gas grenades effective against those things?" Old Han, clutching the armrest tightly, replied, "Not at all. Those damned creatures are not so easily dealt with." Chen Ji, focused on steering, gritted his teeth. "No worries, once we distance ourselves from the county and hit the highway, those things will dwindle." Besides, dawn is approaching. After a while, the vehicle surged onto an asphalt road, and the remaining night stalkers ceased their pursuit, instead congregating around the bodies on the ground to feed. Dah in the back patted the side of the vehicle and slumped down. They've given up, we shook them off. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Liang Kai, sitting between Yi Xiao, exclaimed, "Oh no. Zhu Chirui, what are you doing? Are you carsick?" Yi Xiao turned in alarm to see Zhu Chirui covering his mouth, his face pale. I feel like I'm going to throw up." Yi Xiao shouted in panic, "Don't you dare throw up in the car. Do you believe I'll throw you out?" Zhu Chirui grimaced painfully, slumping in his seat, feigning death. After a tumultuous ride, the occupants of the vehicle found themselves wide awake, the speed stabilized, and Yi Xiao turned to Chen Ji, inquiring, "What are your plans moving forward?" A group of over 10 wanderers now dwindled to just 4, stripped of their disguises, a tragic sight indeed. Chen Ji and Old Han sighed, falling into silence, both surprised at how quickly their team had disbanded. Reflecting on the group adorned with flame tattoos, Yi Xiao curiously asked, "What exactly are those Free Fire individuals?" They started as a small outpost, but evolved into an organization filled with individuals devoid of moral compass. Old Han sighed, glancing back at Yi Xiao and the others. The bases treat asymptomatic individuals relatively well, but those folks don't regard people as human. If you fall into their hands, it won't just be a tragic tale. They even dare to attack large bases. Women are treated like livestock among them. Any wanderer with a shred of decency would avoid them. A slight disagreement, and they turn hostile. Chen Ji sighed, gesturing for another cigarette from Old Han, while stating, "Now that we're down to 4, let's head to the base first, then we can strategize further. After all, the base isn't far from here. We'll get you 3 there first." Chapter 47 The low-level gift packy. Hey, wake up. A vigorous shaking roused Yi Xiao from his slumber, and he groggily opened his eyes. Bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the car window, illuminating the interior. It was already broad daylight, and the vehicle had come to a halt. Chen Ji, seated in the driver's seat, opened the car door and said, "Let us get out and rest for a bit." With that, he exited the vehicle. Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai had also awakened, still dazed, wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths. Yi Xiao opened the car door and jumped out. The brilliant sunlight momentarily disoriented him. After allowing his eyes to adjust, he began to survey his surroundings. They appeared to be at the entrance of a village, with the vehicle parked on a dull, grey cement road. The houses on either side were quite low, and apart from the distant, undulating mountain ridges, the vicinity was dominated by vast expanses of flat plains. Low bungalows were scattered sparsely along the roadside, contributing to the overall tranquility of the scene. Chen Ji stood by the road, smoking a cigarette, while a Zhao, Dah, and Old Han stretched their limbs nearby. A Zhao, who had endured a bumpy ride in the back of the truck all night, was grumpily rubbing his backside. "Damn it, the back seat is no place for a human. After bouncing around all night, my butt is nearly wrecked." Dah glanced up at the sky, rubbed his eyes, and yawned sleepily. Yi Xiao observed the weary faces of his companions and remarked, "Are we still on the road later? We must have covered quite a distance overnight. In their current state, they certainly won't be able to catch up right away." Dah looked at Chen Ji and quickly waved his hand, heading over to the steps of a nearby house to plop down. "No way, let me catch a couple of hours of shut-eye." After studying it for a while, he stated, "We've deviated from our route. We need to detour. The group from Free Fire is unlikely to catch up, so let us rest for an hour." Tossing the car keys to Old Han, he added, "There should still be some supplies in the iron box in the back of the truck. Let us eat something to tide us over." Yi Xiao glanced around. The village was quite small, predominantly composed of single-story buildings, with a maximum of 2 stories, perhaps due to the surrounding flat farmlands. The vegetation was sparse, with little greenery to be found. Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai were already itching to scavenge for supplies. Dah and a Zhao drew their weapons, willingly taking on the role of bodyguards for Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai. This time, a Zhao, who had previously eyed everyone with suspicion, was devoid of complaints and was even chummily draping an arm around Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai. After driving all night, Chen Ji returned to the vehicle, reclining in the passenger seat to rest. Yi Xiao, with an assault rifle slung over his shoulder, nonchalantly perched himself on a stone stump at the entrance of a nearby house, engaging in conversation with his fans in the live stream. It was now 9 in the morning, yet the number of viewers in the stream was unusually high, with the chat buzzing about Yi Xiao's exploits from the previous night. Fans who had missed the excitement lamented their absence. "Big cousin, no way did we miss another epic moment. Mountain King, was it that thrilling? Fanachi, seriously, do they really not want us to sleep? We didn't even get to see it. Love you strong, I told you Liu Feng, didn't he look like a good person? Liang Liang is me, it's such a pity you all weren't here last night. Xiao Ji was amazing. Scarlet Knight went to a bar with friends and missed it, I might as well have stayed home to watch the stream. Yi Xiao chuckled, no worries, everyone, just keep an eye on the stream next time. There will be plenty of opportunities. He discreetly glanced at Chen Ji in the car and Old Han in the back, lowering his voice. What is unfortunate is that all the supplies were taken by the Free Fire group. It feels like we've gone back to square one. Yi Xiao sighed in frustration. But at least we managed to get a vehicle, so we're not forced to walk. Congratulations, your live viewership has reached 50,000 today. You have received a low-level gift pack. The system notification jolted Yi Xiao awake, where finally, a gift pack has arrived. He was somewhat surprised, what is the occasion today, there are so many people. It was noteworthy that his stream would not be recommended by the platform. It relied solely on fans sharing. 3 Foxes, the streamer seems to have lost all sense of time, it's Saturday today. Yi Xiao suddenly realized, no wonder the usual peak viewership was around 40,000, and now it had surged. This gift pack has come at just the right time. Yi Xiao glanced at the vehicle where Chen Ji and Old Han were still inside, seemingly catching up on sleep. I wonder what's in this low-level gift pack. Hopefully something useful, given that we currently lack everything except for weapons. Isaac's heart, the streaming system actually gives out gift packs, let us see what good stuff it has. Naidan Bu Dan. This stingy system, last time it was a bunch of junk. Flourishing like water, streamer, hurry and see what good items you got. After eagerly rubbing his hands together, Yi Xiao finally opened the low-level gift pack. Bang bang bang, 3 large backpacks landed right in front of Yi Xiao. These backpacks bore resemblance to the one he had received earlier. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. It wouldn't be this. Each appeared to be somewhat different in shape and weight. The first backpack was similar to the previous field survival pack, albeit with fewer scattered tools. Inside was a multifunctional folding entrenching tool, clearly not an ordinary item. A medical kit, which, although not yet utilized, contained several precious medications, particularly antibiotics, as well as basic surgical tools. A toolbox, filled with various practical yet compact tools such as a saw, hammer, and wrench, even included a small electric drill. There was a solar device, several universal rechargeable batteries, a machete, and an automatic water purification device. Wow. Yi Xiao stared at the contents of the backpack, speechless. No wonder it's so heavy. What is all this? Can't they provide some food? Setting sun and cold snow, not bad, the items are quite practical. Ice orange with cooler, practical, that toolbox is so heavy, it's just a burden. Subsequently, Yi Xiao opened the second backpack, which felt considerably softer and lighter. Upon opening it, he discovered a rolled-up tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, along with a set of outdoor moisture-resistant and durable combat clothing and combat boots. The fans in the live stream were clearly expressing their disdain. Cat lover. This is what the system gift pack offers, are they joking? Yi Xiao kicked the backpack aside, his tone laced with contempt. I really don't know what use this tent is. It's not like we can sleep outside. Yi Xiao, feeling frustrated, placed his hands on his hips and turned his gaze towards the last backpack. He asked the viewers in the live stream, everyone, take a guess at what might be in the final backpack. Those with spare change can send gifts to support the streamer. Isaac S. Hart SC, I bet it's food. Eldon Pharaoh SSC, I'm betting on weapons. 3 Foxes. Weapons can only be exchanged with points, I'm betting on junk, har har. Chapter 48, take control of them. Observing the barrage of comments from a group of individuals devoid of hope, Yi Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation and clasped his hands together in a fervent plea. Food, food, food. After beseeching the heavens for a moment, Yi Xiao grasped the zipper pull of his backpack, inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, unzipped it. Immediately, Yi Xiao straightened up, raising his clenched fists high towards the sky, vigorously waving them several times. Isaac's heart, har har har, I knew I was right. Let me go, wow, so much food. Just in time, har har, gluttonous quack, so much food, no more worries now. The entire backpack was filled to the brim, aside from a vacuum sealing machine and a roll of bags, the rest was entirely provisions, canned goods, vacuum-packed rice, vacuum-sealed noodles, and more, all crammed into a single backpack. 3 Foxes. Is Sierra planning to share with Chen Ji and his group? 3 drinks in, negotiate with them, seize the initiative. Now is the perfect time to take control. Morning fire. Makes sense, their weapons have been exposed. Cold sun, bitter snow, these few are quite loyal, it might be worthwhile to organize them. Yi Xiao lifted his gaze towards the vehicle and said, after all, I saved their lives. Moreover, after the incident with Liu Feng, they surely won't dare to seek out their teammates for a while. But if I propose it, it should be feasible. However, I wonder if they are willing to remain at the base. Some fans in the live stream seemed bewildered. Coffee without sugar. Wait, why must we go to the base? Yi Xiao sighed in resignation. You all see the dreadful state outside. It's a monumental challenge just to find something to eat. Indeed, without Brother Xiao, those two would have perished countless times by now. Master of leisure, who cares about their lives? If they die, they simply become food. Nothing at all. Although they might be a bit cowardly, we can't just disregard them, can we? Cold sun, bitter snow, the host should still consider their safety. 7 steps, quick and accurate. Why rely on Brother Xiao for everything? He is not their bodyguard. Devil's stride, exactly. Danger is the same for all. If they are useless, then so be it. Though Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai were undoubtedly timid and inept, they hadn't been too much of a hindrance. After his warning, they were still able to cope normally. If he were to abandon them, even if he used the live streaming system as an excuse, their families would surely not let Yi Xiao off easily. Yi Xiao had no intention of staying here for life. If he could send those fellows back, then he could undoubtedly return as well. This place held nothing. While it was sufficiently thrilling, truly living in such an environment would be nothing short of torment. Yi Xiao shook his head, letting out a sigh. I can't say it like that. After all, they are part of my live stream. I must consider their safety. I will do my utmost to ensure they can pass through here safely. Aquino. Speechless, what a saint. Dark Knight, ensure their safety, just don't die yourself. 3 drinks in, why bring along such burdens? Do you really think you're invincible? Yi Xiao shrugged in resignation. That's why I'm taking them to the base. Have you forgotten that we are asymptomatic? There are still Free Fire people out there hunting us. From a distance, the sound of footsteps approached. Zhu Chirui and Zhao, along with 2 others, were making their way back. Yi Xiao ceased his conversation with the fans in the live stream and turned his attention to the jars cradled in Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai's arms. Did you find anything? Liang Kai approached, a dejected expression on his face, seemingly having little to show for their efforts. A few sealed jars of beans, along with some honey, sugar, and salt. Zhu Chirui's gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 backpacks in front of Yi Xiao, and he hastened his pace towards them. Wow, Brother Xiao, what treasures have you found now? He eagerly leaned over to peer into the open backpack, and upon seeing it filled with an abundance of food, his eyes widened in ecstatic disbelief. Wow, so much food. Zhu Chirui promptly set aside the items he was holding and dove into the backpack. At that moment, Chen Ji and Old Han, hearing the commotion, also came over. Zhao and Da He stood dumbfounded, watching Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai rummaging through the pristine cans that had emerged from the backpack, frozen in place for quite some time. Zhao stretched his neck to peek into the open backpack and gasped in astonishment. So much food, all brand new. He turned to Zhang Chen, eyes wide. Wait, where did all these come from? Yi Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the inquisitive Zhao. Why ask so many questions? At that moment, Chen Ji and Old Han had approached, their expressions equally astonished as they beheld the contents of the backpack being rummaged through. Chen Ji meticulously scanned the 3 backpacks, noting their resemblance to the one Yi Xiao had carried earlier, all remarkably new. Moreover, just like the previous night, it was inexplicably unclear where Yi Xiao had procured them. It was as if he possessed a magical pocket, able to produce whatever he desired. Brother Xiao, what are we having for lunch? Yi Xiao turned to the stoutly built Old Han. He recalled that Old Han had previously assisted with meal preparations. Old Han, can you cook? Suddenly called upon, Old Han snapped back to attention, nodding vigorously. Yes. Yi Xiao shouted over to Zhu Chirui, go help Old Han prepare some food, get some dried vegetables and canned goods, and steam some rice. Zhu Chirui nodded eagerly and, with a smile, joined Old Han to start working, muttering joyfully, har, finally some hot food. Chen Ji glanced at the backpacks on the ground, offering Yi Xiao an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, Brother Yi Xiao, for making you go to such trouble. Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. After all, we're all comrades now. I'm not that petty. Cough. Chen Ji felt somewhat embarrassed by Yi Xiao's insinuation, especially since the meager supplies they had previously gathered had all been squandered by them. Zhao stood nearby, scratching his face in awkwardness, head bowed in silence. While Yi Xiao regarded the 3 of them, leaning against the wall, and nodded at Chen Ji. Chen Ji, I truly admire you and your companions. You are all men of honor. As for me, you're somewhat aware of my capabilities. I have my own advantages. So, would you be interested in joining forces? Chapter 49, in the future, shall we wear the same pants together? Chen Ji, Zhao, and Da He exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating the implications of Yi Xiao's suggestion of her together. The scorching sun overhead left them slightly dazed, prompting Yu Xiao to don the hood of his cap to shield himself from the harsh rays. He did not rush the trio, instead leisurely leaning against the wall, awaiting their response. Nearby, Liang Kai cast a surprised glance at Yu Xiao, silently crouching to observe. Zhao nudged Chen Ji with a gesture, indicating he should inquire further. Chen Ji cleared his throat, retrieved a cigarette, and lit it, his brow furrowed with evident concern as he spoke. What do you mean, brother Yu Xiao? Are you proposing that we form an adventure team together? As he posed the question, Chen Ji's expression was not one of astonishment, but rather of confusion and intrigue, his gaze fixed on Yu Xiao. The reaction from Chen Ji caught Yu Xiao off guard. It seemed that his expectations were somewhat misaligned. Tentatively, Yu Xiao asked, "Is that not acceptable?" The three exchanged glances, and Zhao settled onto a nearby step, stating, "Of course it's not acceptable. You are an asymptomatic individual, and those like you are strictly controlled at the base. How could they allow you to interact with us freely? Such stringent controls, did that mean they lacked any semblance of freedom?" However, it was understandable. Asymptomatic individuals were a precious source for developing serums, and their safety had to be assured. Yet, if Chen Ji and his companions could remain at the base for an extended period, they could look out for one another, especially. Yu Xiao shrugged and began to ramble. "Of course I understand. I was merely thinking that if we stayed at the same base, we could look out for each other. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, we could lend each other a hand. What do you think?" Yu Xiao spread his hands, adding, "Besides, look at you, there are only 4 of you now. If you don't stay at the base, do you intend to become wanderers scavenging for scraps?" At the mention of wanderers, the three furrowed their brows. They had all once been wanderers themselves, and after much effort, they had managed to form an adventure team of over a dozen members. None of them wished to return to their previous state of despair. Zhao shivered and shook his head. "I refuse to become a beggar, without even a decent place to stay." He elbowed the silent Da beside him and asked, "What do you think, Da?" Da exhaled heavily, turning to Chen Ji. "With just the 4 of us, while we might not easily perish, life would certainly not be better than before." He sighed. In this world, living a semblance of a dignified life is no easy feat. Chen Ji grasped the sentiments of Da and Zhao. He gestured toward the 3 bags in front of Yu Xiao, pointing to the other 2. "Are those 2 bags filled with food as well?" Yu Xiao glanced at Chen Ji, smiled, and pointed with his toes at the 2 bags. "This one contains various tools, while that one holds tents and sleeping bags." Noticing the intense curiosity on the faces of the trio as they regarded the bags on the ground, Yu Xiao patted Chen Ji's shoulder and remarked, "Everyone has their secrets. Some matters are best left unspoken. In any case, if we are to become sworn brothers, we are all in the same boat." Yu Xiao shot a glance at Liang Kai, who was crouched by his feet, and with a smirk, added, "Otherwise, do you think these 2 fools could manage to stay alive?" Upon hearing his mention, Liang Kai felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his face, and refrained from retorting. The cigarette in Chen Ji's hand had dwindled to a mere stub, completely burnt out. He understood the underlying threat concealed within Yu Xiao's seemingly amiable words. Secrets are best kept by the dead. To avoid demise, one must indeed be in alignment. Why Yu Xiao could have easily eliminated them all or abandoned them to their fate, yet he chose to rescue them at the risk of exposing his secrets. That alone was a significant favor. He discarded the cigarette butt onto the ground and extinguished the ember with his foot, extending his hand toward Yu Xiao. "If it weren't for your timely intervention, our lives are in your debt, and I believe we have no reason to refuse. From now on, we are brothers. If anything arises, just say the word." Yu Xiao chuckled, grasping Chen Ji's hand, jesting, "Shall we set up a platform and drink a cup of brotherhood wine? Time for dinner." A voice called from the adjacent room, belonging to Juchurui, as the group made their way over. The room was thick with dust, furnished simply and modestly. Upon reaching a back room in the courtyard, they found a large round table. The table had been cleared, with clean bowls and chopsticks laid out before it. Juchurui served Yu Xiao a heaping bowl of rice, placing it before him. "Brother Xiao, time to eat." The group crowded around the round table, devouring the steaming rice with fervor. This rice is truly fragrant," Old Han exclaimed between bites, savoring the taste. Da nodded vigorously beside him, too preoccupied to speak. The rice, combined with rehydrated dried vegetables and canned meat, created a baked dish that, while simple in ingredients, was surprisingly delectable. Zhao, cheek-stuffed, mumbled indistinctly to Yu Xiao, "Brother Xiao, what kind of rice is this? It has me utterly enchanted. I haven't had such delicious rice in ages." "Brother Xiao." Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smirk. Viewers in the livestream chat reacted with playful comments. Newledge, "Oh, Brother Xiao, now you acknowledge him as brother." Sanhu, previously, they wouldn't even glance at Brother Xiao, their change of heart is swift. Xianqiu, do you? What is this? Is it all about food? The sight of Chen Ji and his companions eating as if they were famished souls left Yu Xiao speechless. Is it really just rice? Is it that remarkable? Haven't you all been eating noodles for the past few days? We have been reduced to nibbling on compressed biscuits. Ajao, still chewing, swallowed and retorted, well, those noodles have been sitting around for who knows how long. They taste like mush and have an odd flavor. At that moment, Chen Ji slowed his pace, remarking, fresh ingredients are the most valuable at the base, they are reserved for the higher-ups. Even the food bought at the base could be years-old rice that's been hoarded. Chen Ji licked his lips, eyeing his empty bowl with lingering desire. This is the first time I've had such fragrant rice since the catastrophe. After finishing their meal and taking a moment to rest, they prepared to continue their journey. Juchuruei tossed his backpack onto the back seat, and everyone stood by the vehicle, awaiting the assignment of seats. Chen Ji patted the sturdy vehicle, suggesting, we need to find a way to get another vehicle. Leaving the back open like this isn't safe at all. Liang Kai peered over the back of the truck, just at a cover, it could easily be converted into a camper. It then struck Yi Xiao that Liang Kai was in the automotive repair business, so he would undoubtedly possess the skills for modification. Is it easy to modify? Liang Kai rolled up his sleeves, not a problem at all. I haven't wasted my years of work. As long as we have the tools and materials, it will all be manageable. Chapter 50, Brothers, I've brought my brain, tools. Yi Xiao opened the heavy backpack and pulled out the toolbox within. The box was large and cumbersome, taking up almost half the space. Yi Xiao opened the box and inquired of Liang Kai, are these sufficient? Liang Kai leaned in for a look and exclaimed, wow, there's even a drill. However, it's not enough, we also need a welding gun and a cutting machine for metal. A welding gun, a cutting machine. Old Han turned around, surveying the village, and remarked, there should be a small generator in this village, but where can we find a welding gun and cutting machine? Arjao shrugged beside him, exactly, which household would stock such tools? Perhaps we should just find a factory that possesses them. Chen Ji shot him a glance, it's not that simple, let alone whether those things are still functional after all this time. Those factories must be located near the urban area. Causing such a stir might attract monsters. The group stood by the vehicle, troubled, while Juchuruei looked at Yi Xiao, awaiting his command, only to find Yi Xiao staring blankly at the air before him. At that moment, Yi Xiao was examining the third category in the mall. Blueprints.it was subdivided into two subcategories, one detailing the steps and blueprints for constructing all manner of machinery, instruments, or facilities, while the other listed the tools required for various constructions. This section boasted an array of tools, including some absurdly large engineering equipment like excavators. Yi Xiao found himself baffled by the assortment in this so-called mall of the live streaming system. It contained everything imaginable, yet curiously, it offered no food, which seemed rather ludicrous. Naturally, welding machines and cutting machines were available, but these items took up considerable space. Together, they would cost around 10,000 points. After a night of tumult, Yi Xiao had expended quite a few points, yet the gifts showered upon him by the viewers in the live stream had resulted in a net gain of points. Yi Xiao crossed his arms, troubled. We need not worry about the tools. They are available, but they are just too large. We can't simply discard them once we've used them, can we? Chen Ji hesitated for a moment before saying, it's not too far from the Gaotang Bay. We could reach it in a day at most. We shouldn't waste too much time here. What if we encounter members of Free Fire again? Chen Ji's reasoning was sound, they had yet to reach the base and could not afford to be careless. After some deliberation, the group decided to head toward the base first. Given the vengeful nature of the Free Fire faction, they would undoubtedly not let them off easily. The rear of the vehicle was uncomfortably hard, so they spread out the thick bedding salvaged from the house. Then, Liang Kai took the wheel, Old Han navigated, while Chen Ji and the others rested in the back seat, with Yi Xiao and Juchuruei sitting in the truck bed. The vehicle continued its bumpy journey along the road, and Juchuruei glanced back into the truck, quietly asking Yi Xiao, Brother Xiao, can we trust those guys now that they know your secret, will they? Yi Xiao lazily leaned against the backpack, casting a glance into the truck. I've pondered this question as well, but the situation is not that straightforward. Over the past few days, you should have noticed that the power dynamics here are chaotic. Our existence as asymptomatic individuals is quite precarious. Did you notice the veins on their bodies? Juchuruei nodded and leaned closer to Yi Xiao, whispering, it seems like they all have this affliction. Could it be related to those mutated creatures? Yi Xiao nodded, tapping the back of his hand. Asymptomatic individuals are undoubtedly those who have not been infected. According to Free Fire, our blood can be used to create medicine. What kind of medicine do you think it could be? Yi Xiao pointed at the few individuals in the truck. It must be something beneficial for those infected. Previously, Afai mentioned several major bases, and there's a black market called Black Iron. Currently, the only places we can access are the bases. Just the three of us, in unfamiliar territory, without a vehicle or anyone to rely on. Even if I can draw my gun, our weapons are not comparable. The noise would attract all the monsters in the vicinity. Yi Xiao straightened his posture. Moreover, haven't you noticed how those individuals resemble superheroes? Zhu Chirui nodded in agreement. The members of Free Fire tied them up with nylon ropes like those used for securing cargo. It would take ages to untie them. How are they so formidable? Yi Xiao pondered, stroking his chin. I suspect it has something to do with those enhancements they possess. He patted Zhu Chirui. Hey, make sure to engage them in conversation. We know nothing about this place and need to gather more intelligence. Zhu Chirui nodded, glanced at the truck, and replied, you can count on me. After all, I work in sales and am quite skilled at building rapport. He grinned at Yi Xiao, asking, once we reach the base, will we be safe? Yi Xiao chuckled, casting him a sidelong glance. You are quite naive. Yi Xiao's words caused Zhu Chirui's smile to falter, and he questioned, the base has strict regulations for asymptomatic individuals, and we still have no idea what the situation is like inside the base. Consider this, if a group consists primarily of normal individuals with a few infected, what would happen? Zhu Chirui hesitated, frowning. They would be confined for research. Yi Xiao glanced at him. Exactly. However, the opposite is true here. The abnormal is the norm, while the normal is the minority. Yi Xiao took a deep breath. This wretched place offers no refuge. We must first ascertain the circumstances here. Isaac's heart. So, the base might not be safe after all. Hip-hop monster, are you sick? Why go to the base, volunteering to be a guinea pig? Rhythm taking off, isn't he the anchor armed? Just fend for yourself. Master of leisure, if I had a system, I'd have gone on a rampage. Dragging along 2 burdens is just self-inflicted misery. Mini Hulk. If it were me, I'd toss these 2 burdens aside and forge ahead alone. Nidan Bu Dan, Brother Xiao is no superhero. Can you all think before you speak? 3 foxes. How can there be such naivety? Surely you all know that the live streaming room is being monitored by the authorities, right? Failed men, I bet 5 cents that the anchor is under constant surveillance by the officials. Yi Xiao cast a glance at the barrage of comments, exasperatedly rubbing his face. Brothers, I've brought my brain. Setting aside the fact that he was undoubtedly being monitored by the authorities, he was surely their primary focus. If Zhu Chirui and Liang Kai were to meet an unfortunate demise, it could be deemed an unavoidable circumstance. However, if he were to stand idly by or deliberately lead them to their deaths, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. He was no criminal. He would save them when possible, and if not, then so be it. In this apocalyptic live stream, he had not come here merely to exist. He was motivated by the promise of substantial rewards from the system. Otherwise, who would endure such hardships? This dreadful place offers nothing. He would willingly remain here to show off. Once he received the generous rewards from the live stream, he would return in a state of unrestrained freedom. However, if those who were transported here met their demise, he would not be able to turn a blind eye. Not only would he face dire repercussions upon returning, but the viewers in the live stream would also refrain from sending gifts, making it impossible to accumulate sufficient points to exchange for weapons. Could he really rely on those who only fanned the flames of chaos to shower him with gifts? What a joke. They were merely all talk, akin to trolls. They would praise him as a saint, yet when lives were lost, they would be the first to label him a failure, devoid of humanity.